Chapter 952. Yi Futian did not bother answering Saint Chihua. His eyes stayed fixed on the mausoleum statues that exuded the might of the great path. Every single statue exuded different types of might, that of the sword, power, the 5 elements, destruction, and so on. The power of all manner of mighty pressure filled the air, which, when leaned onto one's body, felt like the pressure from the heavens out to crush everything. Yi Futian did not bother answering Saint Chihua. His eyes stayed fixed on the mausoleum statues that exuded the might of the great path. Every single statue exuded different types of might, that of the sword, power, the 5 elements, destruction, and so on. The power of all manner of mighty pressure filled the air, which, when leaned onto one's body, felt like the pressure from the heavens out to crush everything. Furthermore, the greater one's training, the stronger the pressure one felt. While Saint Chihua and the Zhou Sacred King, for instance, were still standing tall and proud as all of them were, only they knew how much pressure they were dealing with at the moment. Saint Chihua's expression was cold, and Yi Futian ignored him altogether. "Everyone, the mausoleum is very possibly the tomb of Renhuang. I think you're all following him because you've caught wind of some news. Only they know the secret of the entrance. And if we continue to stand here and do nothing, there won't be anything left for us later." Saint Chihua continued. "Furthermore, if the others realize what is happening, we won't need to be here any longer." Xia Qingyuan and the others were all currently drawn to the palace at the front. If the princess were to arrive, there was definitely no way they would be able to get anything out from this trip. A figure was seen stepping forward at the moment. He had a slender body and was dressed in white. Holy light images were present on his body, and his long eyes felt sharp. His body shot at Yi Futian like a beam of light after turning into a mirage. He was none other the figure who ranked second on the sage and saint ranking of the 9 states, as well as the top-notch figure on the Hall of Holy Light, Jia. A strike from his sword brought light to his surroundings, as if he was opening up the heavens. The sword of Holy Light was unnervingly fast and sharp, reaching the target in mere moments. However, Yi Futian simply stood there without moving. Several figures appeared behind him. Huang Shi and Yu Sheng blocked Yi Futian's back, launching attacks at Jia. Boom! Huang Shi's shirt was torn in that clash, with several holes seen. Yu Sheng, who was wielding the battle axe of judgment, was unable to block the power of that thrust. Several gashes appeared on his stout, imposing body. Terrifying sword lingered and coursed about in his body. Ji was known as a demi-saint and ranked second on the sage ranking. In the plains beneath the saint plane, there was only one person who proved to be more powerful than he was. The sword of light in his hand was also a divine implement. Saint Ji had ordered Jia to keep a close eye on Yi Futian and his people, without any doubt of Jiya's powers. The people before Jia at the moment notwithstanding, even if Kong Yao and his people were to get in Jiya's way, there was still no way Ji could have been stopped. Where is the entrance? Jiya's piercing eyes gazed forward as he held a sword in his hand. The mighty ones from the Holy Ji Palace all had their eyes on him. Ji was not the only one who was ready to pounce, as many other mighty ones also surrounded the ones from the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian did not bother turning around. He kept his eyes on one of the statues. An imposing great path swept all over the place. He seemed to have immersed himself in it, comprehending the power of the great path. Yu Sheng stepped forward at the moment, coming to stand before Jia. An extremely wild demonic might coiled around him. His injuries quickly healed, and a demonic storm whipped about with his body at the center. Crisp cracking sounds were heard from his body as he continued to expand, growing even more imposing and wild. A demonic shadow appeared, and his eyes looked like that of a demon. Boom! A loud boom was heard as Yu Sheng stepped forward. Jia frowned as he actually felt threatened by Yu Sheng's presence. Furthermore, he clearly sensed Yu Sheng's power was rising exponentially, reaching into the level of archmages. His eyes remained incredibly pointed as he gazed into Yu Sheng's eyes. He seemed to be looking at a devil who reigned supreme throughout all realms. One look from the devil seemed to be more than enough to subjugate all living beings. Yet another boom was heard as Yu Sheng continued to step forward. The pressure grew with every step taken, and it seemed as if the space was being taken control of by him. The holy sword in Ji Ye's hand hovered before him. His hands twirled about with the holy sword at the center. Holy light images appeared before him as the extremely dazzling light of holiness merged with his sword will. The image breathed terrifying, sword of light. Beams of light shot out, and all of them were imbued with unparalleled sharpness. One look at the beams would make one feel as if they were about to go blind, a testament of how frightening the rules within were. The boundless light was targeted at Yu Sheng. If the light managed to pierce him, it would have riddled him with holes and reduced him to specks of light. Boom! Another boom was heard, and Yu Sheng did not evade the attack. He continued to move forward as Buddhas appeared around him, shining sky-reaching golden light. Dark golden shimmers coursed about the Buddhas as all of them exuded ferocious, killing intent. The demonic and Buddhist ways were merged into one, as if a Buddhist king of slaughter had appeared. The dazzling holy light sword will flashed in an instant. Clang! A crisp sound reverberated throughout the space around them. Boundless swords of holy light pierced at the golden screen of light as two types of powers clashed. The sword wills adamant in piercing the screen, while the screen, on the other hand, seemed to be devouring the sword will bit by bit, merging it into the screen. Ji Ye's expression remained cold. His sword of light was of frightening, limitless power, yet he was utterly incapable of piercing Yu Sheng's defense. Ji Ye's opponent seemed to have activated his potential using secret means, evolving his powers and blocking Ji Ye's way. Ji Ye extended his hand and held the holy sword. A beam flashed, and Yu Sheng brought down his axe without hesitation. The attack seemed to have cleaved a crevice in space. The light of the sword burst, drawing a terrifying arc in the space before it as the axe did. The space they occupied seemed to have exploded as devastating storms appeared. Ji was thrown behind, and his body hovered in midair. The mighty ones around them looked stunned. Yu Sheng of the Holy Ji Palace had actually been able to stand his ground against Jia, who was ranked second on the sage ranking and was known to be a demi-saint. Other mighty ones from the Hall of Holy Light walked towards Yi Futian's side. They were Ji Mo and Ji Mu, yet other mighty ones ranked on the sage and saint ranking. Huang, she intended to make a move when Yi Futian told him telepathically, "Uncle, the entrance is at the Run Huang statue in the middle. I'm unable to resonate with it, and if I'm not mistaken, it is probably meant for someone with the blood of sovereign family in their veins. Don't get into battle." It was an imperial mausoleum left by the sovereign family, and the imperial mausoleum map had been passed down in the family throughout the generations. It was only natural that the place was meant for the descendants of the family. Yi Futian had tried to activate the Run Huang statue in the middle using the imperial will, but it did not work. As such, he implored Huang Shi to seize the opportunity as they were running out of time. With mighty ones from both the upper and lower worlds, and Xia Qingyuan, the princess, present, the handful of saints before them hardly mattered in this case. Such opportunities would not stay for long. Huang, she nodded, and walked to the statue in the middle. Unparalleled pressure bore onto him, and Huang, she's eyes were all solemn and seemed even devoted, wondering if that was his ancestor, the ancestor of the sovereign family. He had no idea what happened 1,000 years ago. It was too long ago, and the sovereign family had fallen so much that they did not even have a saint among them. He had even been on the verge of forgetting that he was a descendant of Ren Huang, wondering if it was all a sham. It was irony like none other. With the lineage of his ancestors presented right before him, he was willing to pay any price to inherit the true Ren Huang bloodline. "Uncle, life spirits and bloodlines are all that matter with lineages. Try communicating with the statue and see if it works, Yi Futian said while standing beside Huang Shi, who was standing before the statue. Yi Futian had been able to connect with the wills of all the other statues, but that particular one, which meant that only someone of Renhuang blood was able to do so. If it was truly something left behind by Renhuang, then the most direct way to prove it would be through life, spirit, and bloodline. Huang, she nodded, and unleashed his life spirit. Dazzling light appeared, and he did not bother concealing it. He naturally knew what Yi Futian meant, and with things as they were at the moment, it was sink or swim. It doesn't work. Huang, Shi's expression turned even more severe, seeing the statue not responding. He walked towards the statue and pricked his finger. A drop of blood appeared, and Huang, she pointed it at the statue. A line of blood shot forth and landed on the statue's grooves. The blood coursed along the statue's grooves and disappeared as if it had been absorbed by the statue. Huang, she was able to feel it clearly. The statue seemed to have been imbued with life and exuded greater pressure. There's still hope. Huang, Shi's heart raced. The line of blood from his finger zipped at the statue, and he held nothing back. The grooves gradually lit up, and dazzling light was seen emitted from the statue, as if Renhuang himself had revived. Everyone present knew what was happening after seeing all that. One figure after another shot into the air and headed straight for Renhuang. The fastest of the two in the crowd were two who were from the Hall of Holy Light, who wielded the rules of light. Hua, Jiyu stepped forward, and Jimu's body seemed to stop in midair. He felt that his spiritual will seemed to have shrouded by some formless power. He looked up and stared at Huaju, who seemed to be emanating saintly power. Jimo's speed was incredibly fast as well, yet at that very moment another dazzling sword swooped by. Jimo's body dodged the flying sword in an instant. When he finally felt that the beam of the sword had passed, a cutting noise was heard and blood sprayed. GMO was dazed for a brief moment before looking down at his left arm, which had been severed. His face turned incredibly ferocious. He looked up at the one who took his arm, and it was none other than Yi Wuchen, who had embarked on a pilgrimage led by Xia Qingyuan along with him. Yi Wuchen's plane was lower than his, yet he had been able to cut off one of his arms. Yi Wuchen's cold eyes remained gazing forward. He stood before a statue, and his life spirit burst. It was a silver sword, which rang as it exuded vaguely stifling swordwill. What was more terrifying was that it seemed to have resonated with the statue, which had been emanating sword pressure. The might of the sword emanated from the statue seemed to have merged into a single being with the sword of his life spirit. The resulting power had shrouded GMO, and the strike took Jimo's arm. The Imperial Mausoleum is a tomb of an ancestor of the sovereign family, whose member now studies in the Holy Ji Palace. As such, it shall be inherited by said member of the sovereign family. If all of you intend to force your way in, you'll have to get through me, and I won't show any mercy, Yi Futian said as he stood before a statue, turning his eyes to the surrounding mighty ones. Chapter 953. Everyone turned their eyes to look at Yi Futian. The statue behind him seemed to have come alive, exuding the terrifying power of the great path. It seemed to have taken the form of an incredibly huge shadow, merging with the will of Yi Futian, who was standing before it. It was apparent that the 36 statues of the tomb were not only capable of exuding pressure on people, but also could lend their power to those they identified with and bring great pressure to bear. Yi Wuchen of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State had been able to do so, and at the moment Yi Futian became able to do so as well. Everyone turned their eyes to look at Yi Futian. The statue behind him seemed to have come alive, exuding the terrifying power of the great path. It seemed to have taken the form of an incredibly huge shadow, merging with the will of Yi Futian, who was standing before it. It was apparent that the 36 statues of the tomb were not only capable of exuding pressure on people, but also could lend their power to those they identified with and bring great pressure to bear. Yi Wuqian of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State had been able to do so, and at the moment Yi Futian became able to do so as well. Saint Xihua walked forward as if he had not heard him. He turned his eyes to Huang Shi, and the Ren Huang statue before Huang Shi grew increasingly bright. It became clear that that was where the entrance to the mausoleum might be. Saint Xihua unleashed powerful pressure of the Great Path as well. While his powers might have been suppressed in the imperial mausoleum, he was nonetheless still a saint and was capable of anything a saint was capable of. Even though the statue might have exuded immense pressure that originated from the Great Path, it was still nonetheless the power of the Great Path. Being a saint himself, he saw no reason to fear it. He was forbidden to attack Yi Futian, but if Yi Futian dared to use the borrowed power against him, then he would naturally need to retaliate. Even if Emperor Xia were to learn of what he did, he would have still played by the rules nonetheless. Any lineage of ancients are up for grabs by any who are capable of doing so. You really think what you said qualified the Holy Ji Palace to take the lineage of the imperial mausoleum? Saint Xihua walked slowly to where Huang Shi was and said, "What a joke!" With a saint taking the lead, none of the others saw the need to hold themselves back. They all attacked Huang Shi, and while there were many powerful ones from the Holy Ji Palace present, it was still insufficient. "Would you lend me a hand, Sister Glass Saint?" Yi Futian said telepathically to the Glass Saint, who was standing not far away. The Glass Saint nodded and flashed, arriving before the statue and turning around to face Saint Xihua and the others. Her hair billowed as she held the love destroyer in her hand and looked incredibly dashing. Her stance with the sword looked stifling beautiful. "Glass Saint, I'm afraid you won't be able to take us all on your own." Saint Xihua continued to move forward. The Sacred King and Saint Ji stepped forward at the same time. Saint Ji had kept a close eye on Yi Futian, and it was finally the time to move, waiting for Yi Futian to hit him first. It was indeed a good opportunity. All three of them emanated immense pressure from the Great Path. Their spiritual were unervingly strong. A formless force seemed to be fighting against the pressure of Great Path emanated from the statues. "Sacred King, we'll take the woman out first," Saint Xihua said. He knew that there was no time to wait. "Do it," the Sacred King said with a sharp voice. Three saints moved at the same time, heading straight for the Glass Saint. "Wuqian!" Yi Futian shouted. He cranked the statue's will to the extreme and hovered before the statue. A huge shadow appeared as if the statue's power had taken form. He punched, and the space shook. Terrifying star power rained down at the three saints. Yi Wuqian's life, spirit, sword rang, and a sliver of terrifying sword will merged with the statue's will, before launching out as sword pressure of the Great Path, cleaving the space apart. A phoenix's shadow appeared on the Sacred King, and an extremely sharp golden phoenix sword appeared before the bird, launching forward with murderous intent. "An ant trying to shake a tree, I see." Saint Xihua and Saint Ji attacked at the same time. Even though their powers were suppressed, their attacks were still frighteningly formidable nonetheless. Yi Futian and Yi Wuqian were simply borrowing the power of saints, while the three they were fighting were saints. The confrontation felt ridiculous, wild or coursed. The attacks of both Yi Wuqian and Yi Futian were easily shot down right there and then. However, at that very moment, the Glass Saint's sword moved. The ice powers of the Great Path made one's blood feel like it was about to stop flowing. The chill seeped deep into the bone, while the flash of the sword felt like a cold moon. It was an attack that tore through the spirit and any emotions, cutting the holy will as well as the body of flesh and blood carrying it. None of the three saints let their guard down against the Glass Saint's attacks and fought earnestly, fighting the power coming at them. However, they felt as if the statue had burst with even greater might of the Great Path. Yi Futian and Yi Wuqian did not expect themselves to be able to beat saints using only borrowed will of the statues. But if they were able to cut down the three saints' powers considerably, It would have helped with the glass saint's attack and stopped them. The Ren Huang statue at Huang Shi's side grew increasingly bright, and his body hovered before the statue. His spiritual will merged with the construct. The huge mausoleum shook, and everyone's eyes looked extremely intense. The tomb of Ren Huang was possibly about to be opened. All mighty ones moved quickly and headed for where Huang Shi was. However, at that moment, the might of the great path fell onto them. The ring of the 9 symbols flashed and was brought down with the power of the great path, heading straight for GMO, who had just lost an arm. Boom! A loud boom was heard, and GMO's body was so rattled that he spat up blood and looked ashen. His first attack ended up with him being taken an arm by Yi Wuchen. The next attack was launched by Gu Donglu, and it was just as damaging. Get lost! Gu Donglu uttered a line, and the 9 symbols burst with intense light at the same time, merging with the power of the great path and shooting at the ones trying to get near Huang Shi. One mighty one after another was thrown back by the attack. Ji Mo's expression was extremely pale. He was one of the top geniuses in the Hall of Holy Light and had been titled a heavenly chosen one during the pilgrimage. Yet he suffered such humiliation nonetheless. Furthermore, Gu Donglu had never gotten along well with him during the pilgrimage. Seeing how many insisted on moving forward, Gu Donglu's handsome face was filled to the brim with murderous intent. Many of them were from holy lands, and he knew well that Yi Futian was in a bad position to act against them, as it would have ended with the Holy Ji Palace of the barren state suffering pressure that would break them. However, in such a situation, it became apparent that reasoning would not do if they wanted to keep the lineage of the sovereign family. They needed to kill. As such, they saw no choice but kill one of them to serve as a warning. He turned his eyes to GMO, and the 9 symbols circled, merging the might of the great path from the statue into it. Sword was imbued within the 9 symbols. GMO seemed to have noticed Gu Donglu looking at him and felt the murderous intent from Gu Donglu's eyes. His expression turned grim all of a sudden. Anyone who dares move forward shall be cut down, Gu Donglu declared. The 9 symbols seemed to have disappeared, like extremely sharp swords. GMO sensed a pressure and retreated hastily, giving up the ruins of Ren Huang altogether. The light of the 9 symbols penetrated his body immediately, and at the very next moment, everyone saw GMO's body twitch lethargically for a bit in the air, before dropping from above. The top-notch genius from the Hall of Holy Light had been killed right there, and then, before he was truly able to shine in the 9 states. Jia and Jimu were still fighting, and their faces went pale as they saw GMO perish. What they found even more baffling was that, despite being ranked on the Sage and Saint ranking, they had no edge whatsoever to speak of while fighting Yusheng and Huajiu of the Holy Ji Palace. It was especially apparent in the case of Jia, as he was ranked 2nd on the Sage ranking. One wondered how insane the power of the sages from the Holy Ji Palace could be if they were to bring out their all. Open! Dazzling light sparkled, and the place rumbled. Everyone turned their eyes to the center of the mausoleum and saw the incredibly huge Ren Huang statue. A crack opened up in the middle, and a door appeared. It was as they had speculated. That Ren Huang statue was the true entrance to the tomb. Get in there, quick, Huang Shi said. Yi Futian then gave the order, retreat. The ones from the Holy Ji Palace flashed in the Ren Huang statue's direction. Roar! An earth-shattering roar was heard, and the terrifying sound reverberated in the air. Huang Joga and many others from the Holy Ji Palace were thrown behind and spat up blood. They turned their heads and looked at another direction. One of the statues looked like an angry guardian. A ferocious shadow appeared in the air, and there stood Lu Zong, with his life spirit merging with the shadow. Seeing how Yi Wuchen had communicated with the statues, as well how Yi Futian and Gu Donglu followed, he knew Yi Futian and the others knew something. As such, he tried to communicate with the statues instead of joining the fight, and he succeeded. Lu Zong. Saint Shihua smirked. This was indeed someone fit to become a successor to Shihua Sacred Mountain. Lu Zong had succeeded in doing what Yi Futian and the others had done. Yi Futian's expression was grim. He had no time to deal with Lu Zong as he and Yi Wuqian had to work together with the Glass Saint. The attacks of the three enemy saints grew increasingly strong, especially the Zhou Sacred King. He fought up close with the Glass Saint, and a terrifying storm whipped up in the air. "I'll take care of him," Gudonglu said. The light of the 9 symbols streaked and went straight for Lu Zong, who looked back at Gudonglu. The light of Buddhahood coursed around him. He trained in multiple powers, and the Buddhist skills were one of them. Boundless ancient Madra appeared and clashed with Gudonglio's symbols. Both of them borrowed the power of the saints from the statues to fight each other. "Juga, get in quick," Yi Futian called. He had no thoughts of inheriting the lineage of the ruins. When he was in trouble all those years ago, many in the barren state went to his aid and fought for him at the Holy Ji Palace, and one of them being Huang, she of the sovereign family. When the sacred war broke out later, Huang, she brought his clan with him and moved into the Holy Ji Palace. It was a relationship that needed no words to be spoken. The simple line caused Huang Joga's eyes to become somewhat red. He said nothing as he rushed for the place where Huang she was at. Boom! Another boom was heard as the Glass Saint was thrown back. She borrowed the force from the shock and retreated like a flash of lightning to where the statue was at. The Sacred King burst with equal speed as he saw that, moving at an impossible speed. 2 beams of light disappeared and went inside the imperial mausoleum. Saint Shihua and Saint Ji, who were slower due to fighting alongside the Zhou Sacred King, realized what happened and were about to leave, but Yi Futian and Yi Wuqian launched an attack at them. However, the 2 of them paid no heed, simply cranking up their imposing saintly powers, then disposed of said attacks where they stood. Yi Futian streaked through the air like a flash of lightning, seemingly having merged with the statue and launched with an attack. Yi Wuqian's life spirit sword was shot out at the same time, forcing both Saint Shihua and Saint Ji to slow down and deal with the attacks. A boom was heard and Yi Futian slammed onto the statue, spitting out blood. Yi Wuqian's life spirit was rattled enough that it retreated into his body, with blood seen at the corner of his mouth. "Do you really think that the Glass Saint, the #1 beauty of the Eastern State, needed your help at all?" Saint Shihua took a look at Yi Futian and said, sarcastically. Yi Futian's eyes were ice cold. It was apparent that the Glass Saint sold him out. The Glass Saint was the prettiest among the great figures of the 9 states and the lord of the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple. She was not as meek and affectionate as she usually appeared to be. There was no way she could have simply let a chance like this slip by. If she was able to gain the lineage of Renhuang, she would be able to advance further and raise the entire great Zhou sacred dynasty. "Futian, get in there with Juga. Leave this to me." At that moment, Huang Shi's body was seen hovering before the Renhuang statue, seemingly having merged with the statue. He was addressing both Yi Futian and Huang Juga, who had just gotten to where they were. "Uncle." Yi Futian looked up. No time for debating. "I'll look after the ones from the Holy Ji Palace," Huang Shi said as he saw both Saint Shihua and Saint Ji coming. Yi Futian took a look at Huang Shi and clenched his fist before calling, "Juga!" "Father." Huang Juga took a look at Huang Shi. "Close." Huang Shi's voice was solemn, and in an instant, the gate of the tomb was seen closing slowly. "Go." Yi Futian did not hesitate any further, taking Huang Juga and dashing for it. The faces of Saint Shihua and Saint Ji changed slightly as they sped up, but they quickly saw a dazzling gigantic sword falling from above, right before the entrance. Both of them slowed as a result and saw the crack slowly closing. Yi Futian and Huang Juga took one last look outside. "Huang Juga, the sovereign family will be yours to oversee now. Don't drag us through the mud." Huang Shi's voice was heard from inside the crack. He wore a smile and said, "Futian, I wanted to see you stand at the top of the 9 states personally, but it seems that I won't be able to do so after all." I don't regret siding with the Holy Ji Palace." The crack disappeared before he finished, and he had no idea if the two inside heard what he said. He had initially been able to get inside himself, but someone had to look after things outside. With the door staying open otherwise, they would have stood no chance. Saints were seen coming from far away. Huang Shi's spiritual will continue to burn, and his body gradually grew intangible, as if he was about to completely merge with the statue. The entire mausoleum was shaking, and the Renhuang statue looked as if it was about to be revived. True might of the Great Path showered the place. It was no longer a might of the Great Path, but the might of Renhuang. Saint Shihua headed straight for Huang Shi. His body glowed with dazzling holy light and lashed out with a palm strike in danger, seemingly about to break the space before him as he hit the statue. At that very moment, the statue's eyes opened all of a sudden, and a fierce roar was heard. "I'm the descendant of Renhuang." An incredibly huge palm print launched as the line was heard. Saint Shihua's body was thrown back, and there were sounds of bones breaking in a crisp, clear manner. Chapter 954. Huang Shi's voice exploded like thunder, causing the hearts of everyone before the mausoleum's walls to shudder violently. They then saw the saints from Shihua, sacred mountain, being clapped hard and crashing to the ground, spitting blood as they got up. Saint Shi, who had wanted to have a closer look, halted his steps altogether, keeping his eyes forward. Huang Shi's voice exploded like thunder, causing the hearts of everyone before the mausoleum's walls to shudder violently. They then saw the saints from Shihua, sacred mountain, being clapped hard and crashing to the ground, spitting blood as they got up. Saint Shi, who had wanted to have a closer look, halted his steps altogether, keeping his eyes forward. Huang Shi's silhouette had been completely merged into the statue. His flesh, blood, bone, and even his will seemed to have totally merged with the statue. It was as if he had returned as his ancestor Renhuang. When his blood merged with that of the statue, Huang Shi clearly sensed that the statue had been carved with refined blood of Renhuang. That thing left behind by his ancestor resonated with his blood and activated the will contained within. He clearly felt the connection between them, and furthermore, despite being of the same bloodline, the blood of the statue never dried and degraded. Such was the might of his ancestor. Even a statue left behind since ancient times was more than able to stun the saints. The sovereign family had truly been the descendants of Renhuang. Huang Shi had no regrets about his life, as he was now able to feel the might of his ancestor. As for Jioga and Yi Futian, everything depended on their luck. At the very least, he would guard the place, not letting any of the saints get inside. He and Yi Futian had taken a look at the imperial mausoleum map and knew it was truly at the center of the ruins. He wished that his ancestors would watch over Jioga. Yi Futian, Yu Shang, Huajiu, and all the others stopped fighting and retreated back before the statue. Everyone from the Holy Ji Palace who came was fighting for the sovereign family, with Yi Futian and Huang Juga already inside and Huang Shi sealing the tomb up. There was little point for the battles there to continue. At that moment, the statue that Huang Shi was merged with opened its huge eyes slowly and looked at Lu Zong's direction. "Get lost." The roar was an earth-shattering one. The statue trembled violently, bringing the pressure of Renhuang to bear. Lu Zong took control of the power of sainthood and resisted like mad, retreating from the statue at breakneck speed. Boom! Another rumble was heard, and Lu Zong was sent flying thousands of meters back, crashing onto the ground. Blood oozed from his mouth. He laid there, and his spiritual will seemed as if it was about to be broken, his life hanging by a thread. Huang Shi turned his eyes at the others, and everyone retreated without hesitation. No one dared approach the statue after what had happened. Huang Shi was only a sage, and it meant that he was free to fight anyone. Furthermore, he was most probably about to die and had nothing to lose. If the chance presented itself, he would have killed the saints as well. It seemed that no one was able to enter anymore. More saints came from afar, with the first to arrive being Saint Ji. He knew GMO was killed, and as such, left the ancient hall and came at once. His face went pale after seeing what happened. Extremely dazzling light burst, and his body seemed to have turned to light, appearing like a god. Though his powers were suppressed, Saint Ji showed what it meant to be ranked fifth on the saint ranking nonetheless. The boundless light transformed into a huge sword, pulsing with brilliant light as if the space it occupied was about to be torn apart. Saint Ji stepped forward and his hands clapped. A flash of the sword burst through the air in an instant, heading straight for that Renhuang statue. The eyes of the statue looked like those of Renhuang's. The might of the heavens showered, and the speed of the dazzling sword was suppressed. A pair of spectral hands appeared, Huangshi's hands, and a Renhuang sword burst brilliantly, suppressing everything before it as it launched forward, clashing with the sword of light. The sword of light was crushed right there, and the huge sword continued moving forward, lashing out at Saint Ji. However, Saint Ji possessed immense speed. Even though he was still suppressed with the overwhelming pressure, he was nonetheless able to disappear from where he stood with just one step, appearing in midair. However, he looked severely frustrated, discovering that he was unable to do anything against a statue, even though it had been something left behind by Renhuang. A statue that had been standing around for over 1,000 years was still a dead object. He burst with light that was even more brilliant, showing no fear whatsoever. The walls of the mausoleum shuddered maniacally. All 36 statues shook at the same time. True might of the heavens descended from above, raining down on Saint Ji's body. He frowned as he found that those objects actually attempted to suppress his saintly powers. Many figures before the walls quickly retreated and did not dare to approach any further in order to keep from getting caught in the crossfire. Huangshi's expression was incredibly solemn. An imposing imperial pressure seemed to have manifested before the statue. A huge shadow appeared as if Renhuang himself had been revived. Voom! A Renhuang sword materialized yet again. It was the life spirit of Huangshi, yet at that moment, the sword seemed to have become a true Renhuang sword. It continued to grow in a size, and a terrifying storm whipped up in the air around them. The place they stood turned very deadly. The sword shot high above the sky, coming to the very top of the sealed space. The vast area seemed to have been put under lockdown. Devastating storms rained down from above. Saint Ji's expression looked pained as he finally felt the pressure. Huangshi of the sovereign family shall borrow a sword from the ancestors. Huangshi roared, and a Renhuang shadow seemed to have appeared in midair, holding the holy Renhuang sword. Its hands pressed down on the blade, and in an instant the sword came down as if Renhuang had been wielding it, bringing terrible might to bear. The sword of his ancestor was borrowed. Saint Ji resisted like mad as the sword came down. Devastating storms of the great path whipped up in the air around them. His clothes were torn, and his body retreated in a frenzy. The sword seemed to be inescapable as it pressed down onto the area below. With a loud boom, everyone saw Saint Ji, who was ranked 5th on the saint ranking, being thrown away as well, crashing down with a whimper. His internal organs felt they were about to tear apart. Killing intent filled Huangshi's eyes as he continued to borrow the might of Renhuang. Yet, at that very moment, a figure came and went like a flash of lightning, taking Saint Ji away and retreating far away. That figure was none other than Jia. The scene caused countless present to shudder. Huangshi of the Holy Ji Palace had only been a sage at the pinnacle of his training. Yet, on that very day, he had borrowed the Renhuang sword of his ancestors and almost ended up killing Saint Ji, the Saint Ji who was ranked 5th on the saint ranking of the 9 states. The ones from the Holy Ji Palace watched Huangshi solemnly. They were all naturally able to tell that the battle would be Huangshi's last. However, it was a battle that he could be proud of. Saints continued to come from afar, but none were able to do anything against Huangshi. Futian and Huang Juga stepped inside the tomb. It was an empty world and did not look like a tomb at all. The place was filled with holiness. They were able to see incredibly far away inside. They looked up and cast their gaze forward. Yi Futian and Huang Jioge shuddered deep down. There was a holy figure that looked even taller than the statue outside. It looked like a body of true flesh and blood instead of a statue. It looked like none other than Ren Huang in the flesh. They almost thought it was truly Ren Huang in the flesh. The shadow was so real that it was able to fool the eyes. That Ren Huang from several thousand years ago seemed to have traveled through time and space, now standing before them, bringing the true might of Ren Huang to bear. Yi Futian was unable to help but recalled the statue of Emperor Yi Qing. Back then, Emperor Yi Qing's last sliver of will was imbued within that statue in Qingzhou City, which was awakened due to Yi Futian. That Ren Huang construct pressed down on the hilt of a sword with both hands, shining with brilliant light, emanating brilliance like none other. It was as if it had stayed pristine throughout the ages. There was also a bow somewhere at his side. The bow simply sat there without emanating anything. However, it was nonetheless something left behind by Ren Huang, and they wondered what kind of ritual implement it was. The glass saint had gambled everything just to get inside the mausoleum, for none other than a chance. Saint Xihua and the Zhou sacred king had allied through a marriage alliance. Saint Xi had declared that he would join the sacred war as well, seemingly to work against Yi Futian. The glass saint might have looked unperturbed, but no one else knew what was going through her mind. She knew then that between her and the Zhou sacred king, only one of them would be able to emerge alive from the sacred war. As such, before the sacred war truly broke out and the sacred king had yet to move against the lapis lazuli holy temple, she had already sent Yuechan to investigate the Holy Ji Palace. Jiang Yuechan had been staying at Zhongzhou City, the place where the Holy Ji Palace was all that while. As such, she did not blame the servant girl who had been following her for years, despite knowing that she killed the mighty ones from the Yu clan. Jiang Yuechan was her servant girl as well as her student and sister. She knew that everything Yuechan did was for her sake. At that moment, Yi Futian looked below the statue and saw two figures in their own corners, aura ebbing around them. Those two were none other than the glass saint and the Zhou sacred king, who had stepped into the tomb before everyone else. They both seemed to have been severely injured. Both of them had dealt severe damage to each other. The glass saint's love destroyer had even penetrated the sacred king's body. Even saints could not simply ignore damages dealt by people of the same plane. As such, they had been fighting each other while sustaining injuries. Both of them naturally continued to fight, seeing what lied before them after crashing into the tomb. For that brief moment, both figures seemed to have fought a terrifying battle with their lives on the line. However, at that moment, both of them simply sat quietly. Yi Futian saw the two figures and walked towards them slowly. Despite sensing that both of them had sustained heavy injuries, he dared not let his guard down. They were both saints after all. There were huge, irreconcilable differences in power between saints and sages. Even though they had borrowed the power of the great path from the statues, they remained incapable of resisting Saint Xihua's attacks. Such was the difference between them. Renhuang Ruins is right before your eyes. Why aren't any of you taking it? Yi Futian said as he saw both of them. Are you hurt, Sister Glass Saint? He sounded rather cold when he said that, apparently very displeased with what she did before. When she had seen Jiang Yuechan and sensed her aura, Yi Futian already had some speculations, and what happened afterward confirmed them. It was too bad he had let his guard down. However, at that moment, he had to ally with the Glass Saint, as she was the only one at their side who was capable of resisting both Saint Xihua and the Sacred King. It did not help that Saint Ji was also waiting to pounce. The Glass Saint turned her eyes and looked at Yi Futian. In that very instant, Yi Futian saw her very beautiful eyes look rather devilish, as if they had been tainted with terrible red light, looking very eerie. Chapter 955. Chapter 955. Who is more brutal? Chapter 955. Who is more brutal? Yi Futian was puzzled. Both the glass saint and the sacred king did not move at all. They simply sat where they were sitting. The glass saint turned her eyes away and no longer looked at Yi Futian. She was working hard at maintaining her mind, as if she was being put under serious pressure. The eerie scene made Yi Futian frown. He stepped forward slowly, and Huang, Joga followed suit. They were moving at a very slow speed with their auras engaged, being on guard against those two saints. At that time, pulsing pressure fell onto them, which grew increasingly heavy as they continued to move forward. Yi Futian and Huang Joga looked up at that very tall and imposing Ren Huang shadow far away. In an instant, the figure became imprinted in their minds directly, making them struggle to breath. That Ren Huang figure far away seemed to be right before their eyes. Boom! Their spiritual will shook. Yi Futian felt as if his will was on the verge of being snuffed out. He grunted as his body came down, sitting on the ground. Everything in the world seemed to have changed, and that Ren Huang shadow seemed to be standing right before them like a god. Is your mind firm and unyielding enough to inherit my will? A voice seemed to be heard from 1,000 years ago, seeping into Yi Futian and Huang Joga's mind, as if they were being interrogated. Yi Futian only knew right there and then that despite how they came, the lineage of Ren Huang was right before their eyes. There were still challenges that needed to be faced. Even a descendant of Ren Huang had to be tested despite coming so far. Is your mind firm and unyielding enough to inherit my will? If the one to inherit the Ren Huangs will prove to be of weak mind, then such person would be deemed unqualified to take the lineage, as it would be a waste. Ren Huang, who had been a legend like none other in his time over 1,000 years ago, left behind a tomb that could only be opened by his descendants. However, if his descendants were to be of bad stock, then they would be deemed unqualified to inherit what he had left behind. He would have rather find someone who was truly determined to walk the path of cultivation. Yi Futian felt he had entered a realm of illusion, as if he had no secrets and everything was laid bare before the will of Ren Huang. He felt a shadow hovering in the air, as if that was where he should be. His mind recalled all that he had been through for the past 30 years and more. He recalled Qin Yi, the big sister, and Feng Qingxue, the twerp, wondering how they were doing presently. He liked that big sister figure of hers. No one would have not liked a sexy, beautiful big sister like that after all. However, the little fox named Huajiu was just simply too stunning back then. The question of missing out on that big sister might have been a regret, but his mind answered with a definite no. His mind might have wavered a little bit, but he was hardly affected. He recalled old man Yi Baichuan and his mother. There was no news of them, and he had no idea if they still lived. It was something that affected his mind, but his will remained firm. He recalled Emperor Yi Qing and the crying Snow Ape King, as well as the Nanda clan's advent, the empire being muddled with just one song. It was only then that Yi Futian's heart began to ache. It felt like a terrible pressure fell onto him, as if a catastrophe of the great path had struck his mind. It was painful. He grunted as his face turned pale. It was apparently something that stayed deep within his mind still, and he still had trouble letting go. So you're trying to make me review my life, eh? A sarcastic smirk was seen on his face. His eyes were determined as he glared at the shadow of Ren Huang that seemed to be right before him. It was said that one's mind needed to be whole before one could achieve sainthood. So you're testing my mind out right now then? While his heart ached, the old man dying in battle was not something that would sway him from his path. He stood up slowly and walked forward. His white garb and long hair billowed in the wind. Flashes continued to appear in his mind. In the cottage of the eastern barren territory of Kengi Kingdom, his brothers and sisters treated him like family. The battle at the Heaven Mountains brought an end to everything. The reason as to why that old man was taken away remained a thorn in his side, but he remained diligent in his training in order to someday meet the princess of the divine prefecture that he had only seen twice, to talk to her about the Snow Ape King and that old man. The battles fought at the crouching Dragon Mountain, Tying Mountain, and the Holy Ji Palace flashed in his mind. He had never been perfect and had done a lot of wrong, being haughty and inflexible, just like how he was before Xia Qingyuan. If he would have simply lowered his head and followed Xia Qingyuan, many things would have turned out better, maybe even turning out to be the results he sought. But even if he had been missing out on things, his mind remained firm. The answer to the question of whether or not his mind had been firm and unyielding was a natural yes. He did not dare to claim that his mind was whole and flawless, but at the very least his beliefs were firm and nigh indestructible. Boom! His took one step forward, which sounded like a step on the path he sought. Cracks were hard, and the shadow of Renhuang, that had been weighing on his mind, disappeared altogether. One step and he was gone. Formless power flowed with the wind around him. His will seemed to have been strengthened somewhat. Even within that sealed space, he was still able to sense a stronger willpower. With one step, he came to Archmage Plain. His white garb billowed without wind. Yi Futian cast his gaze at the shadow of Renhuang far away, as if nothing had changed. He turned to look at Huang Juga beside him. Huang Juga was steeped in all that as well, and there seemed to be tears at the corner of his eyes. His body shuddered a bit, as if he was locked in a struggle. Yi Futian was able to relate to Huang Joga's struggle. Huang Shi, the leader of the sovereign family, and Huang Joga's father blocked the gates by putting his life on the line. That stage alone had been enough to make Huang Joga's mind waver. Hopefully he will be able to get over it. Yi Futian could have simply gone up to the shadow of Renhuang right there, and then he would have been able to acquire the lineage so long as he was willing. However, he did not, as that was something left behind for Huang Juga, and he was in no position to take it. Not doing was risky, as both the Glass Saint and the Sacred King were still around. But he was determined to keep his belief, as that was his way. He would have never been able to face Huang Shi and the sovereign family, who fought by his side, again if he were to take the lineage for himself. He stepped forward and walked to where the two saints were. The Glass Saint turned her eyes to look at Yi Futian again. Zhou Jiming sustained severe injuries, and his mind is being interrogated. This is your chance. The Glass Saint's eyes shone with a red glow. It was apparent that her situation was not any better compared to the Sacred King's. Yi Futian simply looked at her without saying anything. Zhou Jiming massacred my clan, all 3,000 of them. I'm determined to avenge my family, and I'm after the Renhuang lineage just so that I can kill him. Futian, you call me sister. Other than what happened outside, have I ever acted against you with ill intentions? The Glass Saint continued. Should I trust you, Sister Glass Saint, or should I not? Yi Futian looked at the Glass Saint and asked, The death of those of the Yu clan was your doing, no? Indeed. The Glass Saint did not deny it. If Yue Chan had killed them, it was as if she was the one doing it. There were no differences, and she owned up to it. The Yu clan wanted to forge a marriage alliance with you because they saw your potential. The deaths of those from the Yu clan would have undoubtedly aroused the Yu clan's suspicion, and it was not someone from Shihua, Sacred Mountain, or the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty doing the deed. But if they had wanted in on this, they knew what they had to do, and things indeed turned out that way. Would all of that have been in yours and the Holy Ji Palace's favor, or against it? Aren't you afraid of dragging the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple to hell with you for what you have done? Yi Futian asked. If the Yu clan was involved, then I shall be on your side. The Yu clan could come settle their scores with me, just so long as the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty falls. The Glass Saint then added, Regardless of how you look at things at this very moment, will you be going against me or against Zhou Jiming? The Sacred King remained sitting where he was, unbudging. He apparently knew his priorities and what he needed to do at the moment. He needed to restore his powers and break through Renhuang's pressure. Yi Futian admitted that what the glass saint said made sense. To him, the sacred king was obviously the true enemy. You're willing to leave the lineage to the sovereign family, and I definitely won't lay a finger on it, so long as Zhou Jiming ends up dead. You can ask anything of me to make it up to you, the glass saint continued. Yi Futian turned his eyes at the sacred king, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. It was not because he was convinced by the glass saint, but because there was no way he and the sacred king could coexist. He had that thought as soon as he entered. He was simply thinking if he should have taken the risk. It was an opportunity like none other after all. The polearm of divine destruction appeared in his hand, and the powers within Yi Futian's body gushed into the ritual implement. Terrifying pressure manifested. There was no doubt that the sacred king had sustained severe injuries. Furthermore, he had to endure the pressure of the great path. It was a chance that he felt reluctant to miss. Boom! He stepped forward and brought the divine implement in his hand down. His surroundings felt like they were about to collapse in that very instant. Boundless shadow of the staff fell from the heavens, heading straight for the sacred king. The sacred king, who had stayed silent all the while, looked up at Yi Futian all of a sudden. A bright, dazzling light burst from his body, and the phoenix shot forth with lethal intent. It was apparently his life spirit, heading straight for Yi Futian. The polearm of divine destruction clashed with the divine bird with a boom, and Yi Futian felt as if his body was about to be penetrated. The terrifying power stunned him and sent him flying. Bones all over his body seemed to have cracked. But at that very moment, a dazzling sword flashed by, heading straight for the sacred king's head. The sacred king slapped at the ground and retreated backwards. The phoenix turned away to intercept the attack, and with a loud boom, the wings of the phoenix seemed to have been broken right there and then. The bird was damaged and returned to the sacred king's body with a wail. However, that sword attack was blocked. The love destroyer returned back to the glass saint's body as well. PFFTT. Blood splattered from the sacred king's mouth, staining the ground red, and his face turned ashen. He looked up and said to Yi Futian coldly, "You really don't know your place. The glass saint trains in the ways of emotional suppression. She killed her own fiancé back then, and she doesn't care about your life." "He deserved to die," the glass saint said coldly. "He indeed deserved to die for giving his woman to me. But please, you and I had been only one step away from becoming husband and wife. Why do you need to do this?" The sacred king added. "Shut up, Zhou Jiming." Coldness emanated from the glass saint. "Am I telling the truth or not? You'd rather die than marry me back then. Why? You killed the man that sent you into my palace. Was your mind broken?" The sacred king continued. The glass saint did not care. She naturally understood that the sacred king wanted to make her mind waver. At that moment, they were all undergoing the great path's test. Seeing that the glass saint remained silent, the sacred king continued. "I built the lapis lazuli palace in my place, and I have a concubine named Si, who looks rather similar to you. Every time I go inside, I think of her to be you, and have her please me. How that soothes my mind, just like how it would have been if you were by my side. If you're willing, I'll head straight home and kill her. You've spent years being alone. Why do you need to do so? The way of emotional suppression kills your humanity. How could it be able to compare to the joy of training with me?" "Zhou Jiming." The glass saint's body trembled, and another splatter of blood came out of her mouth. Terrifying pressure rained down on her mind. Her face turned ashen, and she slumped, feeling as if her mind was about to collapse. The sacred king snickered at the scene. Yi Futian knew what was going on between both of them. He took a look at the sacred king. He was indeed willing to go to extreme lengths. He knew well what was going on with the glass saint, as he was going through the same thing at the moment. The sacred king's words proved more sharp than blades. But then again, the glass saint was not a pushover. Yi Futian came to the glass saint's side and looked at that beautiful face. She looked rather pitiful, but her eyes remained determined as she looked at Yi Futian. "I'm willing to pay any price, just for you, to kill the sacred king. If you hate me, then kill Zhou Jiming. I'm all yours when that is done." "Very well." Yi Futian nodded and carried the saint up, having her lean close to him. Her soft, voluptuous figure was incredibly seductive, but Yi Futian had nothing else on his mind at the moment. The sacred king shot a pointed look at Yi Futian, seeing him do that. Yi Futian then looked at the number one beauty in the eastern state in his arms and said, "Sister Glass Saint, he was right. Even though you've been betrayed, you shouldn't have trained in ways to kill your emotions. There are all manners of sentiments in the world that are worth being cherished. Me, for instance, I've always had a liking for you." Yi Futian lowered his head as soon as he finished. The glass saint's eyes were wide open as she stared at Yi Futian getting increasingly close. She had a dazed look. It was anyone's guess if she was too weak to do anything or if she had simply forgotten to do so, but she did not resist. At the very next moment, she felt her lips being invaded and her mind felt like it was being blown to pieces as it turned completely blank. "How dare you?" Tremendous murderous intent filled the sacred king's eyes. Yet, at that moment, terrifying pressure fell onto him like a catastrophe of the great path, pounding his mind. The sacred king's face turned pale like the glass saint's, and he spat up blood. His aura had never been so weak. Yi Futian lifted his head and looked at the dazed, beautiful eyes and said, "You said that you were willing to pay any price for killing Zhou Jiming. I'll definitely kill him. I take it that you won't mind then." Yi Futian's hands were in places where they should not have been. The sensation was soft, and the glass saint looked at him with dazed eyes. There were tears at the corner of her eyes, and then she spat up blood again, turning even paler before blacking out altogether. Yi Futian looked at all of that calmly and extended his hand to caress the beautiful face of hers, smiled, and turned to look at the sacred king. "She's indeed the number one beauty in Eastern State indeed, poised and beautiful like none other. What do you think, sacred king?" The sacred king continued to glare at Yi Futian while blood oozed out of the corner of his mouth. He shut his eyes and turned away. Both the sacred king and the glass saint had been brutal figures, and it was totally unexpected that Yi Futian was just as brutal. He was actually trying to kill both the sacred king and the glass saint at the same time. Chapter 956. Zhou Jiming was the sacred king of the great Zhou sacred dynasty and could have any woman he wanted. But he had built the lapis lazuli palace and had placed C, who looked a lot like Glass Saint, in there, showing how deep his obsession with Glass Saint was. Zhou Jiming was the sacred king of the great Zhou sacred dynasty and could have any woman he wanted. But he had built the lapis lazuli palace and had placed C, who looked a lot like Glass Saint, in there, showing how deep his obsession with Glass Saint was. He had become famous as a young man and had been enfeoffed as prince of the great Zhou sacred dynasty very early. His talent was outstanding and nothing was denied to him. When Glass Saint was seen by the lord of Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple, the rumor had gone out that her looks were extraordinary, without parallel in the eastern state. After he had seen her, the consequences were shocking. He tried to pursue her, but could not. He had spent a lot of energy on this, even devising a scheme by which Glass Saint would be taken to his palace on the day of her wedding. But Glass Saint would rather die than marry him. After entering the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple, she had opposed him everywhere, breaking his holy road, blocking his attempt to become a saint. Even his father had suffered the same fate as Glass Saint's master due to this enmity. The great Zhou sacred king swore that he would have her, that she would submit her body to him. He would see how the foremost beauty in the eastern state faced him then. But at that moment, the woman that he had tried so hard to get was embraced by Yi Futian. The beauty that he had never even touched had been kissed by Yi Futian, and that scoundrel's hand was even touching her holy body. It was easy to imagine what the great Zhou sacred king's mental state was at that moment. And where was this place? Ren Huang had asked, if you want to become the emperor, can your heart be hardened to the path? Right now, the power of the great path pressed down on him, and he wavered. He had already been injured, and now he had suffered a catastrophe of the great path. The power of Ren Huang's great path descended, threatening to destroy his mindfulness towards the path. Therefore, he would rather close his eyes than look at what was happening. But his desire to kill Yi Futian had never been stronger, even stronger than when Yi Futian had taken his son Zhou Huang during the sacred war. He would make it so that Yi Futian would seek life but be unable to obtain it, and so that he would strive to die but would not be able to do so. Yi Futian cast a cold glance at Zhou Jiming. He was also in great pain. The great Zhou sacred king's last attack had been so strong. The saint-level power had accumulated, and then he had used his life spirit to launch an attack, wounding him greatly. Moreover, Saint Xihua had wounded him in the outside world. His situation was not much better than the great Zhou sacred king and glass saints. However, in this way, all the obstacles had been cleared for Huang Zhuge. As long as he could pass Ren Huang's questioning, the inheritance would be in the palm of his hand. The great Zhou sacred king and glass saint's mindfulness of the path had been damaged, and so they had no way to pass the questioning. Yi Futian looked down at the beautiful face that he held. Tears had appeared on her cheeks, and he wiped them away. Her skin was so delicate that you could break it by blowing on it, and her face did not have a single blemish. She had cultivated herself to the saint level and transcended her physical form. Now her skin was soft and tender, and her body was the same. She was so delicate all over. Anyone would have trouble holding on to this woman, who was considered the foremost beauty in the eastern state and was the master of the lapis lazuli holy temple. This was human nature, but he did not feel guilty. Glass Saint was not a good person. Although everything she had done had been done out of her intense desire for revenge, her recent attack on the great Zhou sacred king had been done without any regard for how it would affect him. He had used Ren Huang's questioning to break both of their mindfulness of the path, but it was an eye for an eye. There was no essential difference between the two of them. He had never been a good man. If he wanted to, he could kill this beautiful woman who had fainted into his arms. But he would not do this. Glass Saint had been ruthless in her revenge, but it had all been for the purpose of killing her two enemies. He had learned a bit about her miserable past from her conversation with the great Zhou sacred king. As for the Yu clan, he would not interfere. It was up to them to decide. But as far as Yi Futian was concerned, a kiss had taken place, and the place that should not be touched had been touched. His fury had catalyzed in an instant, but he had stayed his hand. He was ruthless, but not that ruthless. Perhaps he was just not resolute enough. He looked at the great Zhou sacred king and saw him begin to cultivate once again. He held Glass Saint in front of him. He pulled out a ritual implement and tied it around her waist just in case. He did not want to become part of her plan again if she woke up. Even though she had been wounded, since she was a saint, he could take no chances. A rustling sound rang out in the life palace as the world tree swayed. Emerald green light shone, flooding the palace and rushing towards every part of his body. It repaired his injuries as quickly as possible. The three of them had all been injured, and Glass Saint had fainted. He had an advantage over the great Zhou sacred king in terms of recovery, as in addition to recovering, the great Zhou sacred king also had to resist Ren Huang's power, so he would not recover very quickly. Now the two of them were at the end of their strength and were no better off than their opponent. They did not dare to make a move. Yi Futian had learned his lesson. Great Zhou sacred king, Glass Saint and I have now touched. When she wakes up, she will enter my harem and become my woman. "Why don't you demolish the lapis lazuli pavilion?" said Yi Futian as he was recuperating. He saw the great Zhou sacred king's arms were shaking, but his eyes were closed as if he had not heard him. "Her hands and skin are so soft. Although she has cultivated for so many years, she is as soft as water and is as pure as ice." Yi Futian ran his hand over her tender arm as he spoke. The great Zhou sacred king clenched his fists, and his aura began to leak from him. He could not help but groan. He was fighting against the power of the path, but Yi Futian was slashing at his heart. But he was a king. His eyes remained closed, and he did not move at all. His heart was as strong as iron. Yi Futian stopped stroking her arm. He did not continue provoking the great Zhou sacred king, and instead focused on recovering. Time passed in silence. Yi Futian's wounds healed quickly. He kept his eyes open, staring at the great Zhou sacred king. He wondered if he could put an end to him if he struck now. But would the great Zhou sacred king be the same as before? Would he recover all his energy for one strike? Would he heal as much as possible so he could kill him? Just as Yi Futian was hesitating, a sound rang out. He turned and saw Huang Zhouge walking forward. He had obviously defeated himself. He succeeded. Yi Futian sighed with relief. Huang Zhouge had received his inheritance. This trip had been completely successful. Xia Qingyuan had promised that if they could get it, it was theirs. At the same time, she was blocking many Saint Plain cultivators outside the cliff statue. A group of figures appeared. At the head was Xia Qingyuan. She walked in front of Huang, followed by several powerful saints. She looked up at the statue. She had thought that he could hold back all comers, but when he looked into her eyes, he trembled. If this princess wanted to fight, he did not know if even Zhouge could handle her after receiving his inheritance. With a single sentence, she could strip them of everything. She did not even have to get involved. All she had to do was change the rules of the sacred war to let saints get involved, and the barren state would be lost. The imperial mausoleum was left behind by my ancestors. "I hope that you will help me," said Huang Shi. He could hold back all the saints of the 9 states. After the incident, they all had to abide by Emperor Xiao's rules, but fighting Xia Qingyuan by himself would be impossible. She stepped forward a few paces, still staring at the statue. She said nothing, but her eyes explained it all. No one in the 9 states could stop her. When he saw that look in her eyes, she felt only sorrow. Yu Xing stepped forward with magic light shining in his eyes. Behind Xia Qingyuan, the other saints also stepped forward, their auras blazing forth. "Only the princess may enter." "How about that?" said Huang Shi. Still looking up at the statue, Xia Qingyuan said, "Fine. I hope that you will not forget your promise." As Huang Shi spoke, the statue blazed with light, and the gate that led to the mausoleum opened once again. Everyone's hearts pounded as Xia Qingyuan walked in. Li Yao tried to rush in as well, but was stopped by Xia Qingyuan's people. Xia Qingyuan walked in the gate. No one in the 9 states could stop her. The gate closed once again, cutting them all off. They had no way of knowing what would take place inside. She could only pray. There were 5 great cultivators inside. Did Zhouge have any hope? Yi Futian saw Xia Qingyuan enter as the gate opened. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Xia Qingyuan saw him as well. She took in the situation inside the imperial mausoleum in a glance, then looked up at the figure of Ren Huang as she stepped forward. She soon felt the power of the great path, but she did not stop. She kept walking forward step by step. She had already felt this kind of power from her father. Her mindfulness of the path was firm and could not be shaken. Yi Futian put down Glass Saint and stood up, blocking Xia Qingyuan. The imperial mausoleum was left behind by the Huang clan ancestors and should be inherited by their descendants. "You promised that if I could take it, it would be mine. It should be the same for the other members of my palace," he said. "Yes, said Xia Qingyuan. Then she looked at Huang Zhuge and said, "That's assuming he can take it." On saying this, she continued forward, passing by Yi Futian. Yi Futian's figure flashed, and he appeared in a space not far from Renhuang. His back was to the statue of Renhuang, and he faced Xia Qingyuan. "You think you can stop me?" Xia Qingyuan glanced at Yi Futian, and suddenly a sage-level aura bloomed. Yi Futian felt the fierce wind. This terrible aura was coming forth from the body of this delicate beauty in men's clothing. It seemed that everything in the world would be forced to crawl at her feet. Yi Futian's white robes flapped in the wind. He fixed his gaze on Xia Qingyuan. She was the foremost talent of the upper worlds, the favorite daughter of Emperor Xia, and was hailed as a woman whose talent surpassed even her father's. "Your Highness, Yi Futian, the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace in the Barren State, asks for your instruction." His voice rang out throughout the imperial mausoleum. The echo lingered on and on. Chapter 957. Yi Futian's voice was bright and clear. In the space of the imperial mausoleum, Glass Saint slowly opened her eyes. She sat up and looked at Yi Futian. In fact, she had woken up before, but she had closed off her senses, not letting herself think so that she could slowly recover from her injury. Yi Futian's voice was bright and clear. In the space of the imperial mausoleum, Glass Saint slowly opened her eyes. She sat up and looked at Yi Futian. In fact, she had woken up before, but she had closed off her senses, not letting herself think so that she could slowly recover from her injury. However, there was nowhere she could go to hide from the feeling of those claws touching her skin. Even separated by a thin layer of clothing, it was still so clear. His hand had even moved to the most sacred, soft place on her body. What was even worse was that he had seemed to feel good about it, and he could not help but grasp it. Such humiliation almost made her wake up to fight him, but when she remembered her vast sea of hatred for the sacred king, she was able to bear it. She got up and bit her lip. She stared at Yi Futian with eyes as cold as ice, hoping that he would die at Xia Qingyuan's hands. Xia Qingyuan fixed her gaze on the figure before her. As the daughter of Emperor Xia, she had been born extraordinary. She was without parallel among those of her generation in the upper worlds, and no one could oppose her. Who would dare stand before her? Who had the right to? But the man who had refused to follow her twice, who had boasted that he was without parallel at the Jutian Forum, now stood before her and asked her to fight. Xia Qingyuan stepped forward, and divine light flowed from her. She glowed as brightly as an immortal. She stepped forward, and the great path moved with her as if what she was stepping on was the path itself. Yi Futian knew that Xia Qingyuan was the strongest opponent he had ever faced. He claimed to be unbeaten by any opponent at the same level as him, unparalleled in the 9 states. But none of the people that he had beaten could match Xia Qingyuan. This woman, who was hailed as the strongest in Emperor Xia's realm, had the blood of Renhuang flowing through her veins. Moreover, she had mastered hundreds of schools, had a broad body of knowledge. She had cultivated herself to know all kinds of powerful magic, becoming the most powerful magic user in Emperor Xiao's realm. At this moment, even though their strength was limited in the imperial mausoleum, and they were not able to expand their will into the heavens and the earth, Xia Qingyuan's steps were still full of the worldly great path. Yi Futian could not take her for an ordinary weak woman. This was clearly a wild beast. A powerful airflow came out from her body. It was like heaven and earth had become one. Yi Futian stepped forward, and his power burst forth from him like thunder, fighting against Xia Qingyuan's airflow. The two of them stood facing each other, setting off a violent storm in that place. Boom! With another step forward, his power swept out. Light bloomed from Xia Qingyuan, and more sacred power condensed on her arms. In a flash, she descended in front of Yi Futian as quickly as lightning. She raised her arm and struck out with a fist clenching her slender, jade-like hand. Her fist was not big, but the power it contained seemed like it could collapse the sky and fight with a true dragon or an ancient phoenix. The sacred light wrapped around her fist, and a suffocating power burst forth from it, piercing through heaven and earth as it rushed towards Yi Futian's chest. Yi Futian also stepped forward, and his power shone like a rainbow. He did not retreat at all. No matter how strong Xia Qingyuan was, he would not fear her. Today he would look at this princess who was hailed as the strongest in both worlds and see how strong she was. A rhythm started as he lifted his hand. It was completely natural and fit into the worldly great path. An imperial fist will gathered and flowed on his arms, and radiant particles flowed from him. As he plunged his arm down, it all gathered together into a fist and smashed down like a star towards his opponent's fist. He used a fist to fight a fist. Both of their arms went to the same point, and finally, their fists collided together. Their skin did not touch, only their fist wills did. But a loud sound like a clap of thunder rang out. The space around them trembled fiercely, and two brilliant rays of light shot out from where their fists collided. Xia Qingyuan was shocked and retreated. A strange look flashed in her eyes. Her fist style contained imperial power. It melded with the worldly great path and could put forth an extreme amount of rule power. And Yi Futian had defeated it, showing how strong he was. Yi Futian had refined his body and had washed his body in the medicine pool. He had melded the rule of particles and rule power into his fist, making it extremely strong. Anyone on the same level of him in the 9 states would have been wounded by that one attack. Of course, Xia Qingyuan was also slightly different in that moment. The Huangting fist will had 33 layers. It resonated with the worldly great path, and each layer was stronger than the last. If Yi Futian could not crack even the first layer, how could he call himself unparalleled in the 9 states? Her mighty power gathered together once again, and she flashed toward Yi Futian. The second layer of her fist will burst forth, even stronger than before. Yi Futian stepped forward again, and his power gathered together even more strongly than before. He struck out with his fist without hesitation, matching Xia Qingyuan attack for attack. This kind of attack was an incredible tempering for his body. He would never find an opponent like this in the 9 states. As the two of them collided wildly, and loud sounds rang out continuously, the wind raged as an extremely strong and domineering atmosphere burst forth. A terrible storm raged between the two of them, like a tornado that swallowed everything. Glass Saint watched the battle. She was a saint-level cultivator, but this battle between two sages was still thrilling. Their power was amazing. That shameless disciple was still extremely strong. After striking 11 times, Xia Qingyuan's fist will seem to be completely transformed. As her heavy fist slammed forth, heaven and earth cracked. Yi Futian also felt that his arms would crack. If a fist entered his body, it would crush him from within. It was extremely oppressive. If his body had not been strong, he would already have been destroyed. Yi Futian was forced back with a loud noise. But Xia Qingyuan followed him like a shadow and attacked again. She was wrapped in an incomparably powerful fist that destroyed everything. Rays of brilliant light burst forth from Yi Futian's body as he opened the 7-star acupoints. Suddenly, his aura surged more powerfully. He could feel that Xia Qingyuan was growing stronger and stronger. Her martial arts were extremely advanced and could even be compared to the 9 heavenly attacks in some places. Boom! Yi Futian stepped into the air, and his body became like a dragon. He raised his hand and pressed it against the sky. Xia Qingyuan shot towards him, her fist while piercing through the stars towards Yi Futian. The two of them continued to fight fiercely, shaking the heavens and the earth. But it seemed that neither could crush the other. Finally, after 20 attacks, Xia Qingyuan could not continue. It was said that when one cultivated up to the Huangting fist was 33rd attack, One could pierce the heavens and the earth, and could break the world with a single punch. She was still far off from this, and there were only a dozen or so layers that she truly comprehended. She glanced at Huang Zhouge and saw him still standing before Ren Huang. Light fell on his body, and he seemed to have already received the inheritance. The whole tomb started to shake as sunlight fell. She looked back at Yi Futian, and the pressure on her grew more intense. She stepped into the air like a goddess. Her pale face was so beautiful it was suffocating. A sword was extended continuously from her finger, seeming to want to cut through the space in the imperial mausoleum. Even though her power was restricted, the sword that she released at this moment was still astonishing. Yi Futian's face grew solemn as he gazed at Xia Qingyuan, as the daughter of Ren Huang, and as someone who was unparalleled in the upper worlds, she would naturally not just be good at one thing. Xia Qingyuan's figure flashed as she tried to get past Yi Futian, and he felt a suffocating pressure on him, seeking to destroy him. He still stood in her way, shining brightly. Xia Qingyuan raised her finger, and with this attack, a catastrophic sword will seem to pierce into his chest, cutting through his will and wiping away his soul. The sword will continue towards his body, seeking to cleave him in two. Xia Qingyuan had once gone to the Lihan heaven and learned from the foremost swordsman of the upper worlds. She had integrated many types of swordsmanship into her own. Catastrophe swordsmanship. With her status, it was not only Emperor Xia who had taught her, but all the great figures of the upper worlds. In both the upper and lower worlds, only Xia Qingyuan could be called illustrious. Yi Futian felt that his spiritual will was under attack, and it seemed like it would soon collapse. He kept it together to resist, and at the same time, starry rule power flowed from his body. His body became like a star that protected his flesh. Crack! A sharp cracking sound rang out. A single slice broke through his defenses and cut through all his rule power. It slashed towards his body. Fortunately, his body was immensely powerful, but his clothes were still ripped. Catastrophe swordsmanship was different than Huangting fist will. Huangting fist will grew stronger and stronger. When you reached the end, no one could stand against it. But catastrophe swordsmanship struck all at once like thunder, cutting through everything. It was extremely powerful. The sword went for the kill. Xia Qingyuan stepped forward, surrounded by powerful sword will. She was like a goddess of death approaching. She could truly be described as ultimately powerful. She stepped on the sword and flew directly towards Ren Huang. An incomparably brilliant light shone around Yi Futian. Powerful rule power flowed from him and gathered together into a halberd. He stepped forward and transformed into a beam of light. A sword appeared in Xia Qingyuan's hand, and it whistled through the air as she slashed it. Yi Futian raised his long halberd to strike, and the brilliant light flashed. It pierced through the air and cut through the sword. He stepped through the air and descended in front of Xia Qingyuan. He struck with his long halberd. Suddenly, a terrible vortex appeared, and everything in the area seemed like it would be completely destroyed. The sword will collapsed. Xia Qingyuan frowned and pressed her finger forward. Suddenly, her mighty sword will all gathered together and crossed through the air and collided with the halberd. In a flash, a destructive power raged wildly. The halberd smashed through space and pierced downwards. Xia Qingyuan's sword chi blocked it. As the power in front of her was blocked, she was thrown flying backward. Yi Futian stood there with his halberd staring at her. He said, "Why don't you take this a little bit more seriously, princess?" Chapter 958. Xia Qingyuan was blocked once again. She gazed at Yi Futian. It seemed that there was indeed someone in the 9 states of the same level as her who could stop her. She had just felt an incredibly strong space rule power from the halberd, and had the ability to break through space. Its attack power was incredible. Xia Qingyuan was blocked once again. She gazed at Yi Futian. It seemed that there was indeed someone in the 9 states of the same level as her who could stop her. She had just felt an incredibly strong space rule power from the halberd, and had the ability to break through space. Its attack power was incredible. At that moment, Huang Jioga had already received Ren Huang's inheritance, and brilliant light shone all around. The mausoleum shook as the beautiful light fell upon the two people fighting, adding a bit of sacred color to the scene. Outside the mausoleum, everyone felt the cliff shaking. They all sensed that the inheritance had reappeared in the world. But who had gotten it? This situation had occurred not long after the princess had entered, so it was extremely likely that she was the one who had gotten it. However, there was nothing strange about that. Although there were two saint-level figures inside, how could they dare to compete with Xia Qingyuan? As for Yi Futian and Huang Jioga, even if they wanted to fight, would they be able to? All of the 9 states were under Emperor Xia's command. Even though the imperial mausoleum had been left behind by the Huang clan ancestors, it still belonged to Emperor Xia. If Xia Qingyuan wanted it, it would be hers without a doubt. They all thought of the extremely arrogant Yi Futian. With his personality, he had previously dared to trick the princess. He might actually fight her. They didn't know if he would be able to leave the tomb. As they expected, Yi Futian was indeed fighting. But he was not fighting for himself, but for Huang, Shi, and Huang Jioga. If Xia Qingyuan used Emperor Xia to suppress him, he would give up. If Huang Jioga got the inheritance and then died, Xia Qingyuan would have no remorse over the promise that she made in public. Therefore, he had nothing to worry about. What was the orthodoxy that Emperor Xia had founded in the 9 states? Why had Xia Qingyuan sought out the heavenly chosen ones? The 9 states were Emperor Xia's, including the Holy Ji Palace. Thus, when he had challenged Xia Qingyuan, he had called himself a vassal of Emperor Xia. He had not said this casually. He was reminding Xia Qingyuan that he was her father's subject. Emperor Xia naturally hoped that there would be talented figures among his subjects that could assist him in the future. Although Emperor Xia's realm was in the upper worlds, it was only one of the realms of the divine prefecture. Hua Jiu had told him that she had taken them to many upper worlds. Thus, he could fight as hard as he could in this battle. With Emperor Xia's status, he didn't need to fear him coming to settle accounts. With his halberd in hand, brilliant light flowed over Yi Futian. He pointed it at Xia Qingyuan, and his will of battle surged. It seemed like, while he was there, Xia Qingyuan would not be able to pass him. An even stronger sword will flowed from Xia Qingyuan, much different from the ones that Yi Futian had seen before. This was the first time he had felt catastrophe swordsmanship. The sword gave birth to catastrophes and had terrible destructive power. He felt the sword will, and it felt like his spiritual will would be destroyed. If he was hit, he couldn't imagine how much damage it would do. The sword will grew stronger, and an ear-piercing shriek rang out through the air. Even if all the power in the imperial mausoleum was bound up together, the aura coming from Xia Qingyuan would still be stronger. The sword will flowed towards all the heavens. It seemed to be everywhere, and there was an invisible sword in it. Xia Qingyuan stepped forward, and it felt like a terrible catastrophe sword was piercing Yi Futian's spiritual will. It was like a catastrophe of the great path was cutting through his spiritual willpower. He had naturally taken precautions against this, and so he was unmoved. At that same time, a sword fell from the heavens like a bolt of lightning. Boom! There was a loud noise as a starry curtain appeared around Yi Futian. Although he could not communicate with the power of the imperial mausoleum, he was still able to form a powerful force field around himself. It was like time had stopped in that space. Everything slowed down, except for the overbearing sword, which cut through his rule power force field and pierced the body of one of the stars, causing it to crack. Xia Qingyuan continued forward. If anyone had been standing around her, they would have been suffocated. Her sword was too strong. She gripped her sword and brought it down again, as quickly and forcefully as possible. There was another loud noise as more cracks appeared in the star, breaking down Yi Futian's defenses. More swords began to descend wildly, one following another. Each sword was extremely forceful. The star had already cracked to its edges, but Yi Futian's life, spirit bloomed, and the divine ape roared as he transformed into his Buddha-pure body and melded into it. Bang! The stars cracked, the sword descended, and the divine ape roared. He struck out with a fist will and destroyed the oncoming sword. The violent momentum was earth-shattering. However, Xia Qingyuan seemed to not even see it. There was no change in her cold eyes. More and more swords appeared, and the space where Yi Futian was in seemed to collapse. There were 3,000 swords. Without using a divine implement, how could anyone below the Saint Plane in the 9 states withstand this? The divine ape attacked wildly, and it roared into the sky. Every attack made the air tremble. Heaven and earth seemed like they would shatter under the divine ape's attacks, but they could not destroy the light of the catastrophe swords. Many of the swords had already pierced the divine ape's body, making it tremble. Even Glass Saint, who was sitting nearby, felt her heart tremble as she beheld this battle. This was Emperor Xia's favorite daughter. She was only on the lower sage plane, but with the combat ability that she put forth, even someone on the sage ranking would not dare to say they could defeat her. And Yi Futian, who was on the same plane as her, was still fighting her. It seemed that the divine ape's body could bear no more, and so Yi Futian lifted his arm and the halberd appeared there. A burst of radiant particles emerged from it and swallowed it up. Rumble! Brilliant golden light shone as the image of a golden rock appeared. Wind rules covered his body. At this moment, Yi Futian was like a god of war. A powerful wind blew, and Yi Futian instantly disappeared from where he had been as he moved towards Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan pointed forward without any hesitation. A sword burst forth and destroyed everything as it raced towards Yi Futian. Smash! Yi Futian stabbed straight out with his halberd, smashing it into the catastrophe sword, causing cracks to appear in it. Under his brilliant wings, he crossed through the air and continued to get closer to his opponent. His power was rising. After cultivating his skill with a halberd in the lost ruins, he had spent a period of time cultivating in the endless sea. He trained with it every day in every part of the endless sea. The billowing ocean waves helped him understand how to wield it. Now his attacks grew fiercer and fiercer, just like the ocean waves. But now more catastrophe swords descended. They seemed to be endless. Brilliant light bloomed from him, and his golden wings shrieked past. He thrust his halberd forward once again, and as he did, many halberds of light appeared beside it. They crashed wildly into the catastrophe swords. Yi Futian's body seemed to be buried in the devastating storm it caused. Xia Qingyuan was as unmoving as a mountain. 3,000 catastrophe swords wrapped around her like a storm. Her expression was as sharp as one of her swords. She continued to walk closer to Yi Futian as if there was nothing for her to fear. No matter how strong she was, her state of mind was not affected. The storm of catastrophe swords shrieked like the light of the catastrophe of the great path. It descended towards Yi Futian. He could not avoid it. If he was not strong enough to withstand it, he could only die. This forceful attack was enough to kill any enemy. Her swords covered the sky. Yi Futian did not dodge. The divine ape roared, and he opened the 7-star acupoints. Beams of golden light pierced through his body, and the golden rock shot forward with invincible speed towards the onrushing swords, as if it was going to enter into that endless abyss. His body trembled. Suddenly, a bunch of residual images appeared around him. Each one seemed to carry a halberd until they eventually all merged into one. They faced forward in a straight line. A devastating vortex appeared on the halberd that seemed like it would really tear space apart. The 3,000 catastrophe swords pierced towards him, but a broken hole appeared in the middle of them. A halberd pierced through space and fell towards Xia Qingyuan, who was at the center of the swords. At that moment, Yi Futian swayed violently. Xia Qingyuan was sent flying once again. The destructive storm still raged. Yi Futian's Buddha-pure body had been destroyed, and his life spirit had been damaged. He felt a sweetness in his throat, as if there was blood that he needed to spit out, but he swallowed it back. Xia Qingyuan was not in good shape either. Her clothes were in disarray, and her hair that had been tied back had come loose. As the wind danced, she even looked to be a bit more feminine. Looking at her now, she was even more incredible. She was like an immortal in the human world, untouched by the dust of the mortal world. Xia Qingyuan had apparently not thought that Yi Futian would force her into such a difficult situation. She did not even care that much about Renhuang's inheritance anymore. She just watched Yi Futian. She was not only hailed as unparalleled in Emperor Xiao's realm. When she was young, her father had brought her to another one of Renhuang's realms to let her experience the world and understand the worldly great path. Even though she was extremely young, she had still gone to many places and met many powerful figures. Even in these other realms, she had never met someone who could be a true opponent to her who was of the same generation as her. Now, in the 9 states in the lower world, she seemed to have met one. "Can you fight harder?" Xia Qingyuan asked unexpectedly. Yi Futian was stunned, then said, "If you can, so can I." Beside them, Glass Saint was speechless. They could still fight harder? How hard would these 2 lower-level sages fight? The great Zhou Sacred King had now also opened his eyes to watch the battle. As he watched, his desire to kill Yi Futian only grew stronger. He could not rest easy until Yi Futian died. "Then let me see," said Xia Qingyuan slowly. Her life spirit bloomed behind her, and in a flash, a divine light covered the whole area. An incomparably beautiful golden lotus bloomed. It was rumored that there was a female Buddha beneath the golden lotus. Xia Qingyuan stepped onto the golden lotus and bathed in the divine light. She truly seemed like an immortal. The shaking of the imperial mausoleum grew stronger and stronger, but Xia Qingyuan did not care. At that moment, Yi Futian was far more interesting than Renhuang's inheritance. Chapter 959. Yi Futian fixed his gaze on the woman, who now looked as holy as an immortal. Xia Qingyuan stood on the golden lotus. The lotus's 6 petals continued to open, causing it to look like there were endless images of more lotuses around her. The lotus gave rise to all things and gave rise to the great path. Yi Futian fixed his gaze on the woman, who now looked as holy as an immortal. Xia Qingyuan stood on the golden lotus. The lotus's 6 petals continued to open, causing it to look like there were endless images of more lotuses around her. The lotus gave rise to all things and gave rise to the great path. Yi Futian had once read ancient records in the library of 9 State Academy that said that once you had cultivated up to the supreme level, you could forge the path. The path gave rise to the soul, and your life spirit would develop along with it. Therefore, the true top forces, those whose life spirits contain the path, were those whose perception of the world stretched out far and was thus passed on to future generations. His world tree was endlessly marvelous and was a kind of supreme path, but his plane was not high. He was not yet close enough to touch that level, nor understand its mysteries. He was only able to see a life spirit birth from it, and see how extraordinary it was. Huang Zhuge had inherited 3 great life spirits, all of which were extraordinary. Now he was truly the descendant of Renhuang, but since his level was not high enough, he only understood these life spirits at the surface level. But now that he had the inheritance, the life spirits could probably transform along with him. The road to cultivation was slow, but some people were extraordinary. Their life spirits could get stronger and stronger along with the things that they had cultivated themselves to be good at. Others still relied on their own perception, constantly reinventing their life spirits with their own power from weak to strong, causing it to constantly evolve. Either way, life spirits followed the process of the cultivator growing stronger. Xia Qingyuan's forefather was Renhuang, and her father had cultivated beside him. Her own life spirit was magnificent and could be said to be abundant in natural gifts. At that moment, her life spirit lotus was unleashed, and her whole aura grew stronger, and her perception of law power grew deeper as well. Her prestigious name was well deserved, that of the greatest talent in Emperor Xiao's realm. In Yi Futian's life palace, the world tree swayed with a rustling sound. He sucked in his breath, and a terrible storm blossomed from within him. The life spirit of the divine ape appeared once again, forming the Buddha pure body. Yi Futian seemed to be melded within it as his power grew even wilder. His halberd disappeared as his rule power condensed into a staff in the divine ape's hands. Different rule powers permeated his body. A curtain of starry particles flashed around the staff, and an astonishing aura burst forth from it. Yi Futian stood there like a true god of war, emitting enough pressure to suffocate anyone near him. Cultivation was an orderly and gradual process. As you grew stronger, your life spirits continued to change. Your understanding of martial arts and rule spells was the same. When Yi Futian had begun cultivating, he had studied the 9 heavenly attacks. But how many had he actually learned? Only once the strength of his cultivation increased could he exert greater power with the 9 heavenly attacks. And now they were not the simple attacks of when he had started out. Now they were integrated into his perception of rule power. 2 people cultivating the same techniques would have very different results. Yi Futian had cultivated the rule of particles, force rules, starry laws, and space-tearing rules. He had integrated these rule powers into the 9 heavenly attacks, making them much more powerful. If he truly reached the level of the snow ape, his power would be no weaker than his. Xia Qingyuan still stood calmly on the lotus, holding a sword madra. More and more lotuses blossomed around her. Suddenly, she was bathed in brilliance. She looked like a divine immortal, incorruptible. But Yi Futian had no wish to appreciate her beauty. He could only feel her dangerous aura. The divine ape stepped into the sky, and the air trembled. A terrible force swept out. Yi Futian grasped the staff. Infinite law power seemed to bloom from Xia Qingyuan, and it seemed like Yi Futian was trying to smash through the great path of heaven and earth itself. She had all that law power, and he had only a stick. Brilliance bloomed from the blossoming lotuses, and a catastrophe sword was born from each one. The lotuses gave rise to the path. The lotuses gave rise to everything. Endless sword wills surrounded each catastrophe sword, all of them pointing at Yi Futian. "Cut him," said Xia Qingyuan. The swords and the lotuses flashed as they pierced through the air. The 3,000 swords descended, and a lightning bolt that was much stronger than the swords pierced through the air in that space. Yi Futian raised his arms and brought the staff crashing down, causing a burst of particles to shoot outward. It was like thousands of stars tearing through the air. They crashed into the catastrophe swords from the lotuses, and a destructive airflow appeared. Even if there was a top-level sage there, they would still be astonished by this scene and shocked by the power of the 2 of them. In the instant that Yi Futian brought the staff down, the second catastrophe sword bloomed from a lotus. It flashed towards him, even stronger than the one before it. The power of Yi Futian's staff was not diminished. It continued to sweep out and destroy things, but the arm that was holding it felt a tremendous force. The starry particles began to crack. He could see how strong his opponent's sword was. The 3rd sword, the 4th sword, the 11th sword. The swords were inexhaustible, and the sword was not extinguished. Yi Futian was wrapped up in sword qi, and an endless amount of swords flew around him, cutting through the air. If he let down his guard even a little, he would be beyond saving. But it seemed like he did not feel threatened at all. He walked forward, each step shaking the ground. The divine ape roared, and a storm appeared all around him that seemed powerful enough to smash the heavens. Yi Futian had cultivated for more than 10 years and experienced many battles. Other, Then when he had faced opponents whose levels he could not compete with, he had never experienced a situation like today, where he was still in danger despite using the 9 heavenly attacks. He knew that Xia Qingxuan's life spirit was full of strength and that she had used the lotuses to give rise to her law power. She had integrated her Huangting fist will into the catastrophe swords, making each one stronger than the last. These were 2 different rule powers, but she had achieved mastery over both of them and combined them into a single attack. The lotuses gave birth to swords that cut through everything. But his staff technique was completely different, and his accumulated power was more than that of his opponent's catastrophe swords. At this moment, his staff resonated with heaven and earth. This meant that if 2 people were fighting outside the imperial mausoleum and sought to seize the power of heaven and earth for themselves, they would unleash a terrible storm. Xia Qingyuan stared at him as she stood firm. 9 lotuses flew all around her, with sacred light blooming from them. Powerful catastrophe, swords were hidden in each lotus. The 9 catastrophes were linked together. When the swords were born, everything would wither. She pointed forward, and the 9 swords shot out. Yi Futian had already struck 6 times, and at that moment a powerful storm appeared around him. He stepped forward again, but did not strike a 7th time. The swords reached him. A destructive sound rang out as the air was torn and the stars were shattered. The swords came at him one by one, slicing towards his chest and destroying his will. But Yi Futian seemed to not even see them. He continued forward. The terrible storm of swords seemed to swallow him up, but his momentum grew even stronger. It seemed that he was the only person in the world at that moment. The divine ape's body bore the sword strikes, and it seemed to be riddled with holes. However, at that moment, it grew bigger as if the true divine ape had finally arrived. It gave a loud roar that shook the heavens. Yi Futian lifted his arm and struck forward with it. Bang! 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 Loud noises rang out as the swords collided with the staff. The sounds were like thunder, and the sky trembled at them. The swords of the great path all seemed to be annihilated. All that was left was the staff. It broke through all the swords and slammed through the air towards Xia Qingyuan. The lotuses bloomed majestically, forming a barrier around Xia Qingyuan's body. She watched what was happening calmly. There was a loud noise as the lotuses broke and their petals were sent flying. Xia Qingyuan was also sent flying. There was a loud crash as she hit the cliff wall, and blood flowed from her mouth, staining her white clothes. The immortal was bleeding, which was truly astonishing. The destructive storm still raged, but then it gradually dissipated. Yi Futian stood there calmly like a god. The divine ape and his life spirit disappeared, and the staff had also been annihilated by the swords. But his deep black eyes were still firm as they stared at Xia Qingyuan. She was the princess of Emperor Xia's realm, the foremost talent of the upper worlds. She had 3,000 swords and lotuses that gave birth to matter, and all he had was a stick. The imperial mausoleum trembled more fiercely. Xia Qingyuan shook as she stepped forward. She stood in front of Yi Futian, gazing at the one person of the same generation as her who had ever defeated her. Glass Saint and the great Zhou Sacred King watched this battle and trembled. Yi Futian had defeated the descendant of Ren Huang, Xia Qingyuan, the proud daughter of heaven. Xia Qingyuan wiped the blood away from her mouth. She looked at Yi Futian, and there seemed to still be an unyielding arrogance in her beautiful eyes. "If we continue to fight, I still have tricks up my sleeve," she said. "You will lose. But since you managed to knock me back, I will not fight for the inheritance anymore." She had said that if Yi Futian could get it, he could take it. Of course, Yi Futian had not taken it himself, but had given it to Huang Juga, and now stood blocking her way. But it was all the same. However, she was confident that if she used her trump card, Yi Futian would have no way to resist her. But she did not intend to do so. "Thank you very much, Princess." Yi Futian smiled at Xia Qingyuan and said, In all the time I've been cultivating, I've never encountered anyone at the same level as me who could fight with me to this extent. You are very strong, but if we must talk about tricks up our sleeves, you are not the only one who has them. Xia Qingyuan narrowed her eyes as she stared at him. This guy truly was extremely arrogant. Did he mean that she should be proud of having lost to him? Also, he said that he had a trick up his sleeve as well. Did he mean that if they kept fighting, he could continue to defeat her? I accidentally hurt you in the battle. I hope you won't hold it against me. Yi Futian asked her. Xia Qingyuan regarded him coldly. Who did this bastard think he was? Did he think that just because he had knocked her back, she wouldn't send someone to kill him? Why shouldn't she? I did not originally mean to hold it against you, but after listening to you talk, I want to cut you now, said Xia Qingyuan coldly. If you can hit me with your sword, I will die without complaints, he answered her with a smile. This shameless ruffian, hearing the conversation between the two of them, Glass Saint also wished she could stab Yi Futian. Not long ago he had been flirting with her, and now he even dared to do so with the princess. Chapter 960. Xia Qingyuan seemed to have been accustomed to Yi Futian's daring antics. Even before, there did not appear to be anything that Yi Futian dared not do in front of her. Xia Qingyuan seemed to have been accustomed to Yi Futian's daring antics. Even before, there did not appear to be anything that Yi Futian dared not do in front of her. However, at this time, Yi Futian seemed to be even more arrogant, but still she did not seem to mind it. She used to think that Yi Futian's daring was unwarranted arrogance, but now Yi Futian had proven his strength that could even defeat her. Naturally, he had the right to be proud. This battle had demonstrated that Yi Futian's talent was hard to match among the upper and lower worlds. Even if she thought that she could still beat Yi Futian with her full strength, it did not mean that others could achieve it in the same situation. When such a person appeared in the land of 9 states, even if he was arrogant in speech, she could still tolerate it. Otherwise, what if any other useless person would dare to pull such a stunt in front of her? She would probably execute them with a wave of her hand. Of course, this did not mean that Xia Qingyuan, the precious princess, had a good impression of Yi Futian. She acknowledged the talent of Yi Futian, but it affirmed her feeling that Yi Futian was arrogant and unreasonable, disrespectful. Princess, this guy is arrogant and disrespectful to the princess. I am willing to serve the princess. At this time, Great Zhou Sacred King stood up with a cold look. The eyes that regarded at Yi Futian were full of murder. At this moment, Huang Jioga was receiving the inheritance. The great hall madly trembled, causing the power of Ren Huang to disappear. He and the Glass Saint no longer felt that pressure, and their injuries started to recover considerably. No matter how outstanding Yi Futian's talent was, he would surely die in the face of Saint Plain. Yi Futian frowned, and his eyes drifted to Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan was here, but there were also the rules of Emperor Xia. Great Zhou Sacred King had no way to take his revenge on him, but Great Zhou Sacred King actually thought of using Xia Qingyuan to get rid of him. As long as Xia Qingyuan gave her consent, the Great Zhou Sacred King would have no more concerns. Xia Qingyuan did not respond to the words of Great Zhou Sacred King, but merely cast a cold glance at Yi Futian. Yi Futian saw that Xia Qingyuan's eyes conveyed a faint sense of threat, and thought to himself that might this woman take this opportunity to deliberately exact revenge because she was beaten by him? Sister Glass Saint, can you really bear to see Zhou Jiming to kill me? Yi Futian transmitted his voice to Glass Saint. Glass Saint, who had also recovered some of her energy, was now looking at Yi Futian. In this moment, Yi Futian could clearly feel the murderous sense in those beautiful eyes, and he could not help but shuddered a little. Sister Glass Saint, even if you don't care about what happened between us if I die, who do you think will be Zhou Jiming's next target? Yi Futian continued to transmit his voice. Glass Saint clenched the love destroyer in her hand even harder, strands of her hair flying in the air. How she wished she could slay this shameless hoodlum before the great Zhou Sacred King. But she still got up, walked in front of great Zhou Sacred King casually, her body releasing a coldness, with Love Destroyer in hand, blocking Zhou Jiming. Although she wanted nothing more than to end Yi Futian with her sword, she understood the current situation. If Yi Futian died, the Holy Ji Palace would fall apart, and the alliance of the Yu clan and the Holy Ji Palace would fall through. Once the Holy Ji Palace had been destroyed, who would be the next target for Saint Chihua and the great Zhou Sacred King? Great Zhou Sacred King had said before, he already built the lapis lazuli holy temple within his palace, waiting for her to move in. No matter what a bastard Yi Futian was, it was also true that her plot against him in the first place had resulted in his deliberate retaliation, causing her and great Zhou Sacred King to be grievously injured under the pressure of Ren Huang. This grudge was not as deep as the sea of bloody debts between her and great Zhou Sacred King. When Yi Futian saw what the glass saint did, he knew that she was, after all, a person of the saint plane. She would not wish him to die in the heat of the moment. After Zhou Jiming is dead, I swear I'll kill you with my sword. Glass Saint threatened Yi Futian in a voice cold as ice. Sister Glass Saint, we have already been intimate. You wouldn't really be so unfeeling, would you? Yi Futian responded with voice transmission. Had she tried to threaten him? Before, when the Glass Saint had used him, he remembered it in his heart. The Glass Saint bit down on her lips. Her face was frosty and looked as if she could kill, but it gave her another kind of beauty. For the first beauty of Eastern state, no matter her expression, she would always be lovely to behold. She did not threaten Yi Futian again. At this moment, she clearly knew that this extraordinary man who had just defeated Xia Qingyuan was in fact a shameless boor. Xia Qingyuan clearly saw the actions of Glass Saint, but what she was not clear on was what had happened between the three of them. After all, she'd arrived later. Inheritance has been made known to the world, and all holy lands of the 9 states can go for it amongst themselves as they wish. However, the rules of the sacred war are still in effect. Violators will be executed. At this time, Xia Qingyuan said that coldly, which meant that the great Zhou Sacred King's thoughts about killing Yi Futian could not be a reality. Besides, Xia Qingyuan had just acknowledged the fact that Huang Zhouge was the recipient of the inheritance. 9 states could fight, but they still need to follow the rules of the sacred war. When Yi Futian heard Xia Qingyuan's authoritative words, he stole a look at her. He couldn't help but feel better about her when he looked at her. He thought that this little princess who preferred to dress like a man was actually quite pretty. Maybe he could consider her after all? He had just formed this thought when he felt a cold gaze, and it was none other than the eyes of Xia Qingyuan. He shuddered and gave up the idea, which could prove to be too dangerous. Xia Qingyuan obvious did not know the fleeting thought that had passed in Yi Futian's mind. Otherwise she might really have let great Zhou Sacred King and Yi Futian right then and there. She was only thinking that, with Yi Futian's strength as demonstrated in the battle with her, under the rules of sacred war, it would not be that easy to die. Whether one could hold on to the inheritance after receiving it would depend on one's own skills. The rule was set by her father, and naturally it was not her place to interfere. The inheritance of Emperor Xia appeared in the land of 9 states. If anyone else other than her had received the inheritance, it was probably not a good thing. Within the space of the mausoleum, brilliant, blazing rays bloomed, causing the shaking stone wall inside the mausoleum to gradually crack, and it appeared on the verge of collapse. The Glass Saint and the great Zhou Sacred King stood on the ground and could clearly feel the vibration of the earth. Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan turned their attention to Huang Zhouge, because Yi Futian was plotting against the Glass Saint and great Zhou Sacred King, and also blocked Xia Qingyuan. No one was disturbing Huang Zhouge, and this allowed him to quietly receive the power of Ren Huang. At this time, Huang Zhouge stood under the body of Ren Huang, and that body seemed to have turned into illusory golden sands, slowly sifting into the body of Huang Juga. Huang Juga bathed in the endless glow of the setting sun, and as the body of Ren Huang gradually disintegrated, the light upon his body became brighter and brighter. The three great life spirits were released at the same time and further washed. Even the Ren Huang sword and the Ren Huang bow were all blooming with unparalleled brilliance, gradually blending with the life spirit of Huang Juga, and seemed to be integrated into one. Yi Futian saw this scene, secretly shocked. After today, Huang Juga would be transformed. The ancestor of the sovereign family was the true Ren Huang, and now the inheritance had been passed down to the descendants. It would transform and remake Huang Juga. Great Zhou's sacred king's heart was filled with even more murderous intent, while the glass saint felt something alarming in her heart. She had heard about the story when Jisheng cliffs bullied the barren state. Now in only a few years' time, Yi Futian had led an army to wash Jisheng cliffs in blood. In Yi Futian's generation, outstanding talents had risen one after another. In a few more years, what would things look like then? Xia Qingyuan thought different from what they were thinking. 9 states was governed by her father, so it didn't matter to her who was stronger or who was weaker. However, Yi Futian was willing to give the inheritance of Ren Huang to Huang Juga, guarding in front of him. He had also gone to the 9th layer of heaven through the sky stairwell on account of Yi Wuqian of the Holy Ji Palace. Just what kind of a person was he? Did he not value the inheritance of Ren Huang, or did he feel that it was not as valuable as friendship? At this time, outside the mausoleum, cultivators from the 9 states and the upper worlds were still here. When they saw cracks appearing on the stone wall of the mausoleum, they knew everything was soon to come to an end. The little princess, Xia Qingyuan, should have received the inheritance. Golden rays pierced through the mausoleum, and the light radiated toward the entire imperial mausoleum. In this instant, all the puppets turned into golden sands that flew away, and the matrix was constantly disintegrating. Above the firmament, the perilous aura that had blocked the void was gradually dissipating. At this moment, all the cultivators breathed deeply and felt a little intoxicated by the pure aura of heaven and earth. However, at this time there were terrifying rules of the great path gathering above the firmament, and the void had changed its color and turned into a threat of catastrophe. Many showed a look of surprise for a moment. Was this the divine catastrophe? Just when the matrix had been breached, there was already someone who needed to pass the divine catastrophe. Who had attracted the divine catastrophe? Suddenly, there was a great laughter heard, and when the eyes of many turned that way, they saw that Huang Shi, who had already merged with the statue, said aloud, "I didn't expect that I would have a similar encounter as Dozhan, but it was a pity that Dozhan was far more fortunate than me. But that I could experience the divine catastrophe before I die, it was a life worth living." He understood that it was not his own power that had attracted the divine catastrophe, but it was because he had borrowed the glory of his ancestors and transformed his mind that he'd succeeded. Unfortunately, he had already burned through his spiritual will and could no longer live. Everyone had said that Princess Xia Qingyuan would receive the inheritance of Ren Huang, but he still held out a sliver of hope that he could witness Juga inherit the glory of their ancestor. Then he would have no more regrets in this life. Bang! 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 Violent sounds were heard. The stone wall was shattered and pulverized, and statues were also crushed and broken. In an instant, countless people were looking in the direction of the mausoleum. Over yonder, the glass saint and the great Zhou's sacred king stood opposite each other, as if the two were at an impasse. Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan stood face to face. It seemed like Yi Futian had blocked the way of Xia Qingyuan. Further forward, a figure was bathed in endless brilliance, the light of Ren Huang. That figure was in fact Huang Juga. At this moment, everyone's eyes were concentrated there. The one who received the inheritance of Ren Huang was not the glass saint, not the great Zhou sacred king, nor Xia Qingyuan, whom they all thought as the most promising. Instead, it was Huang Jioga of the Holy Ji Palace. Ha 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 ha. There was sound of great laughs, and Huang Juk turned his eyes toward it and a figure that had blended into the stone wall. Tears were flowing down from his eyes. However, at this time she was also in tears, just as if the statue was crying. Huang Shi had a perfect life. She looked up at the divine catastrophe in the firmament, and seeing it descend, he said clearly, "Palace Lord, please take care of Juga for me." In his last words, he did not call the name of Yi Futian, but referred to him as the Palace Lord. As his voice faded, the divine catastrophe came down, and Huang Shi, who had already burned up his spiritual, could no longer resist it. The divine catastrophe landed, and in the land of the barren state, Huang Shi was no more. He left with smiles on his face. Chapter 961. Chapter 961. Who will take the inheritance? Chapter 961. Who will take the inheritance? The statue was shattered under the divine catastrophe and turned to dust. Huang Shi, who had exhausted everything like an oil lamp run dry, integrated into the statue and could no longer bear the authority of the divine catastrophe. Just one blow and he had completely disappeared from the world. Only his voice was still reverberating. Take 9 states as a whole, and Huang, she was really just a minor character, but it was he who blocked all the saints of the 9 states. His death made Huang Shi a memorable name in the 9 states. At this time, everyone from the barren state arrived. Sword Demon, Zhuge Qingfeng, Yu Qi, Su Shang, and the others stared at the disappearing shadow of Huang Shi, and they sighed in their hearts. In the past on the barren sky ranking, Huang Shi ranked 5th, Zhuge Qingfeng 6th, Dozhan 7th, Yu Qi 8th, and Su Shang 9th. Now, all of those old-timers had come together and cultivated in the Holy Ji Palace. Dozhan had already stepped into Saint Plain and fulfilled his dream, and now Huang Shi had finally ushered in his own divine catastrophe, but he had gone with it instead. They could feel that Huang Shi went very calmly, knowing that he was indeed a descendant of Renhuang, and that his own descendant had received the inheritance of Renhuang, and he had a chance to experience the divine path. It was true that he had no more regrets. Furthermore, as a sage, he had prevented the saints from coming forwards, and even seriously injured Saint Ji, who ranked 5th on the sage and saint ranking of the 9 states. It was also a notable record. From this day forward in barren state, the name of Huang Shi as the master of the Huang clan would surely resound throughout the barren state. "Old man, be at peace," they said in their hearts. Looking at the direction of Yi Futian and Huang Juga, they felt gratified, but at the same time a touch of sadness. These young people had finally caught up with them and would replace them soon, and old guys such as themselves may end up like Huang Shi. If there was such a day one day, would they leave this world as calmly as Huang Shi? The imperial mausoleum collapsed, the heavens and the earth returned its clarity, and a gentle breeze was blowing. Shadows came out of the sky, and it was the saints who marched toward Huang Jioga. The cultivator who came with the princess was the first to be at her side, and his eyes glanced at Yi Futian coldly. They didn't know what had happened, but this guy had dared to confront the princess. Was it he who blocked the princess's way to receive the inheritance? As if he had not seen it, Huang Jioga came to the place where Huang Shi had disappeared. There was no more trace of Huang Shi. Yi Futian walked quietly next to him and said nothing. He felt the same pain in his heart. When the old man was at Crouching Dragon Mountain, the 3rd senior brother, Gu Donlu, was ascending the mountain, and they had opposed the marriage between Bailuli and Zhuge Mingyue. Huang Shi had advocated for them, and after the war outside the palace, how he had moved the clan into the palace. All of these he had remembered in his mind. Now, that man whose name was known throughout the barren state was now gone. "Elder uncle, I am here. The Huang clan is also here," Yi Futian said silently in his heart. With Xia Qingyuan's words, no one from the upper and lower worlds could take away the inheritance that belonged to the Huang clan or the sovereign family. All the cultivators of 9 states wanted to move on it. However, Xia Qingyuan said nothing, so they dared not to make a move first. The inheritance of Renhuang should have belonged to Xia Qingyuan. So, until the princess expressed her position, they were in no place to contest for it. Saint Xia was also in the crowd. His eyes landed on Princess Xia Qingyuan. When he saw that she was watching Yi Futian, he couldn't help but secretly sweat for Yi Futian. This bastard did not really, as rumor had it, battle with the princess outside the mausoleum to compete for the inheritance? To fight, one needed to be alive, just as one also needed to be alive in order to hold on to something. The dispute between the Holy Lands of 9 states will still follow the same rules set by my father. Xia Qingyuan's sight came back to her people, and she said something to them. Suddenly, countless cultivators concentrated their sights as well. They had not known what had happened in the mausoleum. Did this mean that the princess had abandoned the inheritance? Moreover, what was her intention to remind everyone Emperor Xia's rules? Was she concerned that there would be blood flowing like rivers in the 9 states? Xia Qingyuan did not care about the thoughts of these people, and she did not need to care either. She looked at Li Yao and said, "Since the inheritance of Renhuang has already found an owner, it is time for you to go back." Li Yao smiled and said, "The princess is not very hospitable. I was thinking of traveling within the realm of Emperor Xia." He waved his hand toward his people and left, choosing not to get into the fray here. The imperial mausoleum was discovered by them, but they did not get what they came for. They had lost. Since they had lost, if they now wanted to seize the inheritance forcibly, Xia Qingyuan would probably not look upon it kindly. After all, this was still the territory of Emperor Xia. No matter how strong he was, he would not be able to overrule Xia Qingyuan. "Let's go," Xia Qingyuan said, and took her leave with her people. Many from the upper worlds left with her, and a number of cultivators from Lihin Heaven cast a cold glance at Yi Futian. The little princess was really generous. She did not even care to fight for it. Soon, this space was left only with the cultivators from the 9 states. Because the imperial mausoleum had collapsed, many cultivators from the barren state in the distance had moved closer to this area. Looking at it, all cultivators of the 9 states had gathered here. The magnificent sight would likely not be repeated in this lifetime. Although Xia Qingyuan had left, the atmosphere of this space was even more oppressed. Although no one spoke, everyone could feel the subtlety in the air. The abandonment of Xia Qingyuan meant that the real chaos was yet to come. Holy lands of the 9 states could all now fight for it. For Yi Futian to attempt to keep the inheritance, everyone at the Holy Ji Palace might die without a burial place. Which holy land could withstand the anger of all the holy lands of the 9 states? Huang she had previously offended many people, and Huang Jiuge actually wanted to be able to keep the inheritance? Great Zhou Sacred King, you missed. Saint Qihua looked at Zhou Jiming. The great Zhou Sacred King and Glass Saint were the first 2 people who entered the mausoleum, but in the end, the inheritance was obtained by Huang Jiuge. Saint Shihu was rather puzzled. Great Zhou Sacred King revealed a strong murderous intent, his eyes sweeping toward Yi Futian. As for what happened in the mausoleum, he did not say, and for what Yi Futian did to the Glass Saint, he was too ashamed to tell. As for Yi Futian's defeat of Xia Qingyuan, he would not divulge because, 1, he was leery of Xia Qingyuan's position, and 2nd, he did not want the people of 9 states to know that Yi Futian was so outstanding. Because once they knew, inevitably some would want to start hedging their bets, much like the Yu clan. Now that Huang Jiuge had received the inheritance, if Yi Futian wanted to keep it, then he was destined to be enemies with all of 9 states. No matter how strong he was, there was only death in his future. With Yi Futian's temperament, he would never surrender the inheritance. So this would be a dead end, and he wanted to see just how would Yi Futian resolve this. The princess's words have already been made very clear. No matter how you fight, if the rules set by the Emperor Xia were not followed, don't complain when I discipline you. Saint Xia suddenly spoke and surprised everyone. This leader of the 9 states had always been a gentle old man who did not fight for much of anything. He himself already stood at the top of 9 states. What was the meaning behind what he said? But at least it indicated that Saint Xia himself had given up the competition for the inheritance, which was a good thing. Blessings and disasters often depend on each other. Don't fight for it. Saint Li of the 9 State College said to those of the college. The disciples of the 9 State College all nodded and came next to Saint Li to observe the scene unfolding. The inheritance of Renhuang, no matter who took possession of it, would be too hot to handle. Since the 2 topmost figures in 9 states had withdrawn, among the people present, Saint Ji was the strongest. Saint Ji suffered serious injury, previously to Huang Shi. He couldn't take it out on Huang Shi now, so for sure Saint Ji would not let Huang Juga off the hook. What was more, he had not avenged the death of GMO with the people of Holy Ji Palace. At this time, Saint Ji stood in the void, his eyes looked around at the crowd, and pointed to Huang Juga, saying, "There is only one of him, how would you fight for it?" Saint Ji spoke as if he did not regard Huang Juga as a person, but an item who deserved this because he had received the inheritance of Renhuang. Everyone understood what Saint Ji was saying. Even someone as strong as Saint Ji dared not say that he would directly swallow Huang Juga. No principality here could afford to make enemies with the forces of the 9 states. The instant when Xia Qingyuan gave it up, it was destined to be a complicated situation. "What advice does Saint Ji have?" said the clan chief of the Yi clan, not caring at all about his position, and of course caring even less how the people of the Holy Ji Palace in Barren State would view him. Right now, in this situation, how many from the Holy Ji Palace could leave alive? Even if Yi Futian surrendered Huang Juga, Saint Ji would not so easily let go of the power that killed GMO. With the tendency of the Lord of the Hall of Holy Light to protect the bully, and with sworn enemies such as Shihua Sacred Mountain and the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, how could the Holy Ji Palace survive? And should they fasten their hopes on the Yu clan, who is also of the Summer State? Under such circumstances, it was difficult to say if the Yu clan had the courage to intervene. Or, with the temptation of the inheritance of Renhuang, could the Yu clan not be seduced themselves? Those holy lands that are interested to fight for it, send one man in. Whoever killed him may claim him. How is that? Saint Ji pointed to Huang Juga and continued, using Huang Joga's life as a bet. Whosoever killed Huang Juga may claim his dead body. He has the inheritance of Renhuang. Saint Ji would really be willing to kill him. The clan chief of Yi clan asked casually. Many agreed that at the moment they were somewhat reluctant to kill Huang Juga because they wanted him alive. Then how about him? Saint Ji changed the direction of his finger slowly, and it landed in the direction of Yi Futian. The one who killed Yi Futian would get Huang Juga. Everyone from the Holy Lands were silent, considering whether it was any merit in what Saint Ji had just said. First of all, this rule favored Saint Ji. Everyone knew Jia, who ranked second on the sage list, was present here. If all the cultivators of Holy Lands were to make a move at the same time, it would be easiest for Jia to kill Yi Futian. What was more, even if someone was really about to get rid of Yi Futian, would other Holy Lands really be willing to give up Huang Juga? In this game, Yi Futian and his people were in the center of the vortex, but everyone also had a stake in it. At this time, below in the crowd, Yi Futian looked up calmly at Saint Ji, who was floating in the void. Just exactly what did Saint Ji think he and Huang Juga would do? Merely be pawns of their bets? He wanted to see, today, who could come and take the inheritance. Chapter 962. Yi Futian looked down from the sky at the mighty ones from the Holy Lands and said, "I've told you that the Renhuang ruins are left behind by the ancestors of the sovereign family, who studies in the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State. I'm not taking the lineage, and the princess isn't taking it either. With Huang Juga, a descendant of Renhuang, having obtained the lineage left behind by his ancestor, we shall call it a day with the matter of the Renhuang ruins." Yi Futian looked down from the sky at the mighty ones from the Holy Lands and said, I've told you that the Runhuang ruins are left behind by the ancestors of the sovereign family, who studies in the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State. I'm not taking the lineage, and the princess isn't taking it either. With Huang Jiuge, a descendant of Renhuang, having obtained the lineage left behind by his ancestor, we shall call it a day with the matter of the Runhuang ruins. All the others were peculiar expressions, hearing Yi Futian's words. While Xia Qingyuan had indeed been generous enough not to take the lineage, yet Yi Futian was not a saint despite being immensely talented, and he had dared to tell the top-notch figures of the 9 states to call it a day as a sage. No one cares. Saint Shihua snickered sarcastically, and the sacred king was in no hurry as well. While he had personally witnessed how peerless Yi Futian's powers truly were, but that mattered little, as over half of mighty ones ranked on the sage, ranking from all holy lands throughout the 9 states, gathered there, and all of them held divine implements. While Yi Futian was indeed peerless below the saint plane, but if he intended to protect Huang Jiuge's lineage, none there would have let him walked out alive. Saint Ji took a plain look at Yi Futian and paid him no heed. From his perspective, Yi Futian and the ones from the Barren State were all dead people. He would have seen to it that the Holy Ji Palace perished to avenge GMO. You're not making sense, Palace Lordy. The ruins belong to anyone capable enough of taking it, and the place shall belong to the one who would take it first. Wouldn't it be easier if we just see who shall be the one who take it first before everyone else? Why do we need to fight about this? The current palace, Lord of the Ocean Palace, the Ocean Saint said. Yi Futian took a look at him and saw the saints from the 3 major holy lands from the endless ocean stood together. They would have probably reached a consensus telepathically earlier. While the 3 holy lands from the endless ocean were not exactly at friendly terms with each other, and they tried to one-up each other all the time, but none of that prevented them from allying with each other at the moment. It would have been splendid for them to just take Huang Jiuge and decide what to do with him after returning to the endless ocean. Fighting among themselves internally was deemed a better option than fighting the holy lands from all over the 9 states after all. I agree to Saint Ji's suggestion. The nether saint from the North Deep said plainly. The 3 holy lands from the Ocean State had no edge over those from the Summer State, Qi State, and War State. If they were to simply fight in a free-for-all manner, the holy lands from the Ocean State had a slim chance of coming out on top. If they were to ally with each other per Saint Ji's rules, then they would have still stood a chance. The lineage of Renhuang was very tempting after all. Both the upper and lower worlds of Emperor Xia's realm had only one master, Emperor Xia. The sight one would have been able to see at Renhuang Plain was a dream shared by all saints, and none dared claim themselves to be totally uninterested. Huang Jiuge was but a sage and a common student in the Holy Ji Palace, and none there deemed him fit to take the Renhuang lineage. While they would have called Yi Futian's demise a waste, but they would have not minded much. If Yi Futian were to take such a route, then he shall simply die for it. Very well. Saint Ji nodded. With that said, that's how it shall go then. The clan leader of the Yi clan said in agreement to Saint Ji's opinion. Kill Yi Futian and take Huang Jiuge. The saints from all other holy lands said nothing, but their eyes were all on Yi Futian, and they all had their own agendas. Many sage stepped out at that moment and sealed the space off completely. Escape was no longer an option for those from the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State. It was a scene that the people from the Barren State found harrowing, and they gathered around Yi Futian, looking at the mighty ones from all over the 9 states in the sky with determined eyes. They had never expected that there would have been a day where they would make enemies out of everyone else in the 9 states. All of them were wondering if they would have simply perished that day. Yi Futian looked up at the people from other holy lands in the sky, and he smirked all of a sudden. Becoming enemies of the entire 9 states, The 3 holy lands of the endless ocean, the Yi clan, and Saint Ji had all made their stand. It was apparent that they deemed Yi Futian little more than a dead man by then, having no qualms of offending him. The Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State has had to deal with the Xihua Sacred Mountain, the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, and the Jisheng Cliffs, and now more were added to the list of their enemies. Such was the temptation of Renhuang's lineage. If Xia Qingyuan had not relinquished, no one would have dared to fight against her. Lineages might have been important, but their lives more so. But since Xia Qingyuan had given up on it, they saw it fit to fight instead. Treasures had ways of messing with the minds of people, and the saints were no exceptions. Students of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State, fight alongside me, Yi Futian said. His voice sounded calm, yet very solemn. All of those from the Holy Ji Palace stood behind him without making a sound. It was a sight that impressed many. The unity of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State was fearsome like no other. They knew they would have died fighting, and they still chose to fight. In the perspective of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State, they saw no other choice but to fight at the moment. While their actions were commendable, the others at the other side deemed that they must die nonetheless. The others from holy lands all over the 9 states did not sympathize with them just because they were commendable. The spectators of the battles from Zhongzhou City from afar were thoroughly impressed. So that's how determined the Holy Ji Palace, the holy land of our barren state, truly is then. Since the day the young man took charge of the Holy Ji Palace, that holy land of the barren state became firm and unyielding, so much so that they were willing to take on the great Zhou sacred dynasty and massacred the Jisheng Cliffs. Even at the moment when they came to make enemies out of the 9 states, they did not flinch. Some of the top forces, like the Shimin clan, looked from afar and feared that the battle might have simply brought an end to the barren state. That kid has to go this far, Saint Xia cursed beneath his breath. So he's going to do it, even though he knows that he stands no chance then? While Yi Futian had went all the way up to the 9th layer of heaven, but things at present were far more dire than it had been at the 9th layer of heaven. That bastard sure doesn't know where he stands. However, the unyielding determination displayed impressed him nonetheless. The young is truly fearsome. Jiang Yuechan came to the side of the glass saint in another corner. It was an ending that she had never expected would have happened. If Yi Futian were to perish there, it would have been the end of the lapis lazuli holy temple. Madam, why is he able to get the lineage? Jiang Yuechan asked the glass saint telepathically, feeling rather vexed. The glass saint looked at Yi Futian and felt complicated. Would Yi Futian be able to kill his way out of this? He defeated Xia Qingyuan. The glass saint continued to reply Jiang Yuechan telepathically. If it hadn't been for the fact that he had just made enemies out of the entire 9 states, no one would have been able to stop him from leaving. Jiang Yuechan shuddered. Is Yi Futian really that powerful? If such a person were to become a saint, he would have struck fear into the minds of the Zhou sacred king and Saint Xihua. Jiang Yuechan's eyes flashed with determination. There was still hope for miracles. It made sense that they chose to stand their ground and fight. Jiang Yuechan stepped out looking determined. Yuechan, the glass saint called as she saw the girl walking out. Madam, saints are forbidden from fighting. There is still a chance. Jiang Yuechan continued to step forward and said to the moon saint telepathically, Saint Yu, I'm the one who killed the people of Yu clan. The moon saint was unable to help but looked down at Jiang Yuechan, but there was hardly any surprise found in his eyes. The glass saint fell out with the Zhou sacred king right after they entered the imperial mausoleum. He came to realize that something was going on. As such, he did not interfere when Saint Xihua and the Zhou sacred king allied themselves against the glass saint. He felt rather peculiar as to why Jiang Yuechan owned up to that. Do you know why the princess had been able to let Huang Juga take the lineage right before the princess? Senior moon saint. Jiang Yuechan continued to speak to him telepathically. The moon saint felt peculiar as well. Having 2 saints and Xia Qingyuan around meant that Yi Futian's chance of getting it being the smallest. Yet the lineage of Renhuang was taken by Huang Jiuge nonetheless. Yi Futian had defeated the princess. Jiang Yuechan continued telepathically. Not only that, it was thanks to Yi Futian taking on the sky stairwell that Yi Wuchen had been able to come back alive. He tore through the entire Jiutian temple at the upper worlds and made short work of the geniuses up there, taking back Yi Wuchen alive. Didn't you find it odd that Saint Xia, the princess, and those from the upper worlds were treating Yi Futian in a rather peculiar manner? The moon saint's eyes became pointed. Jiang Yuechan's words were able to make sense of many things, and everything seemed clear by then. Saint Xia seemed to have been helping Yi Futian one way or another inconspicuously. The princess' attitude towards Yi Futian seemed rather peculiar as well, claiming that there was nothing Yi Futian dared not do. The Yu clan had wanted to form a marriage alliance with Yi Futian almost exclusively due to his potential. With the barren state facing enemies from all sides from the 9 states at present, if the Yu clan is able to provide assistance, it would be a far better option than a marriage alliance. Jiang Yuechan continued, further, despite things looking grim for the barren state at the moment, it is clear that Saint Xia admired Yi Futian immensely, and Saintly of the 9 State College had some relations with him as well. Yi Futian had visited the college several times and had a rather peculiar relationship with Saint Jiang. Furthermore, the lord of the Vajra region taught Yu Sheng personally as well. If you're to making your stand here, Senior Moon Saint, and the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple backing him up, things would actually look less severe than they seem at the moment. I believe many holy lands are simply sitting on the fence at the moment. What has all of that have to do with you then? The Moon Saint finally spoke and replied coldly. Since Jiang Yuechan had killed people from the Yu clan, there was hardly any way he would have left her alive. I've been staying at Zhongzhou City after Jisheng Cliffs was wiped out. The assassination attempt was something that I've planned, and it had nothing to do with the Glass Saint. You should be able to realize that I was unable to wait for the Glass Saint's orders given how things were moving so fast, and I did not expect mighty ones from the Yu clan would have visited the Holy Ji Palace. As such, there is no need for you to be angry at the Glass Saint. She would stand alongside you and the side of the Holy Ji Palace, as that is the trend of things at present. Jiang Yuechan continued to spoke to the Moon Saint telepathically when she reached the side where Yi Futian and the others stood. Shen then said, "That is all that I have to say, and I believe you'd have your thoughts about it all, Senior. Yi Futian might die here today, but if he were to survive today, it would have been anyone's guess how far someone who had been willing to relinquish his right to fight for Renhuang's lineage and defeated Xia Qingyuan, who is thought to be more talent than Emperor Xia, would be able to go. I dare not think, and I probably wouldn't get to see it anyway. I'm willing to offer my life for make-up for the deaths of the Yu clan's people. I would not be walking out of here alive. The truth of that assassination shall never be known. The world shall remember that when Yi Futian of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State made enemies out of the 9 states, you, the Moon Saint, stood by him through thick and thin. As for me, Jiang Yuechan is a nobody, and no one would have even remembered my death. I do not have the luxury of being remembered anyway." After Jiang Yuechan was done with her telepathic conversation, she turned her eyes at all in the air and said with a brimming voice, "The lineage has found its master, and there is no need to fight any further for it. You're all saints of the 9 states nonetheless, and it is rather despicable seeing how you bully the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State. I've long admired Palace, Lord Yezbearing, and I shall stand by the Holy Ji Palace." The mighty ones in the air looked at Jiang Yuechan with peculiar eyes, finding it baffling that Jiang Yuechan was walking to her death just like that. But then again, they deemed such an incident unworthy of further thought. Since she had a death wish, then they shall oblige her. Chapter 963. Chapter 963. No one but saints remaining. Chapter 963. No one but saints remaining. Yi Futian, who was about to do battle, looked at her feeling rather surprised. "Jiang Yuechan admires me?" Both of them hardly talked to each other, and he was not arrogant enough. To think that a beautiful woman who was ranked on the sage ranking would have loved him so much that she was willing to die for him. That would have sounded too far-fetched. Furthermore, he knew that Jiang Yuechan had her reasons for killing the ones from the Yu clan, and she had probably been doing it for the Glass Saint. He was able to sense the air of a martyr from Jiang Yuechan. He and the people of the Yu clan had investigated the deaths of those mighty ones from the Yu clan, sensing a sliver of aura left behind. The Yu clan probably was able to see something from how the Glass Saint had turned on the Zhou sacred king after entering the imperial mausoleum. If things were indeed like that, Jiang Yuechan was indeed having a death wish. None of those in the air paid any heed to Jiang Yuechan's words. Her status as one ranked in the sage ranking remained unimportant in front of the saints. Furthermore, what was at hand involved acquiring the lineage of Renhuang, and they would have cared nothing about Jiang Yuechan's wish. Ji walked out first before everyone else and took a cold at Jiang Yuechan below. Nothing wrong with adding one more to the list. Yu Sheng of the Holy Ji Palace had driven a wedge in his plans using the power of demonization, and GMO was killed right before his eyes. He was determined to not let a single one from the Holy Ji Palace leave the place alive. If Jiang Yuechan wanted to fight alongside the Holy Ji Palace, then she shall simply die together with them. Yuechan, get back here, the Glass Saint said coldly. She knew without a doubt that everything Jiang Yuechan had been doing was for her sake. They had been supporting each other while shouldering the vengeance of their clan being obliterated and came all the way to where they were at present. While Jiang Yuechan's talents were not exceptional, but she had nonetheless made it all the way to become a mighty one ranked on the sage, ranking with indomitable belief and will. There was no way the Glass Saint would have simply let Jiang Yuechan send herself to death's door like that. Madam, I apologize for being unable to take your orders this once. Jiang Yuechan replied the Glass Saint telepathically. If Yi Futian is able to leave this place alive today, you can further the relations with Yi Futian. Please take good care of yourself after I'm gone. I shall serve you again in the next life. She took a look at the Moon Saint's direction after she was done talking and took one step towards him. She knew that she had to die one way or another. A life for a life. She owned up to her actions and knew that day would have came when she acted against those mighty ones from the Yu clan. However, she had no regrets. The truth paled in comparison to getting the Yu clan to side with Yi Futian. No one would have cared about the truth when she died. Yi Futian did not get in Jiang Yuechan's way. It was her own choice. Her fate was sealed when she decided to assassinate the Yu clan's people. Even if there was not such a scuffle taking place at present, there was no way the mighty ones of the Yu clan would have spared her. Kill her, Saint Ji said plainly without any sign of emotion. Seeing how Jiang Yuechan continued walking, several mighty ones ranked on the sage ranking made their move. Kong Yao of Jisheng cliffs moved. His divine elephant brought immense pressure to their surroundings. Jiang Yuechan shuddered, but remained staying in the air and continued moving. Zhong Kuei of the Shihua sacred mountain walked. Sounds of the bell rang in their surroundings, and Jiang Yuechan's speed slowed. Li Daoqiu extended his arm and grabbed at the air, seemingly about to freeze the space. Jiang Yuechan's speed got increasingly slow. Two beams of light flashed. Jia and Ji Mu of the Hall of Holy Light acted at the same time. The swords of holy light flashed in their hands, and they drew a dazzling arc. Jiang Yuechan's body was pierced, and blinding light emerged from her body. She was torn to blinding shreds at the very next moment, reduced to nothing right there and then. 5 mighty ones, ranked on the sage, ranking attacked her at the same time, and one of them had been Jia, ranked 2nd, and Kong Yao, ranked 9th. There was simply no way Jiang Yuechan would have been able to stand against such attacks. Furthermore, she had a death wish to begin with and never intended to come out alive. Many throughout the 9 states had no idea why Jiang Yuechan wanted to die, but the Glass Saint was not one of them. A streak of tears rolled from her eyes, a sight that would have broken the hearts of many. While she was trained in the ways of cutting off emotions, there was no way she would have been able to rid herself of all emotions nonetheless. The woman who had been following her and calling her madam since young left her for good right there and then, and that woman died for her. She recalled her younger days when a servant girl stood behind her and helped her with makeup, looking at the mirror saying, "Madam, your looks is such that even I as a girl would have fallen for you. I wonder who would be the lucky man to become your husband. He would definitely be the happiest man in the world." Jiang Yuechan was unable to see that day realized. She only saw her master being betrayed and sold out by the man who was to be her master's husband. Her clan obliterated, and she lived a hard life ever since. The glass saint put all her time and effort into her training in order to avenge her clan's destruction, and Jiang Yuechan herself became a mighty one ranked on the sage ranking. Beautiful women were doombringers, and she was indeed a doombringer. Her clan was killed because of her, and she ended her fiancé's family personally. She had even brought doom to her teacher and at present to Yuechan. It was something that would have probably ended only when she died. However, it was not her time to die yet because Zhou Jiming still lived, despite telling Yuechan to return to her. But she knew without doubt that there was no way Yuechan would have been able to come out of this alive. As such, she never tried to earnestly get in the Jiang Yuechan's way, making a pathetic and selfish woman. She did not wipe her tears, and whatever tears she shed quickly dried. She did not shed any further tears and simply looked at Jia, Kong Yao, Zhong Kue, and the others. Those people were backed by Saint Ji, and Saint Chihua. At present, she seemed to have cared for more than just taking her revenge against Zhou Jiming. Yi Futian took a look at the glass saint's direction and saw the streak of tears at the corner of her eyes, looking deplorable yet beautiful. The glass saint seemed to look even more despaired than when she was bullied, a despair that was utterly silent. She probably knew that there was no way she would have been able to keep Yuechan alive. He sighed deep down, and her resentment towards both the glass saint and Jiang Yuechan reduced somewhat. Every single person had something they treasure more than anything else. While Jiang Yuechan's methods were rather despicable, she nonetheless ended up atoning with her life. He was able to relate to how the glass saint was feeling at the moment. The current predicament with the Holy Ji Palace looked just as despair-inducing. They have just made enemies with the 9 states, and their chance of emerging in one piece was slim. However, all who stood by him were willing to fight to the death by his side. They, like Jiang Yuechan, had their own beliefs which they had to see through. He would have never let himself ended up like the glass saint, who had been unable to protect her own. It was fine to make enemies out of the 9 states. If the people of the 9 states were out to take the lives of the students of the Holy Ji Palace, then he shall slaughter his enemies until a river of blood flowed. Yi Futian gradually took to the air. Countless eyes were fixed on Yi Futian at that moment, seemingly having forgotten about Jiang Yuechan's death. Jiang Yuechan remained insignificant, while she was a mighty one ranked on the sage ranking. But that status meant nothing in the predicament they found themselves in. How she died and her reason of death were things that no one cared about. Everyone cared only about one thing at the moment. Who shall be the one to take Renhuang's lineage? Many mighty ones from holy lands made a move as they saw Yi Futian rose to the air. Ji held the sword of holy light in his hand as he wreaked murderous intent. Kong Yao stood in the air like a god, looking down at Yi Futian. The 2 top mighty ones on the sage, ranking from Shihua Sacred Mountain, were incredibly cold, and their killing intent just as strong. Zhou Huang and Zhou Mian of the great Zhou sacred dynasty moved. A will of heat spread throughout their surroundings as they launched themselves at Yi Futian. Mighty ones ranked on the sage, ranking from the 3 holy lands from the endless ocean, made a move, locking down the space. Mighty ones from the Yi clan moved as they carried bows and arrows in their hands, pointed at Yi Futian and emanating killing light. The actions taken by all those mighty ones alone were more than enough to end the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State right there and then. With everyone in the 9 states becoming enemies, it was a luxury for anyone below Saint Plain hoping to emerge out of it all alive. Tremendous pressure was cast on Yi Futian, and a terrifying gale whipped out. Someone dressed in white garb billowed, and the air became filled with murderous intent. The people of the Holy Ji Palace behind Yi Futian mobilized, and every single one of them unleashed their own powers, ready to fight to the death. The air was silent, save for the cold wind blowing. It was a stifling scene. Many from the Zhongzhou city far away had their eyes locked onto the battlefield, while sighing deep down. Is the Holy Ji Palace really going to perish at last on this day? If Yi Futian were to perish, the Holy Ji Palace was no longer the Holy Ji Palace, even if the organization and place were to remain intact. The one to kill me shall acquire the lineage. Yi Futian lifted his head and scanned the mighty ones in the air. He stepped out and faced the mighty ones from the 9 states alone. He extended his hand and dazzling light emerged. A ritual implement appeared on Yi Futian's palm. It was a halberd, shining with a golden glimmer that made it seem like it was made of pure gold, emanating brilliant sparkle. Terrifying power of space ebbed on the weapon. It was the might of the saints. It became clear that the weapon he held was a divine implement. Many from the Holy Lands did not catch on. It was hardly surprising that Yi Futian came to possess a divine implement. However, the saints from the 3 Holy Lands at the Endless Ocean froze at the sight of the weapon, locking their gaze on the halberd and nothing else. The Ocean Saint, Palace Lord of the Ocean Palace, stepped forward with wide-opened eyes and said coldly, "The halberd of space and time." The saints from all over the 9 states wore peculiar looks. Is that really the weapon that ranked third on the divine implements ranking, the halberd of space and time nothingness? Saints from the Endless Ocean claimed not long ago that the lost ruins were broken and the halberd of space and time disappeared. The one who had taken the weapon was Jewing, a divine beast. Yet, at present, the weapon appeared in Yi Futian's hand. The saints of the North Deep and the Celestial Cliffs were similarly cold expressions as they glared at Yi Futian. So this is to say that you're the one who killed the people of the 3 major holy lands of the Ocean State, and the one who took the halberd of space and time that belonged to the Ocean Palace. Then the Ocean Saint said, as power of the saints emanated from him. Yi Futian held his right hand up and pointed at the Ocean Saint. Lineages of ruins shall belong to those who are able to take it. I believe those are your words. Have you forgotten them already? It hardly mattered if he had killed the people from the 3 holy lands, and him taking out the halberd of space and time was just as irrelevant. If the 9 states were to become his enemies, then so be it. Brilliant, St. Ji said. He did not expect to not only find the Runhuang lineage on that day, but also the halberd of space and time nothingness, which was ranked third on the divine implement's ranking, appeared as well. Things turned out to be very nice. The 2 divine implements, ranked first and second, were probably still in the hands of their masters. The top 2 on the saint ranking. They were nowhere to be found. With the 3rd divine implement appearing, and both Saint Xia and Saint Li not fighting over it, then it would have belonged to him. Brilliant indeed. Yi Futian took a look at Saint Ji and said coldly, while pointing the weapon at him, "If there is anyone from any holy land were to kill even a single person from the Holy Ji Palace, and if I were to emerge alive, I would make sure that said holy land would have no one else remaining but their saints." Chapter 964. Yi Futian's proud voice reverberated throughout that space, and everyone was able to sense the killing intent oozing from him. Yi Futian's proud voice reverberated throughout that space, and everyone was able to sense the killing intent oozing from him. They were unable to fathom how someone who was about to die was able to be so unrestrained with his words. Not going to die? How is Yi Futian not going to die, facing off so many from the other states? Boom! Yi Futian took one step in the air, walking out to see who dare stands in his way. The ones from the barren state stepped out together with Yi Futian. All of them brought their auras to bear. Qin Zhuang and the other 8 took their stations, forming the matrix. Huang Zhuge emanated with dazzling light. His life spirit burst from behind him. The Renhuang Bao, a weapon which corresponded to Renhuang-level ritual implements. The aura emanating from the Renhuang Bao was not any weaker compared to the halberd of time and space. In that very instant, the saint's greed grew. That was a Renhuang-level ritual implement, after all. The Renhuang Bao pointed to the air, and the aura bursting from Huang Zhuge grew extremely intense. "Let's go," Yi Futian said. He stepped out in the air and had full intentions to leave the place just like that. Anyone who dared to stand in their way shall be cut down. Boom! A raging pressure fell from above. Kong Yao, a sage ranked 9th of the sage and saint rankings, stood in the air. He was surrounded by divine elephants out to trample everything in their path, as he glared at Yi Futian and the others. "You intend to leave? Let's see where you'd end up in then." An extremely raging aura burst from Yi Futian, and golden sparkling light burst. The rock appeared, and a pair of wings were seen on his back. The 7-star acupoints were all opened, and beams of light pierced through his body. The world tree within his life palace shook, and the spiritual chi around him seemed to be resonating with his body. In that very instant, Yi Futian felt as if his will was everywhere. Ji Ye and Ji Mu held their swords of holy light, while the elders of the Yi clan held their longbows. The ones who had killed Jiang Yuechan earlier brought their immense might to bear. As Jiang Yuechan, a sage who ranked of the sage ranking, was unable to withstand one blow from them, they intended to see how long Yi Futian would have lasted against them. Boom! Yi Futian made a move and shot out like a streak of lightning. He held tight to the halberd in his hand, and terrifying, space-tearing rule power appeared around him. All forms of might and pressure were torn away by his body itself as he carved a path in their midst, like a golden lightning bolt headed straight for one direction. It was where Zhou Huang, the crown prince of the great Zhou sacred dynasty, stood. Kong Yao took a step on the air and brought the might of his divine elephant rule power down onto his enemies. However, Yi Futian did not seem to be all that fettered. A golden, sparkling ancient path appeared in the air. Zhou Huang's expression was ice cold. Yi Futian had taken him using the power of the matrix, and that remained to be the greatest insult suffered in his life. And at that moment, Yi Futian chose to attack him first. He fully intended to see how Yi Futian, someone who had just become an archmage, would have been able to deal with him. The golden phoenix sword shimmered with dazzling light in his hand, and an extremely dazzling golden phoenix appeared above him. Its wings flapped, and a tornado was formed as he turned into a bolt of golden lightning and headed straight for Yi Futian. "Zhou Huang, do not fight him head-on." The Zhou sacred king had witnessed the battle between Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan, and he naturally knew how powerful Yi Futian was. As such, he reminded Zhou Huang telepathically, and he sounded extraordinarily serious with his advice. Zhou Huang did not stop doing what he did even after hearing his father's voice. "Even father thought that I'd lose to Yi Futian then?" An even more brilliant light burst as Zhou Huang moved forward fearlessly. The shadow of the phoenix blocked out the sky, and a huge golden phoenix sword appeared in the air, emanating towering beams of light, seemingly out to tear the space apart as it moved straight for Yi Futian. No other mighty ones helped Zhou Huang out. All of them wanted to see how powerful Yi Futian's combat prowess would have gotten with that halberd of space and time in his hand. And Zhou Huang served as a convenient guinea pig. The light of the giant sword cleaved through the air towards Yi Futian. However, he did not budge and had simply let the blade come down onto him. He had only Zhou Huang in mind at the moment and nothing else. Two dazzling silhouettes clashed with each other in breakneck speed. Yi Futian lashed out with the halberd of time and space as they neared each other. A black hole seemed to have appeared in the space before the weapon, tearing everything before it apart. The light of the giant's sword was disintegrated right there, and then as it was cleaved in the middle. The thrust of the halberd tore on the golden phoenix sword, and the sword aura was torn to shreds in an instant. A huge force went straight for Zhou Huang's arm. The halberd of time and space grazed through the sword and kept moving forward. Time seemed to have grinded to a halt at that very moment. Zhou Huang's expression finally changed. The storm that tore through everything before it seemed to be the most terrifying vortex to have existed in the world, capable of devouring everything in existence, including his life. He intended to retreat, but found his movements getting extraordinarily sluggish, so much so that even his thoughts seemed to have stopped altogether. PFFTT. A crisp sound was heard, and Zhou Huang stopped thinking altogether. The halberd went through his throat right there, and then, no. Zhou Huang's mind screamed in a frenzy. His appearance turned increasingly ethereal, and under the gaze of countless, his brain exploded to bits and reduced to nothing. The space around them seemed to have stopped and turned completely silent. Many even stopped thinking altogether. The eldest son of the Zhou sacred king, a sage ranked on the sage ranking, was killed with a single thrust from the halberd. Such was the prowess of Yi Futian, who claimed to be peerless in all of the 9 states. The ones from the barren state looked at that figure clad in white while their minds trembled. That figure was none other than their palace, lord of the Holy Ji Palace of the barren state. There had been rumors throughout the 9 states saying that Yi Futian lost to Lu Zong of the Xihua sacred mountain and ran. However, at that very day, Yi Futian faced off against the mighty ones of the other states, and it took him one thrust with the halberd to kill a mighty one ranked on the sage and saint rankings, Zhou Huang. None other in the 9 states could have claimed to be peerless. None other in the 9 states but Yi Futian of the barren state. At that very moment, everyone recalled the weight of his words back then. If Yi Futian were to come out alive, any from a holy land who dared to kill even one person of the Holy Ji Palace, he would have then rendered said holy land to have no one but their saints remaining. The sacred king flashed and caught Zhou Huang's dropping body. A vast killing intent emanated from him, pointed specifically at Yi Futian. "Zhou, sacred king," Saint Xia said plainly while sounding rather cold, seemingly to remind the sacred king to not forget the rules. The sacred king rescinded his aura and turned to look at Zhou Huang, who had lost a head. The sacred king felt his heart bleeding. He knew that Zhou Huang would not have been a match to Yi Futian, but he had never expected things to turn out like that. One thrust was all it took to kill his son, Zhou Huang, that insignificant ant of a member of the younger generation that he had once underestimated, had not only waged a sacred war against him, but had also, at the moment, ended up killing his heir. Yi Futian did not look at the sacred king. He took the golden phoenix sword and put it away. He looked up and pointed the halberd in his hand at the mighty ones of the other states, saying plainly, "Who dares to fight me?" His hair billowed in the air, and many from the barren state who had watched that battle felt their eyes reddened and about to shed tears. Such was the bearing of the one who claimed to be truly unparalleled, the figure who pointed with his halberd, asking the ones from the other states, "Who dares to fight him?" It would not have mattered if they had enemies all over the 9 states, if none dare fight them. Kill one from the Holy Ji Palace, and I shall have reduced his place to have no one but the saints remaining. All from the other states, including even the saints, were shocked by that one thrust of his. One thrust was all it took to kill a mighty one ranked on the sage ranking, and that one thrust came from a sage who had just broke into Archmage Plane. Would anyone throughout the 9 states be able to hold him back? Saint Xia looked at that youth clad in the white in the air. Any who dared to refuse the princess would have definitely had what it took to behave so arrogantly, and Yi Futian was more than qualified to do so. It was no wonder that the princess had instructed Saint Xia telepathically to have him keep a close eye on the ones from the other holy lands, to prevent any from breaking the rules. The princess indeed came to believe that Yi Futian would have been able to kill his way out of the barricade. If even the princess thought so, then what actually happened in that tomb? Did Yi Futian fight the princess in there? Is that considered a test to Yi Futian by the princess? If Yi Futian is truly able to come out alive, his future would have lied beyond the 9 states. Yi Futian then turned his eyes at Zhong Kuei and Li Daoqiu, 2 mighty ones ranked on the sage and saint ranking from the Xihua sacred mountain. Why are you 2 waiting for? Do you want him to take you both out one by one? Saint Xihua shouted as he caught Yi Futian's eyes. Yi Futian had been able to kill Zhou Huang with 1 strike because everyone else had apparently wanted to see how capable Yi Futian would have became, and Zhou Huang died for it. "Move," Kong Yao said coldly, and he stepped out as soon as he finished. The divine elephants trampled as he headed for Yi Futian. There was no room for reconciliation between him and Yi Futian. The young sage would not have minded if many others did not end up fighting him. But his feud with Kong Yao went a long way back, and they were nothing short of archenemies. Zhong Kuei burst with his life spirit, an ancient bell. The sound of the bell rang, and the air around it shook. Everyone within earshot felt their spiritual will about to collapse. At the same time, Li Daoqiu grabbed the air with his hand, and Yi Futian felt as if he was about to be petrified by huge rocks around him, as terrifying gravity closed in on him. Zhou Mian burst with dazzling golden phoenix wings, cleaving through the air as he headed for Yi Futian. Boundless light emanated from above Jia. A huge light of a giant sword appeared above him, capable of cleaving the sky apart. Sages ranked on the sage ranking, including even Jia, who ranked 2nd, joined hands with the others without question, in order to kill just 1 sage. Yi Futian was probably the only one throughout the 9 states who received such treatment. At the same time, a group of figures stepped out and came behind Yi Futian. Their life spirits burst and power of rules coursed throughout the bodies, the sealing rules. Boundless light of sealing fell from above, like screens of light, materializing as sealing barrier around him. Extremely powerful attacks hit the barrier and were stopped dead in their tracks entirely. Many were shocked at that scene. The mighty ones of the Yu clan had sided with Yi Futian. The situation at present said that Yi Futian would have made enemies throughout the 9 states, and it absolutely was not wise for the Yu clan to take his side at the moment. The glass saint understood what that meant. It was a turn of events that Yuechan had exchanged for with her life, the possibility of Yi Futian emerging alive. The Yu clan finally gotten themselves completely involved after her death, declaring their support for Yi Futian. It was then to see if there were any from the other holy lands deciding to make a move, and if any dared to move against Yi Futian. Many holy lands did not take a stand prior, and thus were afforded different options. If Yi Futian would have definitely ended up dead that day, none of those other holy lands would have gone easy on him. Chapter 965. Saint Ji's eyes turned incredibly pointed in an instant as he looked in the moon saint's direction, saying, "What do you mean by this?" Saint Ji's eyes turned incredibly pointed in an instant as he looked in the moon saint's direction, saying, "What do you mean by this?" All of you are figures standing at the pinnacle of the 9 states, and I find it rather despicable for you all to bully a member of the younger generation like that. With the lineage of Renhuang taken by the Holy Ji Palace and the princess acknowledging their possession, I'd say you shall issue a formal challenge and fight for it in an honorable manner. The moon saint then scanned the crowd and said, "What the hell is with you all from holy lands, ranked on the sage ranking, ganging up on them?" Saint Ji continued glaring at him with cold eyes. Everyone coveted the Renhuang lineage, and no one saw anything wrong with ganging up like that. He was wondering if the Moon Saint intended to take everything for himself standing out like that, or that the Moon Saint saw potential in Yi Futian. That extraordinary thrust with the halberd earlier had indeed been attractive enough to have Holy Land side with Yi Futian. If you people of the Yu clan wanted to die so badly, then we shall simply oblige, St. Ji said coldly. Ji Ye's sword shot forth as soon as he finished. The giant sword of light came down like a mountain, splitting the air in two and crashed onto the screen of light, shattering it. Kong Yao and the others did not go easy. With the fight already in full swing, there was simply no reason to hold back. If the Yu clan insisted on getting in their way, then they were to simply be dealt with. Boom! Dazzling light burst, and arrows were seen penetrating the space, heading straight for Yi Futian at impeccable speed. The space seemed as if they were torn apart as the arrows passed, locking Yi Futian down tightly. The mighty ones from the Yi clan moved as well. Their arrows were all intended to end Yi Futian right where he stood. At almost the very same moment, Huang Zhuge shot an arrow as well. The arrow shot from the Run Huang bow streaked through the space and was targeted at the incoming enemy arrows. His arrow proved to be faster, and it zipped past Yi Futian as it clashed with the incoming arrows, crumbling together. Yi Futian seemed to have not taken notice of any of that. Even when Huang Zhuge's arrow zipped right past his side, his expression remained utterly unfazed. He stepped out and cast his pressure downwards at Zhong Kuei and Li Daoqiu below. The ones from the Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty were top on his to-be-killed list. Those two had allied with the Jisheng Cliffs and waged the sacred war against the Holy Ji Palace after all. The rock streaked through the sky and charged forward. Kong Yao stepped forward and brought a huge divine elephant stepping, shrouding the sky and intending to stomp on Yi Futian. Dazzling screens of starlight appeared around Yi Futian, as if a star was wrapped within. The divine elephant crushed the stars with a loud boom and continued to come down on him, crashing onto the rock's humongous body. Yi Futian's speed forward seemed to have been slowed and dropped quite a distance below, but it continued to streak forward, letting Kong Yao's powers drop onto him without a care. The expressions of Zhong Kuei and Li Daoqiu changed somewhat. The ancient bell rang with intentions to overpower everything around it. Sound waves swept forth and crashed onto the rock's body. Li Daoqiu launched attacks that were just as fearsome as if an ancient mountain had bashed onto Yi Futian's body. The rock seemed to have become his battle form as he continued to charge forward. Rumbles continued to be heard around him. The rock was shattered and the battle form was no more. Yet Yi Futian himself tore right through the mountain, lashing out with the halberd in his hand at the incoming storm of rocks. The light of countless particles shone and zipped out like bolts of lightning, bringing the power to tear everything in the path apart to bear. Dong! A sound of the bell rang with enough magnitude to tear people's souls apart, yet Zhong Kuei himself suffered the recoil. Seeing the figure clad in white descending upon him with the halberd of space and time in his hand like a god of war, the space around him seemingly frozen thoroughly, he finally came to understand how Zhou Huang felt moments before the prince died. The lockdown was absolute and indisputable. The space around him seemed to have grinded to a complete halt. The space that was shrouded by the holy light of the halberd of space and time was completely put under the weapon's control. It was the divine implement ranked third on the divine implement ranking, and Yi Futian himself was adept at wielding space-freezing rule powers. Once he had gotten close, even mighty ones ranked on the sage ranking would have been put under temporarily space-time halt status, and that temporary moments were more than enough to decide their fates. Nothingness, the halberd of space and time, was named for its ability to reduce everything to nothing when it landed on its target. Devastating storms raged, and Zhong Kuei, a mighty one of the Xihua Sacred Mountain ranked on the sage ranking, exploded to pieces. Like Zhou Huang, he was not given a single moment to struggle. The killing was clean and done in a single blow. Yi Futian's charge did not stop after killing Zhong Kuei, as he headed straight for Li Daoqiu, who was retreating. The halberd transformed into a bolt of golden lightning, piercing through the space before him in an unstoppable manner. The third mighty one, ranked on the sage, ranking, was killed with a splattering sound heard, dying right on the spot. Yi Futian stopped and scanned the top-notch sages from the Xihua sacred mountain. Everyone retreated at the very same time. One look from him was all it took to spook them all. Extremely dazzling holy light soared streaked at him, but Qin Zhuang and the others appeared right behind Yi Futian, conjuring the sword diagrams before him. Hundreds of thousands of swords burst forth at the same time, clashing with the swords coming at him. Sword aura storms whipped up in the air before him. Yi Futian did not turn around. Blood was seen at the corner of his mouth. He continued streaking forward without paying any heed to attacks from Kong Yao and the others. Regardless of how formidable his defenses were and how peerless his body was, there was simply no way he could have emerged completely unscathed. He forgone resistance and simply charged forward, bearing the brunt of the attacks, and killed the only two mighty ones from Xihua Sacred Mountain, ranked on the sage ranking. It was anyone's guess what Saint Xihua would have thought of what transpired. Yi Futian kept his gaze forward. Lu Zong was among the mighty ones of the Xihua Sacred Mountain. He pointed the halberd of time and space forward and said, "Who dares to come and kill me?" The saints murmured in discussion. "The one to kill Yi Futian shall take Huang Jioga." At the moment, it was a wonder who would have emerged to kill Yi Futian. 2 attacks from him ended with 3 deaths of sages ranked on the sage ranking, other than Jia and Kong Yao, both of whom were ranked at the top 10 of the sage ranking, who perhaps had a chance against him. No one else dared to move against Yi Futian at the moment. "Let's go!" Yi Futian continued to step forward in the air. While he might have been peerless in battle, his powers were still limited nonetheless, which meant that there was no way he could have brought down everyone standing against him with his power alone. Furthermore, there were many from the holy Ji Palace present. Many holy lands were still sitting on the fence at the moment. The feat of killing 3 sages who ranked on the sage ranking was to shock the people of the other holy lands into inaction. The score was to be settled once they returned to the holy Ji Palace. "Think about the consequences if you all were to let the tiger return to the mountain," Kong Yao said coldly. He was alone and had little to lose. The Jisheng Cliffs was almost annihilated by Yi Futian, and he wanted to see how many of the holy lands who had acted against Yi Futian dared to let the palace Lord Sage leave just like that. Kong Yao stepped forward against Yi Futian, bringing countless divine elephants to bear. Every step that Kong Yao took seemed to be out to bring down the sky. The figure who was ranked 9th on the sage ranking was not one to be trifled with. Kong Yao trained in few rules, yet he had trained to the extreme with every single one that he mastered. A humongous shadow of the divine elephant appeared as he burst forth with his life spirit, stepping forward and intending to stomp onto Yi Futian. The palace lord had led others to carry out a bloodbath in the Jisheng Cliffs, and he intended to settle the score by taking Yi Futian's life. An earth-shattering roar was heard, and a divine ape appeared behind Yi Futian, taking the place of the rock. He merged with the ape and burst with wild, unfettered powers. Yi Futian stepped forward and shook the air about him. He began attacking, and devastating storms were whipped up, piercing the huge divine elephant, shattering it to pieces. Yi Futian, who was clad in boundless, overwhelming power, headed straight for Kong Yao. He stepped forward with terrifying steps, just like the divine elephant stomping the air about it. Every single step beat hard on Yi Futian's mind, yet he simply shrugged off all of that. The divine ape roared as it resisted the power of every single step. Blood was seen at the corner of Yi Futian's mouth, yet he continued to press forward. So long as he was able to get close, there would have been no problem for him to kill Kong Yao, regardless if he was ranked 9th on the sage ranking. The halberd of time and space tore through all manner of powers. The divine elephant life spirit behind Kong Yao stomped. Yet Yi Futian continued to press forward. The halberd of space and time was thrust, and the space around him frozen. In that very instant, Kong Yao felt it very difficult for the divine elephant to lift its leg, as if its movements were about to grind to a complete halt. He sensed that something was wrong and burst with rule power in a frenzy, breaking that shackling power through sheer brute force as he brought the elephant's leg down. Boom! The divine elephant's shadow shattered with a rumble. The halberd of space and time brought a devastating storm right onto Kong Yao. Kong Yao roared and brought his arms down to resist. Thousands of elephants seemed to have trumpeted as they stomped the air. Yi Futian did not retreat. His halberd burst with towering light, intending to bring the sky down. One elephant after another was destroyed. Kong Yao's arms were put before him, his divine implement gauntlet blocking the halberd. His arms trembled violently. His body was about to be torn apart as it was thrown high in the sky. At that very moment, Zhou Mian's golden phoenix flapped its wings, blocking the sky as it headed straight for Yi Futian. Ji Mu's sword of light came onto him as well. Yi Futian's surroundings seemed to have been turned into an absolute space, as space and time felt like they were about to stop altogether. The phoenix's cutting rules and the sword of light tore through the lockdown and crashed hard onto Yi Futian's body. Yi Futian was sent flying with a rumble. Yet, the two incredibly ferocious attacks did not faze Yi Futian much. Be it the tremendously sharp wings of the phoenix or the sword of light, none of them were able to pierce his body. It seemed as if Yi Futian did not only possess incredible defense. His physical body itself was also unnervingly strong. However, regardless of how strong his body was, his innards were still rattled after bearing the brunt of such ferocious attacks. It seemed as if he was about to spit blood, yet he simply snickered coldly. "You want to kill me? Then you shall pay with your blood." He stepped forward, and this time he handed straight for the Hall of Holy Light, at Jimu, who had lashed out with a blinding sword at him. Ji Yu was being held back by Qin Zhuang and the other 8. The mighty ones of the Yi clan were being dealt with by the Yu clan's mighty ones and Huang Zhuge. Those who were capable of the fastest and the most ferocious attacks were incapable of getting in the way of Yi Futian. At that very moment, Ji Mu of the Hall of Holy Light, who was ranked on the sage ranking, saw Yi Futian snickering at him. He actually felt a tinge of fear. The youth clad in white came to possess such overwhelming aura. Chapter 966. Ji Mu looked solemn as several cultivators from the Hall of Holy Light walked to his side. Suddenly, a sword of light flashed across the sky. Beautiful light shot out, piercing everyone's eyes. Ji Mu looked solemn as several cultivators from the Hall of Holy Light walked to his side. Suddenly, a sword of light flashed across the sky. Beautiful light shot out, piercing everyone's eyes. Yi Futian felt that his eyes stung to the point where he could not keep them open as he walked towards Ji Mu and the others. There was a sword well contained in that light. It stung his eyes and drilled into his chest. Yi Futian closed his eyes. The world tree still swayed in his life palace. A magnificent aura filled the whole space. Everything was clearly presented in his mind. He seemed to be able to see everyone's movements and even their expressions. He saw that Qin Zhuang and the 9 others had forced Jia, number 2 on the sage ranking, to retreat with their sword matrix, making him unable to participate in the battle. He saw the Yu clan cultivators staring at the people from the Yi clan, guarding against them taking action. Both the Yu clan and the Yi clan were among the top forces of the 9 states. Perhaps there was some enmity between them, but Yi Futian wasn't sure. All he was sure about was who his friends were and who his enemies were. Big Brother stood there with his sword, staring at the cultivators from the 3 great holy lands of the ocean state. Yang Shao and Yuan Hong stood beside him, and Huang Zhouge's arrows faced them as well. If the cultivators from the 3 holy lands made a move, they would be blocked. Given the current situation, they were at an absolute disadvantage in a direct conflict. There were too few of them, and some of the holy lands had not gotten involved. What they would do today would make Yi Futian kill his opponents without remorse, and the other holy lands had not dared to get involved. Kong Yao was extremely angry. The power of his divine elephant could not suppress Yi Futian. Yi Futian had killed 2 of Saint Shihua's cultivators right in front of him, shocking him and making him hesitate. Moreover, when the 2 of them had collided, he had felt just how threatening Yi Futian really was. It was as if he could restrict the space and time around him and kill him with the halberd. More images of the divine elephant descended from the sky, crushing everything. But with his current strength, Kong Yao did not dare to get closer to Yi Futian. He stepped into the sky, and one of the divine elephants expanded rapidly. It crashed through the heavens, trying to crush Yi Futian under its foot. The ability that Kong Yao had cultivated was extremely forceful. It was a saint-level ability from Jisheng Cliffs. It used the power of heaven and earth to crush anyone who fell under its feet. At the last battle of proving holiness, he had trampled many cultivators to death with it. Go. At almost the same time, Qinmu and the other cultivators from the Hall of Holy Light got involved. Their light swords shot out towards Yi Futian, but he weaved back and forth through them, letting the attacks hit his body. When the divine ape had stepped into the air, it not only covered his body, but also the bodies of the cultivators from the Hall of Holy Light, combining them all together. Their expressions turned ugly. They were angry at this, but they couldn't deal with Yi Futian coming for them with so much force. They turned into beams of light and disappeared from where they were, shooting directly towards Yi Futian. They were fast, so fast that they merged with the light. Even though Yi Futian's close combat skills were exceptional, they had no fear as they prepared to strike the arrogant scoundrel. Yi Futian's eyes were still closed, but their movements were extremely clear in his mind. He had advanced his space, controlling powers, to an astonishing degree. He clutched the halberd of time and space tightly. A divine power spread out from within it. At the instant when the cultivators from the Hall of Holy Light approached him, the space around him fell into absolute stillness. As the divine elephant crashed down, even the cultivators from the Hall of Holy Light were hit. As they were stuck in the frozen space, they could not retreat. The annihilation of light. The cultivators from the Hall of Holy Light slashed out with their swords, and with Ji Mu's at the front, they all resonated together, cutting through space. Endless light shone out, turning the space into nothingness. Everything was annihilated by that extremely beautiful light. Yi Futian thrust the halberd of space and time forward, and the light seemed to change. As he did so, everything seemed to stop, and Ji Mu and the others seemed to slow down. They saw a terrible black hole storm that swallowed up the light. It was like there were 2 very different but powerful forces colliding in midair. In the next moment, the 2 forces crossed over each other, and Yi Futian traded places with Ji Mu and the others. Yi Futian's clothing was riddled with holes, and he was bleeding. Even his incredibly sturdy body could not bear an attack like that. Poof! 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 There was a series of sounds as Ji Mu's body cracked and burst, followed by the other cultivators from the Hall of Holy Light turning into dust as they completely disappeared from the world. Boom! There was another loud noise as the divine elephant stepped down, pressing down on Yi Futian, making him spit up a mouthful of blood. His aura fluctuated. At this moment, Yi Futian's white clothes were stained with blood, and his hair flew around his face. Although he had the halberd of time and space with its nearly invincible attack, his defenses could not also be invincible. After all, his level was still a bit lower than theirs. Of course, if he had faced his opponents after just barely reaching the sage plane, he would have been dead many times over. Although his defenses were weaker than the attack, they were still quite extraordinary in the 9 states. For people had already died at Yi Futian's hands, causing many of the others to be frightened of him. Even the saints' hearts trembled fiercely. If Yi Futian's level got any higher, who besides a saint could stop him? If he made it to the top of the saint level, would he sweep through the 9 states with his own power? Saint Ji, the great Zhou sacred king, Saint Chihua, Saint Ji and the other cultivators looked upon Yi Futian with despair. They saw his blood-stained clothes and the murder in his eyes. They all wanted to personally put an end to him, but they could only endure. What are you waiting for? Saint Ji swept his gaze over the cultivators from the 3 great holy lands of the Ocean State. The Hall of Holy Light had suffered heavy losses on this trip to the Imperial Mausoleum. Jimu had died and GMO had fallen as well. Now, the only one in the Hall of Holy Light who could inherit Saint Ji's position was Jia. But even after the loss of so many cultivators, Yi Futian still stood there. Given the present situation, not killing Yi Futian now would be sowing the seeds for future disasters. The consequences would be unimaginable. If they waited a few years until he reached the top of the Sage Plain, he would be able to destroy holy lands by himself. Sword Saint gripped his demonic blade, and a fierce demonic air flow swept out. Yang Shao, Yuan Hong, and Zhuge Qingfeng all stood there, but there were many cultivators there from the Endless Sea. Once they entered the battle, they would be in great danger. "Attack!" said Ocean Saint, and suddenly the cultivators from the 3 great holy lands broke through the air with terrible power. Yi Futian was strong, but at this moment his aura wavered. He must have been wounded terribly. No matter what, he would give his life here today if need be. Sword Saint saw the cultivators coming through the air, and a demonic power swept out from him. When he had used the power of the demonic blade in the past, it had only been for a single battle. Afterwards his power would be exhausted. Now that he had cultivated himself into a sage, he did not have to stop there. The demonic blade seemed to be integrated into him, and as he slashed out with it, a blade of darkness appeared in the air. It cut through everything, and the cultivators from the 3 great holy lands of the Endless Sea were stopped and forced to retreat. Even sages who faced that blade had to avoid its edges. Whoosh! Sword Saint stepped out and swung the blade once again towards his opponents. He dispersed their formation all by himself, making it so they had to scatter as he attacked them. Saint Xia and Saint Li are highly respected in the 9 states. Nowadays, so many holy lands have joined together to bully the barren state and hope that they will come out to administer justice. At that moment, Moon Saint looked to Saint Xia and Saint Li. What Saint Jiang had said had not been wrong. Saint Xia seemed to really appreciate Yi Futian. Saint Li and Yi Futian also had a prior relationship, as Yi Futian had visited 9 State College several times. Thus, this level of relationship could be put to good use. Now that everyone was frightened of Yi Futian since he had killed so many by his own hand, the other holy lands did not dare to get involved for the time being. If Saint Xia and Saint Li said something, the situation would be different. These 2 old people stood at the top of all the figures in the 9 states. Saint Xia indeed appreciated Yi Futian. Before Princess Xia Qingyuan had left, she had asked him to protect the saints. He thought that this might be a test for Yi Futian, to see if he had the ability to disrupt his own plans. Moreover, with their position in the 9 states, if they got involved, it would cause great turmoil. A storm would begin. Saint Ji's people would not listen to him if he told them to stop. The various holy lands joining together is indeed undesirable, but the college is only a place of teaching. I cannot order the students to take part in this battle. Saint Li shook his head slightly. Moon Saint naturally understood him. Saint Li did not use 9 State College as his power. He only taught there and helped disciples cultivate. He did not participate in disputes. This was a battle to the death. If he ordered his disciples to get involved, that would be equivalent to pushing them to the edge of life and death. This went contrary to his intentions. Therefore, even though he appreciated Yi Futian, he would not order his disciples to get involved, just as he did not let them go to steal Huang Zhuge's inheritance. If they had forcibly appropriated it, it would have led to disaster. When compared to Jixia Holy Palace and other holy lands, the power of 9 State College was a bit different. Saint Ji saw Moon Saint stirring up Saint Xia and Saint Li, and his expression grew cold. He said, "When did you become so righteous?" Moon Saint ignored him. Are the holy lands of Cloud State and War State so indifferent as well? If you don't want Renhuang's inheritance, then simply retreat. Sang Ji glanced around him. The 4 great holy lands of Cloud State and the 3 great holy lands of War State had not got involved either. Retreat, someone laughed. You boasted that the disciples of the Hall of Holy Light were unmatched throughout the 9 states in their martial prowess. But even when allied with many other holy lands, they still can't take on the Holy Ji Palace. Now you're trying to get other people to join you. Are you scared? Everyone's eyes turned towards the speaker. It was Saint Qi, head of the Qi clan in Qi State, and number 7 on the Saint ranking. The Qi clan had once been in charge of Qi State, similar to the great Zhou sacred dynasty, but nowadays the Hall of Holy Light had turned the tables on them. Saint Ji had always regarded the hall as the foremost power in Qi State. When his talent was revealed, Saint Qi did not look on him with a favorable light. Moon Saint smiled. All of the 9 states were their enemies? Not necessarily. Chapter 967. Saint Ji narrowed his eyes. They were like a thin crevice from which a cold light shot out as they swept over Saint Ji. Saint Ji narrowed his eyes. They were like a thin crevice from which a cold light shot out as they swept over Saint Ji. Of the 4 great holy lands of Qi State, Jixia Palace was of the same type as 9 State College and ignored disputes. Yu House was good at rhythmic sorcery, but since they were the weakest of the 4 great holy lands of Qi State, they rarely made noise as they quietly studied their music. They did not seek trouble. Thus, the Qi State was split between the Qi family, the oldest one of the Holy Lands, and the Hall of Holy Light struggling for the position of top force. In reality, it wasn't even a struggle. They just both thought of themselves as the strongest holy land in Qi State. There was often friction between their disciples. Saint Qi was reserved by nature, which was exactly opposite to Saint Ji's character. Although the 2 sides had never been in harmony, there had been no friction between them for a long time as they cultivated separately. But now, Saint Qi's attitude as he spoke seemed very subtle. "Are you trying to meddle in this?" spat Saint Ji in a cold voice. "Lord Ye's talent is outstanding, unmatched in the 9 states. In time, he may become the most powerful figure here, just like the Sword Saint of the Void and the Great Shaman. You, the 5th name on the saint ranking, have targeted Yi Futian. This is not fitting for someone of your status. Saint Xia and Saint Li are warm and unobtrusive by nature, and yet you will not let your juniors rise up? Are you worried about your place on the saint ranking?" Saint Qi ignored Saint Ji's cold voice. As the 7th name on the saint ranking, he was lower than Saint Ji, but he was not afraid of him. The Qi clan had a lot of hidden strengths. The Hall of Holy Light boasted of being the most powerful force in Qi State, but they would not dare move against the Qi clan. As for Renhuang's inheritance, it has already been taken by your junior. Lord Yi does not contest this, nor does the princess. That makes you seem a little petty, continued Saint Qi. Saint Ji said nothing as he stared at Saint Qi. He knew what he was up to. If Yi Futian had been easily killed by them in today's battle, Saint Qi would not have spoken up. He might have even joined in the struggle for Renhuang's inheritance. But in the battle that had just happened, Yi Futian had proven himself. Of course, this seemed to have nothing to do with Saint Qi, but in fact this was not the case. If Yi Futian did not die, he would seek vengeance, and would seek to kill the disciples of the Hall of Holy Light. Ji Mu and Ji Mo, 2 promising disciples, had already been killed at his hands. If the disciples of the Hall of Holy Light suffered terrible losses, how could the next generation fight the Qi clan? This was the reason that Saint Qi had stood up to speak. As for his so-called magnanimity, could anyone speak of such a thing before Renhuang's inheritance? Cultivation of the path meant being tolerant of the heavens and the earth, but it also meant struggling with them. The essence of cultivation was plundering. It was not to never struggle with the world. Thus, why bother to cultivate unless you were someone exceptional? Saint Qi seemed generous, but really he wanted ever so much to fight the Hall of Holy Light. What does everyone think? Saint Qi swept his gaze over the expressionless cultivators from the other holy lands. They had been watching all along. Did they think to collect the spoils of victory without lifting a finger? Of course, he had previously never thought that Yi Futian would become so strong and kill for cultivators of the sage ranking. "Let him go," came a voice. Everyone turned to look at the speaker. It was the Vajra region lord. The number 6 and number 7 cultivators on the saint ranking had successively made their declarations. In this way, the cultivators who had stood there watching would not make their moves. Under the current situation, even if they acted, the likelihood of them getting the halberd of time and space and Renhuang's inheritance was very low. Even though Yi Futian had been seriously hurt with the strength that he had shown, none of them could guarantee that they could kill him in close combat. Obviously, the potential loss outweighed the gains. This situation made it so that the cultivators from the 3 great holy lands of the ocean state were not willing to risk their lives. If they tried to kill anyone from the palace, Yi Futian would stop at nothing to kill them. The power that he had just displayed was quite shocking to anyone on the sage level. Yi Futian was currently facing Kong Yao, Zhou Mian, and Yegai, but if they wanted to kill him, it would be quite difficult. At that moment, a beautiful light bloomed, and Yi Futian shot towards Zhou Mian like a bolt of lightning. Suddenly, the image of the golden phoenix behind Zhou Mian shook as it struck out with its feathers. Zhou Mian pulled back, widening the distance between himself and Yi Futian. Boom! There was a loud noise as Yi Futian disintegrated his attack. He appeared right in front of Zhou Mian and shot him a piercing glance. "Leave," said Yi Futian. Below them, the people from the palace flashed upwards. Sword Saint, Qin Zhuang, and the others fought and retreated towards where Yi Futian was. Ji Ye and the cultivators from the ocean state's attacks were not as strong anymore. After a while, the cultivators from the palace gathered together in the air, and no one was able to intercept them. "Thank you all," said Yi Futian. He stepped away as Kong Yao and Ji Ye moved forward with faces held hard. "No need to chase them," said Saint Ji with a gloomy look. Ji Ye stopped with a dark look on his face. They had let Yi Futian get away with his life and with the inheritance. "There will be time for that later," came a cold voice from far away. It was Yi Futian. Everyone looked at his back as he left, and their hearts were still unsettled. They would probably never forget the battle that had just taken place. He had smashed through sages and killed 4 cultivators of the sage ranking by his own power, who in the 9 states had such a brilliant record. A huge sword crossed through the sky and fell before Yi Futian. Yi Futian and the others stepped onto it, and suddenly the sword sped away in a winding arc. No one pursued them. All the saints of the 9 states naturally felt a bit of saintly power. It was the village chief of Tombkeeper Village. He had been nearby the whole time, and had taken the people from the barren state away on his huge sword in order to avoid being intercepted. The sword pierced through the sky, and soon reunited with the village chief. Yi Futian stood upon it with the wind blowing wildly upon him, making his hair flow. He coughed, and a little blood came out. Facing the attack of so many allied sages would have hurt him even if his body had been stronger. After all, he had just entered the sage plane. He had obviously been seriously wounded. He had just not shown it. "Are you all right?" Yi Futian looked at Hua Jiu and Yu Sheng behind him. They had fought Ji Ye and Ji Mu outside the imperial mausoleum. Yu Sheng had demonized and used up all his power in a single battle. Hua, Jiu had also received some wounds. This trip to the imperial mausoleum had been extremely dangerous. Huang, she had perished, but he had done so very calmly. He had obviously thought that his death had been worth it. Huang Jioga had received their ancestors' inheritance. We're fine. Everyone nodded. Although they had all suffered different injuries, it was no matter. After we return to the palace, we must immediately prepare for war. Mobilize the matrices as quickly as possible, said Yi Futian. He knew that this war had just begun. Saint Ji, the great Zhou sacred king, and Saint Shihua would definitely not give up. Back at the imperial mausoleum, Saint Shihua looked up into the sky. Yi Futian had already disappeared from view. He had never thought the battle would be so fierce. He had thought that after the marriage alliance, they could easily destroy the palace. But first there had been the slaughter at Jisheng Cliffs. And today, 2 sages from Shihua Sacred Mountain had been killed, as well as the great Zhou Sacred King's son, Zhou Huang. His figure flashed as he stepped towards Glass Saint. The great Zhou Sacred King looked at her as well, but he heard Moon Saint say, "Are the 2 holy lands of the eastern states still planning to ally together to bully Glass Saint? If so, I'd like to benefit from your instruction as well." Saint Shihua and the great Zhou Sacred King stopped and looked at Moon Saint. Moon Saint was obviously thoroughly involved in this sacred war. He wanted to protect Glass Saint as well. As for the other saints, they bore no grudge towards Glass Saint. Yi Futian had taken the halberd of time and space, and Huang Jioga had taken Ren Huang's inheritance, so there was no reason to stay here anymore. Glass Saint was the great Zhou Sacred King's affair. She had nothing to do with them. To put it bluntly, they had only gotten involved in order to steal Ren Huang's inheritance. It was not really a joint effort. If one of them had gotten it, they would probably have all turned on him. None of you are returning home to prepare your armies? Are you going to wait a few years until Yi Futian has cultivated to the point where he can come and settle the score? Asked Saint Ji coldly. Leave? Where could he have gone to? Even though Yi Futian had gotten out of there alive, where could he go? He probably did not want to go back to the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian had revealed his astonishing martial prowess. He could not keep fighting anymore, but the only people who had come here today were the top figures of their respective holy lands. So the actual number of cultivators was quite small. And once they went back and called together their armies, they would have to see if Yi Futian was alive or dead. Would Moon Saint and Saint Qi participate in the war? If they did, it would not be a small-scale battle like this had been. The great Zhou Sacred King looked at Glass Saint, then turned around, his figure flashing as he left. The cultivators from the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty followed him. Afterwards, Saint Shihua also took his people and left. The storm seemed to have ended, but it also seemed like it had just begun. Perhaps there would be an even greater storm. Saint Ji shot a glance at Saint Qi and Moon Saint, and then turned into a beam of light and shot away with Ji following him. Each of the saints of the various holy lands had their own ideas. Their figures broke through the sky as they left one by one, not even calling out farewells to each other. "The 9 states will be thrown into chaos," whispered Saint Xia. "We have been at peace for so many years. It makes sense that we would be thrown into chaos when a figure like Yi Futian appeared," said Saint Li. They both looked forward at the beautiful figure who still stood there. It was Glass Saint. She stared forward in a daze. Moon Saint had protected her, but there was no joy in her. She knew why Yuechan had died. Before her death, she must have made contact with Moon Saint. Otherwise, she would not have been able to die so calmly. And it was all for her. Her blue silk swayed in the wind, crossing over her beautiful face. She turned and left. There were only a few people left. Saint Xia and Saint Li also left together. "The wind is rising," said Saint Xia. Yes, it is," replied Saint Li. The wind blew past. Many people came from around the barren state as they were leaving to see the battlefield. This battle would go down in history. Chapter 968. The Holy Ji Palace was in Zhongzhou City, and with the village chief's speed, they made it back in there in a short period of time. The Holy Ji Palace was in Zhongzhou City, and with the village chief's speed, they made it back in there in a short period of time. The huge sword returned and descended towards Holy Sage Pavilion, following which a voice swept out through the palace. All disciples, prepare for war. The voice was solemn, and suddenly everyone throughout the palace felt their hearts tremble. What had happened on the trip to the imperial mausoleum? Yang Shao and the others' figures flashed as they went to make their arrangements. Soon everyone in the palace knew what had happened, and they were all astonished. Lord Yi Futian had slain 4 sages in one battle, including the great Zhou Sacred King's son, Zhou Huang. The halberd of time and space, the number 3 divine implement on the 9 states' divine implement ranking, was in his hands. He had helped Huang Jioga obtain his ancestors' inheritance. Huang, she had died in battle. Each piece of news was just as shocking. At the imperial mausoleum, all of the 9 states had been their enemy, and Yi Futian had led the people of the palace to attack them. Everyone was kicking themselves that they hadn't been there to witness it personally. Yi Futian and the other wounded were recovering in Holy Sage Pavilion. The undying old man came to visit them and give them medicine, and they all recovered very quickly. Yi Futian had the world tree life spirit, and so he recovered the fastest. Although his injuries had been severe, he was able to Holy Sage Pavilion very quickly. Somewhere in the Holy Ji Palace, 3 people were cultivating quietly. It was Lu Zixuan and the other 2 from the Endless Sea. They looked up and saw a figure coming. It was Yi Futian. Just now, they had heard the news from the other people in the palace. Yi Futian had finally obtained the halberd of time and space. You can leave, Yi Futian said to them. Lu Zixuan looked at him. Even in the palace, she was still an outstanding beauty. But in Cliff State City, she had been the most beautiful woman and had been extraordinarily talented, someone whose saints regarded highly. Can I stay in the palace to cultivate? She bit her lip as she asked this. Even though they had not been allowed to leave the palace during this time, they found it a much better place for cultivation than Cliff State City. Even Ocean King Palace did not have as good an environment for cultivation. A strange look came over Yi Futian's face. He said, "Right now the palace is facing a dire situation, and it is very possible that we will be destroyed. Are you not afraid of death?" Lu Zixuan shook her head. "Where can a cultivator find an absolutely safe place? I am willing to face this war alongside the palace. But afterwards, I hope that I will no longer be under house arrest, but a part of the palace." Yi Futian looked at Lu Zixuan's exquisite features. She was indeed a very assertive woman. The Lu clan must be very strong in Cliff State City to raise an outstanding woman like this. "Fine." He nodded. "What about Lu Yu and Lu Han?" "Brother Yi, I will also continue cultivating in the palace." Lu Yu and Yi Futian's relationship was actually quite good, as Yi Futian had taken care of her during the journey to the lost ruins. "I will follow my sister," said Lu Han. "Go back," said Lu Zixuan to Lu Han. "Our family doesn't know if we are alive or dead. Go back and tell them everything. If I die, the family should know where." "Sister." Lu Han looked at her. "Do as I say." Lu Zixuan stared at him until Lu Han nodded slightly and said, "All right." Yi Futian looked at the 3 of them and said, "This is your own decision." On saying this, he left and flew into the air above the Holy Ji Palace. A line of figures flashed into the sky. Yang Shao, Sword Demon, Yu Qi and other cultivators appeared beside Yi Futian. Yu Qi said, "Futian, I fear that a fierce battle is coming." Yi Futian nodded. Everyone could see that clearly. Not long ago, in the imperial mausoleum, they had forced their opponents to let them go. But if their opponents had pressed the attack, it was not certain that those holy lands who had spoken up for them would have gotten involved. Their enemies, the Hall of Holy Light, Xihua Sacred Mountain, and the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, would doubtless go to war with them. Yi Futian looked down at the palace and said, "Will the terrain around the palace affect our matrices?" "A little bit." Yang Shao nodded. "Our matrices will have to bypass some places." Yi Futian nodded slightly, then said, "All disciples of the palace, hear my orders. Everyone stop cultivating immediately and head to the palace." His voice rolled out through the entire Holy Ji Palace. Everyone looked up at him and stopped their cultivation and flashed towards the main palace. "Village chief!" shouted Yi Futian in another direction. A sword flashed through the air, and the village chief appeared before Yi Futian. "Once all the disciples are in the main palace, level the rest of it," said Yi Futian. Everyone trembled at these words. Would he really level the rest of the palace? There were many hidden places in the palace, many of them left behind by their ancestors, and there were ruins scattered throughout, many of which were good places for cultivation. And now Yi Futian had ordered for it all to be demolished. All of it would disappear, but no one objected. At this moment, no one could doubt Yi Futian's position within the palace. Previously, he had entered the palace on the basis of nobility, and everyone had assisted him and had high hopes for him. But now he had brought 2 saints to the palace and led them on an attack against the Jisheng cliffs. He now stood at the highest point just below the Saint Plain. Yi Futian had become the symbol of the Holy Ji Palace. He was even symbolic of the whole Barren State. Whenever the Barren State was mentioned, the first thing that anyone would think of was its palace lord, Yi Futian. A group of figures flashed over as more of the elders arrived. After hearing Yi Futian's decision, they merely sighed to themselves and looked at the palace as if they could not bear to part with it. Not long after, an incomparable storm of sword chi appeared in the palace like a giant sword, flattening the earth. The buildings, mountains, and ruins were crushed into dust. The disciples of the palace looked on from above with unease in their hearts. Before long, everything except for the main palace had been flattened. And, of course, Sage Hall was still there. "Lord Yang, please lead the disciples to work even harder," Yi Futian said to Yang Shao. He nodded and led some men down to the ground to begin preparations for the matrices. "Send this order throughout the Barren State. As Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace, I call upon all swords in the Barren State of the Sage level or higher," continued Yi Futian. "Do we need so many swords?" asked Yu Qi. He had brought many ritual implements from Alchemy City, as well as many swords. "Yes, and Uncle is also forging more swords. Have the people of the palace go out to collect materials. When I activated the sword matrix of the void at Nether Sword Mound, I couldn't control it, but I remembered some things." "I can carve out a sword matrix," said Yi Futian. He had studied matrices at Chess Saint Villa and had consolidated his studies at Nether Sword Mound. Now that he had reached the sage level, he could carve out his own sword matrix. "Okay, we will do this." Yu Qi nodded. Sword Demon, Su Shang, and some others left to make ready for this. Soon the news spread all around the Barren State. Yi Futian was calling all the swords in the Barren State. For a time, countless cultivators set out towards the Holy Ji Palace. The news did not only sweep through the Barren State, but through every part of the 9 states as the cultivators returned home. But the places that were shaken the most fiercely were the Hall of Holy Light, Xihua Sacred Mountain, and the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. At the Hall of Holy Light, Saint Ji sent out an order, summoning the top forces from the area to launch an attack on the Barren State. At Xihua Sacred Mountain, the order was given for all forces under their jurisdiction to gather together at the mountain. Obviously, after the events at the Imperial Mausoleum, both the Hall of Holy Light and Xihua Sacred Mountain were paying close attention to the Barren State. And they were not simply summoning their forces for an attack, they were convening their holy lands. For a time, there was a terrible storm in Qi State and the Eastern State. It seemed that the Holy Ji Palace would not be able to escape disaster. In the past, who would have thought that sending a punitive expedition against the declining barren state would have required such care? Only a few years before, it had only taken Kong Yao and a few other cultivators to ravage the barren state. In Jixia Palace, in Qi State, 2 figures were playing chess. One was wearing white clothes and playing as white, while the other was wearing black and also playing as black. Both of them looked quite extraordinary. Behind the handsome, white-robed youth sat a gentlewoman quietly watching the game. "Brother, your heart doesn't seem to be in the game." The black-robed figure smiled slightly as he moved his piece, then looked up at the white-robed figure. The white-robed youth stared at the board, then smiled as he moved a piece. "I've lost 3 games in a row. Is it because of the news from the barren state?" The white-robed figure smiled at him and said, "If I was a piece in this game, I've already been taken off the board. Why worry about it?" "Why has this piece been removed?" said the man in black with a smile. "Naturally, it was in order to join a better game," answered the white-robed youth. "In that case, if the new game really is better, then this piece has a reason for being. At the very least, making the decision to be removed in order to change games is not altogether blameless, but is at least forgivable," said the figure in black. On hearing this, the white-robed youth trembled slightly. He looked at the figure in front of him, then turned and left. He had changed games? Since he had left, the barren state's game had changed indeed. After the white-robed youth left, another person came in. It was the number 3 person at the 9 States Forum at Shihua Sacred Mountain, Zhuge Yi. "Did you intend to provoke Brother Bai?" asked Zhuge Yi. "Brother Bai's talent is outstanding, but he has demons that he needs to face. He is like a dead chess piece," said the man in black. "But isn't it dangerous to let him go? There is no making without breaking. To seek the great path, one's heart must be without lack. If he does not take this step, then he will be lacking something, and it will be impossible for him to take the next step," said the man in black. Zhuge Yi nodded gently. The man in white returned to his residence and sat in front of an old tree for 3 days. He cultivated until he broke through his level, and then turned and left the palace. Chapter 969. Chapter 969. Storm in the 9 States. Chapter 969. Storm in the 9 States. Moon Saint from the Moon Clan came to pay a visit on the Yi clan in the Summer State. Since he had come personally, Saint Yi came personally to greet him. At that moment, the 2 top figures of the Summer State sat drinking tea and chatting in one of the Yi clan's pavilions like they were friends who had not seen each other in many years. "I've heard that Shihua Sacred Mountain, the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, and the Hall of Holy Light have mustered their armies in preparation to attack the barren state. With the strength of these 3 holy lands, there's no question that the barren state can't match especially the Hall of Holy Light. They've lost a lot of their cultivators recently, but they still rank in the top 5 of the 9 states, and that is not an empty reputation. And then you have the forces of the Endless Sea on top of that. Are you really planning to join in this war?" said Saint Yi to Moon Saint. It seemed that he wanted to convince Moon Saint to abandon this course of action. "Are you planning to get involved?" asked Moon Saint. "Whether I get involved or not, the palace will be destroyed." Saint Yi took a sip of tea as he spoke. Saint Ji was cruel by nature. They would not wait for Yi Futian to grow stronger and thus threaten them. When their armies descended, no matter how strong Yi Futian was, he would have no way to save the palace. "What if the palace is destroyed, but Yi Futian survives?" asked Moon Saint. "Does Yi Futian have a chance of breaking out of their encirclement?" Saint Yi thought of the battle that had taken place, and was silent for a while. "There's not much hope," he said finally, "but it is possible. If that time really comes, and if the palace is really destroyed, the Yu clan will die fighting to let Yi Futian escape the encirclement. Even Renhuang's inheritance is not necessary as long as he lives. Moon Saint smiled. If he reaches the top level of the sage plane, you have to admit that he could take on an army by himself. Saint Yi looked at his guest. Moon Saint was resolute. He thought back to that day and how Yi Futian had seemed peerless. If he truly reached the top level of the sage plane, then Kong Yao would not have been able to withstand even a single blow from the halberd, and he would sweep away all before him. It would truly be possible that a single person could be compared to an army. If Yi Futian lives, he'll get revenge for the palace, and who will be able to survive? Moon Saint took a sip from his cup and then put it down. Speaking of which, even though you shot a few arrows at him that day, this is no great problem. If you just stand by idly and send someone to make your apologies, Yi Futian will not count it against you. No matter what kind of storms rage in the 9 states, as long as the Yi clan stays out of the way, what danger will come to them? After all, even if you had gotten Renhuang's inheritance, could you even have kept it away from Saint Ji? You know what he's like. If the 9 states falls into chaos, non-action is the best strategy. Why did so many holy lands observe passively on that day? First, the great Zhou sacred king was arrogant and harassed Yi Futian. How is the great Zhou sacred dynasty now? Their power has been declining continuously. And how about Jisheng Cliffs? Now that Saint Ji and Saint Xihua have entered the game, can they guarantee that they will force Yi Futian into total retreat? And the Qi clan is watching them like a hungry tiger, just waiting for the Hall of Holy Light to fall. Do you really want to jump into these troubled waters? Continued Moon Saint. A thoughtful look came over Saint Yi's face. What Moon Saint was saying made sense. He also knew that if they could have really killed Yi Futian that day, the various holy lands would not have hesitated to kick him while he was down. After all, Renhuang's inheritance had been there. If they didn't try for it, how could they know what the result would have been? Now were Yi Futian and the Holy Ji Palace in a hopeless situation? Since you know that non-action is the best strategy, why are you getting involved? Saint Yi stared at Moon Saint. Moreover, he had aided Yi Futian when all the 9 states had been against him. Now, he had come to persuade him to stand by passively. You must know that before this affair, there was friendship between Yi Futian and the Yu clan. Moreover, with his outstanding talent, he may one day reach beyond even the Saint Plane. In any case, at that time it was better to assist him than to try and wrest Renhuang's inheritance away. And now that we've gotten involved, we can only see things through. Moon Saint smiled. Moreover, you must see that Saint Xia values Yi Futian as well. It won't be so easy to kill him. On saying this, he stood up and said, I've said my piece. If you still decide to join the war, then we will meet on the field of battle. Farewell. He turned and left. After he left, Saint Yi still sat there with a thoughtful expression, as if he had not yet made up his mind. Send cultivators to all the holy lands to observe their movements. Send a few more throughout the barren state to see what the Holy Ji Palace is doing, he said. Yes, sir. The people outside the pavilion left to carry out his orders. The Vajra region was on a holy mountain in war state. It was known as the strongest of martial holy lands. The cultivators of the Vajra region cultivated Buddhist combat techniques. They were extremely tough and strong. Their bodies were unmatched, and their attack power was extremely high. The lord of the Vajra region therefore respected Yu Sheng's talent and had invited him to cultivate there for 3 years. At this moment, the Kasaya-wearing monks were sitting cross-legged on their cattail hassocks. In front of them all was the Vajra region lord, who was preaching at the altar. His voice was like a Buddha's and was also like the Great Path. It resonated with the 108 enlightened ones behind him and made all who listened to it feel refreshed. He stopped preaching after a while and fingered his prayer beads. He looked at everyone and said, You have listened to me preach the Great Path for many years, but have rarely left the mountain. Now that there is chaos in the 9 states, I want you to leave and attain enlightenment there. Who should we help, Lord? Asked a monk. Help whoever you want to, answered the Vajra region lord. All right. Everyone nodded and then left. On this day, 108 warrior monks left their mountain, seeking the great path and headed towards the 9 states. At that moment, a figure wearing a long green dress stood quietly on a suspended platform outside Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple, gazing out into the distance. The wind blew through her hair, gently stroking her exquisite features. Her dress fluttered in the wind. She was like an immortal who had come down to the world of mortals. Master. At that moment, Goddess Qingyi walked up behind her. Glass Saint had said very little for the past few days. Yuechan's death had affected her greatly. What is the situation like outside? Asked Glass Saint without turning to look at Qingyi. The Hall of Holy Light, Xihua Sacred Mountain, and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty have all called their armies together. They can attack the barren state at any time, answered Goddess Qingyi. Anything else? Asked Glass Saint. Each of the forces in the area under our control have sent people to beg you to excuse them, continued Goddess Qingyi. Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple had also summoned all their cultivators, but none of them had obeyed. The situation in the barren state was known throughout the 9 states and would likely lead to catastrophe. After the barren state, the next place to be destroyed would probably be Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple. Under these circumstances, none of the forces in the area dared get involved in the war, and instead only sent people to beg for mercy. Glass Saint was silent, still looking off into the distance. She said, "Summon everyone in the temple who is of the sage level or above. We will go to the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. Have everyone else leave temporarily. If something happens to me, they are to never return." Master. Goddess Qingyi's heart trembled slightly. "Do as I say," said Glass Saint. Goddess Qingyi nodded and left. The news spread quickly. The cultivators of Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple all left within a day. A group of them went to the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, but they took no action, seeming to only be there to contain the dynasty's forces. Glass Saint was not there. She naturally left Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple as well, but no one knew where she went. Some said that she had gone to the capital of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and was preparing to fight the Great Zhou Sacred King to the death. Anyone who was perceptive enough could see the enmity between the two of them. The storms that had swept out across the 9 states began to gather together. And there in the center of the storm, the barren state was the most active of all the 9 states. These past few days, many people from throughout the barren state had come to Zhongzhou City, and many of them had even come to the Holy Ji Palace to offer their swords. The Holy Ji Palace had been leveled. Yi Futian had been setting up matrices all along while using chess spirit to calculate more of them. Now, there was a chain of interlocking patterns in the vast land where the palace had been. There was a group of swords at the center, and each sword was a sage-level ritual implement. At that moment, a group of figures broke through the sky, and a voice rang out, "Futian, why have you come?" Yi Futian looked up at the figures in the air and saw that one of them was the college chief of Starry School in Divine Sky City. He was now the college chief of 3 colleges. "I heard that you have called together all the swords in the barren state. So I brought you the swords from Divine Sky City," said the college chief with a smile. "And not only us. The Long family, the Gu family, and other forces from Divine Sky City have also come. Although we don't have many swords, us old folks have a bit of combat experience," said Qin Yuan with a smile. Beside him was Mu Chuan of Jiaxing House. Yi Futian was moved as he looked at all these familiar faces. He smiled and said, "Thank you all for your help. But Yunqi and Linger shouldn't join in the fun. Have them return to Divine Sky City." He naturally saw that Gu Yunqi and Long Linger were in the crowd behind Qin Yuan. Gu Yunqi looked at Yi Futian. There was still some faint affection in her gentle eyes. She had heard that he was now able to sweep away all the cultivators in the 9 states. He was a legend. "I was a disciple of the palace. Why shouldn't I fight?" Don't think you can kick me out, brother Yi, said Longlinger. You can stay if you want, but once the fighting starts you must go into Holy Sage Pavilion with everyone else, said Yi Futian with a smile and a shake of the head. On the day of battle, he would have everyone under the sage level go into Holy Sage Pavilion to arrange matrices. Even if they lost, those people would be safe. At that moment, more people appeared in the sky. Futian! A gentle voice rang out. Yi Futian looked up and saw two figures. A strange look came over his face. Why have you come, little butterfly? Master said that you promised that before you tried his medicine. Little Butterfly paused. I can't die, said Yi Futian with a smile. Little Butterfly smiled softly and said, Master said that your last round of trials can be done at the palace. So he ordered me and my brother to come. Saint Jiang is too relentless. Yi Futian was silent for a while. So many people had come to the palace. Chapter 970. Yi Futian had already experienced 2 rounds of medicinal trials in succession, so he knew that if the testing was successful it would greatly progress his own strength, whether physical or spiritual in will. Yi Futian had already experienced 2 rounds of medicinal trials in succession, so he knew that if the testing was successful it would greatly progress his own strength, whether physical or spiritual in will. In the previous trial process, he had even comprehended the rule of particles. Now that the Holy Ji Palace was facing a great calamity, going to the 9-state college was clearly out of the question for him. So Saint Jiang had sent Little Butterfly to the Holy Ji Palace personally. However, this last round of trial was the most dangerous. At the time, Saint Jiang had reminded him to go to the 9-state college after he was at least a mid-level sage. However, he was still only a lower-level sage, so he wondered whether he could bear it. But under the current circumstances, he had to give it a try no matter what. As long as the trial was successful, his strength would rise to another level, so that Kong Yao, who ranked 9th, could be crushed. Yi Futian saw that Su Chehan was behind Little Butterfly, and he offered a faint smile. Su Chehan looked at him indifferently. I just came by the command of the master. Yi Futian smiled and said nothing. This guy used to guard him like a thief in the herb garden. Little Butterfly. A laughter was heard, and it was Hua Jiu coming over. Jiu. Little Butterfly also responded with a smile, then walked over to the direction of Hua Jiu, and the two chatted. The two of them, fairy-like, standing together, formed a rare but beautiful sight to behold. Chief and uncles, I will not be entertaining you then. You have seen the situation here at the palace. I can only beg your indulgence. Yi Futian said with a smile, Linger, you are a disciple of Holy Ji Palace, so you are almost a host too. You should take everyone on a walk around. Long Linger pouted and mumbled. Beauty has made you forget your duties. You are asking for it. Yi Futian rubbed the head of Longling. Seeing so many old friends coming before the time of war for the Holy Ji Palace put him in a much better mood. When he ventured into the Holy Ji Palace, help came from all directions. Today, the situation was completely different from before. This time it was to defend against the invasion of the Hall of Holy Light and Shihua, Sacred Mountain. But what remained the same were these old friends gathered once again to support him. Naturally, he felt a great warmth in his heart. Let's not delay the testing then. Yi Futian said to Little Butterfly and Su Chehan. The war was just around the corner, and the testing would not been done in a single day, so the earlier the better. Little Butterfly nodded, and then several of them stepped away. Watching them leave, Gyunchi bowed her head slightly, and there was a slight sense of loss reflected in those beautiful eyes of hers. But then she had a bright smile on her face. He was now the lord of Holy Ji Palace, and the fate of the palace, and even that of the barren state, was tethered on him. So, how could he find time to chat a word or two with her? Seeing that he was now getting more excellent by the day, she should be happy for him, and hope that he could sail through this coming calamity. That girl has no filter. Don't hold what she said to heart. The four of them walked, and he caught up with little Butterfly and Ju, with Su Chehan behind. Not at all. Little Butterfly gently shook her head. Hua, Ju smiled at Yi Futian, but maybe Linger was right. Yi Futian blinked his eyes, and little Butterfly blushed and said, Ju, don't think so much. Little Butterfly, you don't know this guy. He's tempted when he sees pretty girls, especially you, so you must be careful around him. Hua, Jua said to little Butterfly, smiling. Little Butterfly's face was a little redder, and Yi Futian was on the verge of tears. With a wife like this who needed enemies. Jiu, if you continue like this, someone behind me will probably poison me. Yi Futian joked. Su Chehan looked at the three who were chatting in front of him and could not quite get the meaning right away. Senior brother wouldn't do that. Little Butterfly said, You didn't know that when I was in the herb garden your senior brother threatened me to watch my step. Yi Futian smiled and responded. Su Shihan's footsteps slowed, and he gave Yi Futian a frosty look. Because of his cultivation, that is the temperament of my senior brother. Don't take it to heart. Little Butterfly did not look at Su Chehan, but just explained it. Yi Futian nodded, then stopped to wait for Su Chehan to catch up. Little Butterfly turned to look at the two men. Jiu pulled her hand and said, We'll go first. Even if great teacher Su wants to kill me now, I'm afraid it won't be easy. Yi Futian smiled and looked at Su Chehan. Su Shihan's gray pupils looked at Yi Futian, and a faint coldness exuded from him. He had heard of the Battle of Zhongzhou City. In the past few years his strength had improved greatly, and he had already become a high-level sage not long ago. However, Yi Futian killed 4 great sages in the siege, so defeating him wouldn't be easy. You can try. Su Shihan's voice was still cold. I know that great teacher Su is an expert at poison, but I have already experienced 2 rounds of trials and am resistant to poison. Moreover, great teacher Su is our guest, so why the long face? I will not be inhospitable like great teacher Su. Yi Futian, referring to the time when his visits were rejected. Su Chehan gave Yi Futian a look. If you didn't have a wife, I wouldn't mind if you pursued Little Butterfly. But if you want Little Butterfly to be your concubine, you have another thing coming to you. You are so boring. It is much more fun to be with Little Butterfly. Yi Futian patted his shoulder and then accelerated to catch up with Hua Jiu and Little Butterfly in front. Su Chehan stiffened a bit, watching Yi Futian move forward and quickening his steps to catch up to the others. Yi Futian and the others were at the medicinal pool in the Holy Sage Pavilion, and this time it was an enclosed space. When Yi Futian entered the medicinal pool, Little Butterfly and Su Chehan were sweating. Yi Futian and Hua Jiu went together inside, and there was a terrible storm hovering above the medicinal pool in front of them. There was lightning that was constantly flashing, emitting a suffocating pressure. This, Yi Futian's heart beat wildly. Was this really a medicinal bath? But how was it that the medicine pool in front felt like a catastrophe that was enough to make one disappear into it? The face of Hua Jiu had also changed, and she could feel the terrible aura that came from it and permeated the space. Little Butterfly was not as relaxed as she was before. Her beautiful eyes were solemn. Before she deliberately tried to appear relaxed in an attempt to relax herself. But in fact, she clearly knew that the medicinal bath that her master had personally prepared this time was truly terrible. Hua Jiu's dainty hand that was holding Yi Futian sweated, and exerted a little force as if she did not want Yi Futian to try. Before she had just heard about it, but she did not think that the medicinal trial would be so terrifying. The master said that this round of trials should have started when you become a top-level sage, or at the very least a mid-level sage. Considering your current plane, the master has reduced the potency of the medicinal bath. Little Butterfly looked at Yi Futian and said softly, Got it. Yi Futian nodded and walked forward, but the hand that held the hand of Hua Jiu did not loosen, still holding on tightly. Turning his head, Yi Futian smiled at Huaju. It was the same as the 2 previous trials. I just have to tough it out, and all will be well. Jiu looked at Little Butterfly, and Little Butterfly squeezed out a smile. It should be fine. It was only then that Jiu released her hand and helped Yi Futian to take off his coat. Yi Futian looked at Su Chehan. Could great teacher Su step aside? I am not used to being watched by a grown man. Su Chehan gave Yi Futian a cold look and then went away. I will go out too. Little Butterfly whispered. Little Butterfly, stay and help. I am afraid of any unexpected situations. Jiu said to her, so that Little Butterfly nodded as an agreement. On the body of Yi Futian there was a dazzling brilliance, and there were the sounds of dragons and apes coming out from his body. Even the faint shadow of the rock seemed to have appeared. At the same time, keeping a tight hold to his spiritual will, he stepped into the medicinal pool. In the great Zhou sacred dynasty, great Zhou sacred kings sat in the great hall and listened to a messenger's report. The cultivators of the lapis lazuli holy temple had appeared in the territory of the great Zhou sacred dynasty. Their whereabouts were unknown, and it seemed they had broken up into cells, and many may have already infiltrated the holy capital. The great Zhou sacred dynasty mobilized many cultivators to search and had made several arrests. But on the same token, some also died. The lapis lazuli holy temple seemed to have them pegged. It was said that the glass saint had disbanded the lapis lazuli holy temple, and now there was no one left at the temple. Glassy, great Zhou sacred king looked indifferently towards the distance and remembered the scene in the imperial mausoleum when Yi Futian held the sacred glass saint in his arms and had his way with her, and his eyes filled with endless thoughts of murder. Yi Futian treated her thusly, so why would she still help the barren state? I and Zhou Yanwang will embark, leading the Golden Phoenix army. Other cultivators stay and guard the palace. Great Zhou sacred king commanded coldly. He would lead the most powerful army of the great Zhou sacred dynasty to conquer, and the others would be more than enough to defend the lapis lazuli holy temple. Boom! Boom! At this time, there were violent trembling sounds coming from the great hall in the rear. Many people looked up over yonder, including the great Zhou sacred king, and suddenly there was a dazzling light flashing through his eyes, and he started toward that direction. Boom! A loud noise was heard, and the great hall was breached. A beautiful and radiant blade of light went straight into the sky. Immediately afterward, everyone in the palace saw a sword, the divine sword. This divine sword went straight through the air, as if with a life of its own. Great Zhou sacred king was extremely fast. In an instant his palms extended, and a terrible golden phoenix appeared between heaven and earth. Its claws smacked down from the sky and grabbed toward the divine sword. However, at this moment the incomparable glory exploded from within the divine sword, and it disappeared right where it was, crossing the void and appearing in the sky above. Great Zhou sacred king looked extremely bad, like a divine phoenix. He gave chase and wanted to waylay the divine sword, but that divine sword continued to shuttle through the void. Even the speed of great Zhou sacred king could not catch up with it. Very quickly, great Zhou sacred king gave up. He stood high in the sky, and a horrible air emitted from him, its power threatening the world. At the time, they used the life of Dozhan in exchange of Zhou Huang, the others, and also this divine sword. Now, the divine sword had taken flight on its own and disappeared. Clearly he had been had. This divine sword had a spirit and could stay and go on its own. However, who was controlling the divine sword? And where did the divine sword go on this day? In the land of Eastern State, many who were levitating in the sky saw that above the void there was a sword in flight on its own, continuing to cross the void until it disappeared at the edge of Eastern State. Chapter 971. At the end of the year 10016 of the Divine Prefecture calendar, 9 states did not have the holiday atmosphere of past years. At the end of the year 10016 of the Divine Prefecture calendar, 9 states did not have the holiday atmosphere of past years. In the barren state outside of Zhongzhou City, in the endless sky, there was a black eagle flying about, wings widespread as if it were patrolling. Groups of cultivators traveling by levitation entered the territory of Zhongzhou City. These were cultivators who had traveled from all over the 9 states. Just 5 or 6 years ago, the people of 9 states had all but forgotten about the barren state. There was no value in the holy land of the barren state, so it was even excluded from 9 state forum. But today, this city at the center of barren state had become the eye of the storm in the 9 states. Countless powerful people came from far away in the past several months, just to witness the battle that was forthcoming in Zhongzhou City. The 9 states had not had such a battle of this level for 100 years. So how could it not attract this kind of attention? It was rumored that the Hall of Holy Light, Xihua Sacred Mountain, and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty had all assembled an enormous army, but they did not immediately set off. According to some, the Hall of Holy Light had dispatched saints to the 3 holy lands of Endless Ocean and urged them to send great armies in support and had agreed upon a time of action. As if they had reached some kind of agreement, the 3 holy lands of the Endless Ocean also started calling in the powers of the islands in the territory, ready to make war with the barren state. Because several holy lands had agreed to send troops at the same time, it also caused delays for some time. After all, the strength of the Holy Ji Palace at the barren state, along with the backings of the Yu clan and the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple, made even a principality as strong as the Hall of Holy Light dare not to challenge them alone. If only one force arrived, it was highly possible that the Holy Ji Palace would welcome the fight straight away, and the ending would be highly unpredictable. Finally, on the first day of the year 10017 of the Divine Prefecture calendar, the conglomerate of the great armies from the 6 holy lands of the Hall of Holy Light, the Xihua Sacred Mountain, the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, the North Deep, the Ocean Palace, and the Celestial Cliffs departed almost at the same time, clearly launching a pre-planned joint attack. In 9 states, the turbulence had started. As for the other holy lands, the speculation was that currently Zhongzhou City must be filled with people who were gathered from all the holy lands in 9 states. It was just that they had not revealed their identities. In addition to the great armies from the 6 great holy lands, Saint Ji of Jisheng Cliffs in Kong, Yao had been staying at Zhongzhou City. At this time, in a wine cellar in Zhongzhou City, there were a few people sitting quietly drinking. Among them, there was an extraordinary elder who looked about 50, full of spirits and enthusiasm. His eyes were bright and alert, but full of gentle smiles that gave him a very comfortable presence. "Master, will the battle of the Holy Lands break out?" a young man asked the old man in front of him, who was another saint from the Yu State, Stone Saint. Stone Saint kept an extremely low profile, almost never interested in what went on in the outside world. In the Yu State, the Jisheng Cliffs had always been known as its first holy land. Although Stone Saint was also a cultivator of the Saint Plain, he was not well known. Many said that the Stone Saint had no quarrel with the world, just concentrating on cultivation. The saints of Holy Ji Palace have been evading the conflict. Otherwise, the great Zhou Sacred King would have already made his move. As for this sacred war, if the Yu clan and the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple were involved, and the Moon Saint and Glass Saint both appeared on the battlefield, it is possible that it would erupt in a war of the saints. Stone Saint said calmly, "If the sacred war really broke out, it would not be the fall of only 1 or 2 people, but the destruction of large scale of cultivators. In that environment, even the cultivators of the Saint Plain would not be able to suppress the need to get involved." "Does the master not have any thoughts on this?" the young man asked again. "God's fighting. What more is there to think about? To participate as cannon fodder?" Stone Saint gave his disciple a harsh stare, and suddenly the young man gave a surrendering smile. Indeed, in a fight of this scale, if they rushed into it, no matter which side one decided to take on, they would all be cannon fodder. Stone Saint drank up the wine in the cup, then looked up at the distance. He said, "The people from the holy lands of the 9 states should have all arrived. They also want the inheritance of Renhuang, but it is a hot potato and not so easy to be had. Let's go." As he finished speaking, he got up and walked out. "Where is the master going?" Those around the table also got up and tried to catch up with him. To the Holy Ji Palace, of course, the voice of Stone Saint was heard. Not only them, but countless others in Zhongzhou City also rushed toward the direction of the Holy Ji Palace. People in Zhongzhou City had heard the news that the major Holy Lands would join forces today to attack the Holy Ji Palace. Outside of Zhongzhou City, there were demonic beasts patrolling every direction. At this time, along the border of Zhongzhou City in the westerly direction, a mighty army descended. This legion of tens of thousands were all riding upon divine implements, with the saints personally spending their power to control the implements to lead the way. Otherwise, it would be totally impossible for this army to arrive at the Holy Ji Palace in just one day. The person leading them was Saint Ji. At this time, Saint Ji looked up into the sky. The other holy lands must be coming soon. "Wait here," Saint Ji ordered. The 6 great holy lands had agreed to the time to move toward the Holy Ji Palace at the same time. Now that they had already entered the Zhongzhou City, there was no need to worry. Just wait for the appointed time and they could march directly toward the Holy Ji Palace. After some time, a beam of light shot from a distance with extreme speed, and it arrived in a blink of an eye. It was a cultivator of the Saint Plain. "What is so urgent?" Saint Ji saw the person who came and frowned. The saint who had arrived was the cultivator of the Hall of Holy Light. A large number of cultivators from the Qi clan came to the City of Holy Light, just in the area below the Hall of Holy Light. Seemingly to box us in, the messenger replied. Upon hearing these words, Saint Ji's eyes became sharp with a terrible coldness. "Qi clan of the Qi state, how dare they? Was there any exchange?" Saint Ji asked. "Yes," the messenger nodded, "but the people of Qi clan denied that they were boxing us in. They just said that the cultivators of Qi clan have long admired the cultivators of the Hall of Holy Light and have come to our hall to visit the disciples of the Hall of Holy Light." Saint Ji's eyes revealed great viciousness that was pure cold murder. The Qi clan admiring the Hall of Holy Light for a long time? To pay tribute to the disciples of the Hall of Holy Light? This was a pile of nonsense. This was a naked threat from the Qi clan, plain and simple. They did not send people directly to participate in the battle, and they did not want to make enemies with the Holy Lands at the same time, so they came up with such a plan to go for the quick, to distract the attention of the Hall of Holy Light from the battle. "I will leave some people here. You take the rest back." Saint Ji's voice was extremely cold as his eyes passed through the army. He then divided them into groups and kept a group of elite cultivators from the Hall of Holy Light, and less than half of the cultivators from other areas in the region of the Hall of Holy Light. Those who turned back would at least be enough to cope with the cultivators from the Qi clan who gathered in a hurry at the Hall of Holy Light. Saint Ji believed that the Qi clan was more of a threatening force rather than one intent on attacking the Hall of Holy Light. Otherwise it would have already happened. He understood what that old man Saint Ji was thinking about, to kill with a borrowed sword. As long as Yi Futian was alive, he would be a great threat to the Hall of Holy Light. Moreover, Qi clan did not need to offend other Holy Land forces, and it did not even need to directly be involved on the battlefield. He was truly tricky old fox. In the southerly region of Zhongzhou City, there were many humongous divine golden phoenixes descending. On the back of every divine phoenix, there was a group of cultivators. Likewise, the great Zhou sacred king also did not bring all his people, but he brought with him his most elite troop, the Golden Phoenix Army. In the southeastern region, the 3 great holy lands of the Endless Ocean had arrived together. The demonic beasts in the outer area of Zhongzhou City continued to hover and flew toward the sky. When the 6 holy lands had all arrived, they set foot in the central city of the barren state and marched toward the same direction. The cultivators of the Hall of Holy Light continued to move forward. They passed by a Buddhist mountain in Zhongzhou City, and on top of the mountain there was a famous temple. When they passed through, there was a golden glow on the top of the mountain, and the light of Buddha was spreading far and wide. Many looked in that direction and saw a shocking scene. There were 108 Buddhists who turned into a giant Buddha, releasing a blazing light of Buddha like a big statue of Buddha. Saint Ji glanced at the Buddhist mountain. In the land of the barren state, there was never the presence of such powerful monks. Clearly, those were the people of the Vajra region. It was just 108 people. Even if it was the 108 battling monks of the Vajra region, what could they do? How could they dream to subvert the situation? When the cultivators of the Hall of Holy Light passed by, an even more brilliant light of Buddha shone forth. And then the Buddha stepped into the void like an immense and boundless Buddha walking on top of Zhongzhou City, each step spanning a great distance, following the cultivators of the Hall of Holy Light. This had made many cultivators from the Hall of Holy Light incredibly displeased. What was the meaning of these Vajra region cultivators? To follow them at every step. In different directions, the sixth great army went to the Holy Ji Palace, which led to the complete madness of the people in Zhongzhou City, who gathered and moved toward the direction of the Holy Ji Palace in great terrible manner. In this horrible flow of people, a handsome figure in white followed along. He was a symbolic figure in the barren state, the future palace lord chosen by the Holy Ji Palace. But now he was mixed in the crowd like a common disciple of the barren state, heading for the direction of the Holy Ji Palace. His return today was but for his peace of mind. By the time he left, the two palace lords had died, so he left the Holy Ji Palace and the barren state to separate from the 9 states. He eventually went to the Jixia Holy Palace to cultivate, and then went to the upper worlds with Xia Qingyuan for the trial, and blessed with chance, he was chosen to be allowed to cultivate in the upper worlds. But no matter what the grievances were back in the days, he still owed a favor to the palace that taught him, and would never forget the teachings of his master. Today, when the Holy Ji Palace was in crisis, he could not stand by and do nothing. No matter the outcome of this battle, it would be him returning the favor to the palace. Barren state, the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian looked at the distance, and beside him, all the cultivators above the sage plain had gathered together, waiting. They already knew that the 6 great holy coalition forces had descended, and were on their way to the Holy Ji Palace. It would not take long for them to step into the space above the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian slowly levitated, his eyes turning to look at everyone from the Holy Ji Palace. There were many old friends and many new faces. He said, "The battle today may be more dangerous than the time when the great Zhou sacred dynasty had descended. But what I have said remains. I am the lord of the Holy Ji Palace. If I survive, so will the palace. If the palace should die, so will I." The eyes of the people fastened on Yi Futian, their eyes revealing extreme determination and a strong sense of war. "And one more thing. If we win this battle, from then on in the 9 states, no one will dare to bully to the Holy Ji Palace, or any of our disciples." Yi Futian's voice was not loud, but everyone heard it clearly. Chapter 972. All eyes were on the young man who was hovering in the air at the Holy Ji Palace. All eyes were on the young man who was hovering in the air at the Holy Ji Palace. From that battle onwards, no one would have dared bully the Holy Ji Palace and any students from that holy land. Yi Futian had brought the Holy Ji Palace to lengths and achievements that the Holy Land of the barren state had never seen before in all those he had been in charge. Be it the 9 State Forum or the skirmish at the Imperial Mausoleum, the barren state had emerged victorious over all other holy lands of the 9 states. He came to possess the halberd of space and time, a divine implement left behind by the Ocean King, and rank 3rd on the divine implements ranking. He had led them to victory against the great Zhou sacred dynasty and had reduced Jixing Cliffs to a mere shadow of its former form. He had also killed 4 major figures, ranked high in the sage ranking, all by himself. There was no one throughout the 9 states who did not know Yi Futian and the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State. As such, while the current state were 7 holy lands throughout the 9 states intended to ally themselves in an attempt to destroy the Holy Ji Palace was indeed a disaster, but it was nonetheless also an achievement that the people of the Holy Ji Palace were proud of as well. 7 major holy lands needed to ally themselves in order to take on the Holy Ji Palace in present. There was simply no holy land that dared challenge the Holy Ji Palace all on their own. Will battle rose, and Yi Futian gazed at the faces in the air and continued. I heard that there are some within the Holy Ji Palace who claim that we would be safe so long as we hand over Juga. While it is true that the crisis could be averted if we would just hand Juga over, but if someone were to demand Huang Juga from the Holy Ji Palace, then there would be people demanding me to hand over someone else from the Holy Ji Palace in the future. Unless the Holy Ji Palace is fine with being at the bottom end of holy lands throughout the 9 states, any talk would be futile given how we're not even daring enough to fight for what is ours. If I'm unable to protect even just Huang Juga alone, then I wouldn't be qualified to protect the holy land that had been around for ages. Yi Futian scanned everyone present, and his voice roused his audience to high spirits. I shall be fighting in this matter at the very forefront at any given moment. The battle fought today shall be fought in the Holy Ji Palace's honor. Countless students of the Holy Ji Palace felt their heart burning. For the Holy Ji Palace, the Sword Demon, Lord of the Sword Palace, said in a brimming voice. For the Holy Ji Palace, the Sword Saint said solemnly. For the Holy Ji Palace. Voices were heard here and there. For the Holy Ji Palace, countless voices were heard from the sky. It was the only voice that reverberated throughout the entire Holy Ji Palace. Morale had never been so high. Among the crowd, the sword was seen sitting solemnly, guarding the area all on his own. Yuan Hong led an army garrisoning another area. Qin Zhuang and the other 8 swordsmen sitting on the ground in formation. Huajiu, Yushang, Yi Wuqin, and the others standing by, as well as the palace lord's brothers and sisters in training. There was also Lu Zixuan, who had just joined the ranks of the Holy Ji Palace. Her eyes were fixed on the silhouette in the air. He knew that the handsome figure was something godlike and worthy of worship in that holy land of the Barren State. There were Goddess Dai and great teacher Su from the 9-state college. Even they were inspired due to standing among the crowd and experiencing the heat from all the others around them. Goddess Dai's eyes reddened somewhat and said, It's truly my honor to be able to join this fight. Su Chehan stared at the sky. While it was true that the figure above was a bit of a douche, he was nonetheless very charming at the moment. If it had not been for the fact that he was already married, Little Butterfly would have earned herself a good husband if she were to marry him. It would have at least been better than to have her following Su Chehan. Yi Futian went on with medicine tests throughout the days. While the entire course of 81 days was not completed, but it was nonetheless considered a success for being able to get so far. Little Butterfly's teacher said that if Yi Futian was able to make it through the first day, then they shall help Yi Futian out. As such, even though Su Chehan had no liking for Yi Futian, he would have still joined the fight. But then again, even if his teacher did not give such an order, there was still no way he would have sat by and do nothing if Little Butterfly intended to fight. Demonic beasts circled around in the air, and their eyes looked far away. In the Holy Sage Pavilion, there were matrices protecting those below Sage Plane. However, many in the air gazed at the silhouettes appearing above the Holy Sage Pavilion, and everyone understood that the upcoming battle was one that would have decided the fate of the Holy Ji Palace. If the Holy Ji Palace were to emerge victorious, few would have been able to shake Yi Futian in the future. He was nigh invincible at Sage Plain, and if a saint of the 9 states intended to kill him when he became a saint one day, it would not have been easy as well. The Holy Ji Palace stood as long as Yi Futian stood. If the Holy Ji Palace were to lose, there would have been no holy lands left in the Barren State, and things would have looked bleaker than it used to be. Demonic beasts held high up in the air, and terrifying might was sensed from far away. Although few were able to extend their spiritual powers that far, but they felt the immense pressure coming their way. The pressure of the army preceded the army itself. "They're here," many quipped deep down, and Yi Futian's eyes looked far away ahead. The deep eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the space, and formless current ebbed in the air, growing increasingly powerful, and the demonic beast circling in the air continued to howl. They were very restless, and Yi Futian was able to feel what they were feeling clearly. Even demonic beast at the pinnacle of Sage Plain felt so as well. They were about to face a 60,000-strong army, and things would have no longer been like how it was back in the Imperial Mausoleum, where there were only a handful of top-notch figures from a myriad of holy lands. Eventually, brilliant shimmer was seen. Saint Ji and the mighty ones from the Hall of Holy Light reached first before everyone else, stopping outside the Holy Ji Palace and stood high above the air, as if they were a celestial army. The howl of the phoenix was heard as well, and bright flames were seen burning in the sky. The Zhou Sacred King and Zhou Yanwang, both saints, arrived as well as the Golden Phoenix army. Their numbers were comparatively few, as many mighty ones were held back by the people of the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple. Saint Xihua arrived shortly after. All three of the saints of the Xihua Sacred Mountain were there. Their numbers were the greatest among the three forces. Vast, powerful might was felt in another direction. The people of the Holy Ji Palace turned around and found an allied force consisted of 3 armies from the Endless Ocean arrived, boosting the greatest number. The ocean state was situated at the Endless Ocean. Their area was vast and cultivators aplenty. Countless islands were controlled by the 3 holy lands of the ocean state. One could have only imagined how vast such an allied army would have been as they blocked out the sky. While spirits remained high among the ones from the Holy Ji Palace, but they were unable to help but shudder nonetheless after sensing the solid, undeniable might of the invaders. Doom! Golden light of the Buddha shimmered from far away, ringing in the air. Many turned to look at that direction and found a powerful, ancient Buddha-like figure running in the air. Is Vajra region getting themselves into this as well? Saint Ji said coldly. The monks of the Vajra region had been coming alongside them before, and it was obvious that the monks were not on their side. The lord of the Vajra region advised them back in the Imperial Mausoleum to let their enemies go after all. 108 warrior monks from the Vajra region has come seeking the path of enlightenment. A voice was heard rumbling in the air. The dazzling light of the Buddha got increasingly close to the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian saw them heading towards the Holy Ji Palace before descending to the ground at the same time. Many students of the Holy Ji Palace was getting ready to fight, but Yi Futian waved and prevented them from activating the matrices. Boom! A loud rumble was heard as dust was sent flying. 108 warrior monks seemed to have coalesced into a single Buddha as they stacked on top of one another. The monks stepped on the shoulders of each other. The higher the levels, the fewer the monks seen standing. Only one monk stood at the very top. He was dressed in a Kasaya garb and looked very young. Despite being a monk, he looked very handsome, and his eyes seemed to possess some mystical powers capable of seeing through people's minds. He was seen closing his hands together and chanted a string of Buddhist chants at Yi Futian. Yu Sheng stood up and stepped forward, bowing slightly to the monk at the very top, appearing very respectful. The one before them was the leader of the 108 warrior monks of Vajra region. Brother Tianxin, Yu Sheng called. Yi Futian heard Yu Sheng's voice and took a look at the monk before nodding and addressing him, Master Tianxin. Palace, Lord Yi. The monk returned the gesture to Yi Futian. Everyone from the Holy Ji Palace turned their eyes at the monk, and they came to admire him somewhat. Number 3 on the sage ranking of the sage and saint rankings of the 9 states. Monk Tianxin of the Vajra region. He did not participate in the previous orthodoxy battles, or he might have become a saint over a decade ago. It was said throughout the 9 states that monk Tianqin had no intentions of borrowing any external implements and wanted to come to enlightenment on his own. He was ranked 3rd only because he did not participate in the last orthodoxy battles, while Jia, who went about beating people up, went all the way to be ranked 2nd. Many people held the belief that the powers of monk Tianqin of the Vajra region easily rivaled that of Jia. Yu Sheng, many of our younger brothers claim to want to ask for guidance from you, and thus we came all the way here. Monk Tianqin smiled as he replied to Yu Sheng. We shall have all the time in the world to do so after this battle, Yu Sheng said as he looked at the monks of the Vajra region. As pompous as always, some monk quipped. Be careful, Yu Sheng. I'm not going to go easy on you this time, someone else said as well. Very well. We shall fight to our heart's content after this. Yu Sheng nodded. Tianqin, are you seeking enlightenment or death? Ji Ye's eyes were seen glaring at them from afar, at the Hall of Holy Light's direction. His murderous intent was sharp and unmistakable. Tianqin turned around to look at Jia, who continued, If you're seeking enlightenment, go elsewhere. If you're seeking death, feel free to stay. Tianqin looked at him and closed his hands. The light of the Buddha shimmered all over him, and he said, Your senses are corrupted and shall need Buddhist methods to cleanse them. How do we go about that, big brother? Monks from beneath asked. Through expiating the soul, monk Tianqin answered. Mercy. The monk beneath nodded. Ji Ye's eyes were incredibly cold. The number 2 and number 3 on the sage ranking seemed to be at each other's throats before the army began fighting. Powerful aura was sensed from far away. Saint Ji and Saint Shihua wore cold expressions. They knew the mighty ones from the Yu clan were 3 as well, with the mighty ones from the 6 holy lands about to raise the Holy Ji Palace. The Yu clan at the rear would have been able to mess up the army's formations once the fighting commenced. Saintly might flooded the place at the moment. 2 figures were seen descending at the Holy Ji Palace's direction. It was Saint Xia and Saint Li, leading mighty ones from both the Xia clan and the 9-state college. We're here to watch, Saint Xia said. Their silhouette came before the Holy Sage Pavilion and said, This is where the Holy Ji Palace's nobles are. Please don't attack in this direction. Saint Li, how about a game of chess? Saint Xia said to Saint Li, Sure. Saint Li nodded, and they both set up the game high above the Holy Sage Pavilion. Students of the Xia clan and the 9-state college were behind them. Lin, Shubai, and Tong He, extremely renowned students of the 9-state college, were there as well. Their eyes were on the battlefield. When the battle was over, the sage and saint rankings would have been rearranged. They were not alone. Many throughout the 9 states were standing by to watch the battle from far away, not daring to get too close. A figure dressed in white descended quietly at the Holy Ji Palace's direction from the sky. Many eyes looked at the figure, and even Yi Futian was rather startled to see him. The sword demon, Sage Daozong, Yu Qi, Zhuge Qingfeng, and many others looked at him. They were all very familiar to Bai Luli. Bai Luli simply watched the armies about while saying nothing. Welcome back to the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian looked at him and said. Since Bai Luli was willing to fight for the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian had no intentions of being petty with him over what happened in the past. Chapter 973. Saint Ji, Saint Shihua, the Sacred King all took the respective corners at the front of the 3 armies they led. Saint Ji, Saint Shihua, the Sacred King all took the respective corners at the front of the 3 armies they led. They knew that the mighty ones of the Yu clan were at their rear, but they did not care. They took the same attitude with those from the Vajra region. As for Bai Luli, few even paid any heed to him. The power of one individual was utterly insignificant in a sacred war at such a scale. Only the likes of Yi Futian would have been able to somehow affect the battles. However, if the power difference was too great, he still would not have been able to change anything. The battle that time was to be the true sacred war. Furthermore, one that had 10 holy lands involved just from the surface alone. The scale was simply terrifying. In such sacred wars, the power of one was insignificant unless said one was a saint. "Get into formation," Saint Ji said. The armies of the Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty had all gotten into formation, and there were a lot of battle matrices used. The Hall of Holy Light and the Xihua Sacred Mountain were not the only forces available within their state after all. There were also other top forces within their territory. The allied forces of the 3 holy lands of the ocean state had gotten into formation after all. At that very instant, the Holy Ji Palace of the barren state felt as if they were going to be drowned. The stifling pressure made the place difficult to draw breath. The battle matrices of the 6 major holy lands moved in the Holy Ji Palace's direction. While they had blind confidence of being able to come out on top in that battle, they dared not underestimate their opponents nonetheless. All holy lands were on their guard, as it was a battle with one's life on the line. Any mistake could have easily cost them huge casualties. They intended to win with little to no casualties after all. What they set out to do was to wipe out the Holy Ji Palace with the least cost incurred. "Activate the matrix," Yang Shao said loudly. Mighty ones activated the matrices in all different directions as soon as he gave the order. Brilliant light burst from the ground of the Holy Ji Palace in an instant. Boundless patterns appeared, devouring the spiritual qi around in a frenzy and converting them into power of rules, merging with a matrix diagram. The mighty ones from the Holy Ji Palace took the upcoming fight with utmost seriousness. The stifling pressure grew increasingly strong. The ones from the 6 major holy lands came above the Holy Ji Palace. One battle matrix after another lit up. Boundless light glimmered before the mighty ones of the Hall of Holy Light at their direction. A very tall celestial god appeared in the sky, shining with boundless light. Its light rained downward and turned incredibly sharp, as if it was raining swords of light onto the Holy Ji Palace. "Activate the black turtle matrix," Yang Shao said loudly, and beams of light shot up. A huge, gigantic beast seemed to have sprung up from the earth. Loud rumbles were heard, and the entire Holy Ji Palace shook. A boundlessly huge black turtle appeared above the Holy Ji Palace, enveloping everyone within the battle matrix. The mighty ones far away shuddered at the scene. It was worth noting that the Holy Ji Palace was of the size of a small city. One was only able to imagine how large the turtle would have been to envelop the entire Holy Ji Palace. The scene before them was earth-shattering. The Holy Ji Palace had given its all to manifest such a super matrix. The light raining down on the black turtle naturally was unable to do anything. However, the celestial godlike god of light continued to grow in size. An unerringly holy sword of light appeared in its hand, showering the ground below with shimmering light. The sword was one that would have cleaved the heavens. A mountain god appeared at the Xihua Sacred Mountain's corner. Its body was immensely huge as well and filled to the brim with power. The Golden Phoenix battle matrix was activated at the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty side. A golden phoenix, out to block the sky, out appeared in the air. The flames seemed to have burned the sky as its huge wings flapped. Waves of heat washed all over the place. Even those watching from afar found it unbearable if they were of weaker training. The 3 holy lands of the endless ocean brought their powers to bear as well. They either summoned huge beasts or activated super battle matrices, bursting with unparalleled might. The mighty ones of the Yu clan appeared and looked at the battlefield before them, yet they did not make any move. The Moon Saint was the one taking the lead. If the Holy Ji Palace was unable to even withstand the first wave of attack, it would have meant that they were simply too weak. If the ones from the Holy Ji Palace were to be so easily eliminated, it would have been pointless for the Yu clan to join the battle, as they would have simply walked to their deaths. They needed to see that the Holy Ji Palace being able to survive through the attacks and get into very heated stage of the fights before they saw it to be time to attack. They were to then went all the way to the core of the enemy's camp and finish the enemy off in one go. In that direction, there were still others who watched the battle between the Yu clan and the Holy Ji Palace. The number of such people were few, so much so that their numbers could have considered pathetic in comparison to the armies in the field. They were none other than the mighty ones from Jisheng Cliffs. The figure taking the lead was none other than Saint Ji, and Kong Yao was standing by his side. However, there was still a group of people behind Saint Ji who did not emanate any aura, yet possessed exceptional bearing. All of them wore cold, haughty looks on their faces as they watched the battlefield without being fettered by anything. Murderous intent was seen in Saint Ji's eyes. Yi Futian would have definitely perished on that day. The celestial, godlike figure brought the sword of light in its hand down on the battlefield, dropping from high above all the way down to the black turtle matrix. An earth-shattering noise was heard as the matrix cracked like a spider web. At the very next moment, the huge mountain god made its move and the entire Holy Ji Palace shook. Saint Xia and Saint Li, who were playing chess at the moment, had to emanate faint auras to stabilize the game. Both men continued to place their pieces as if the battlefield did not exist. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous rumble rattled their surroundings, and every rumble shook the hearts of all present. "Get the kuei up!" Yang Xiao shouted his order. Another layer of matrix seemed to have been activated within the black turtle matrix. A kuei after another appeared, and devastating storms built up within the matrix. The kueis brought thunderous rumbles ringing about within the Holy Ji Palace, bringing the devastating lightning storm to its critical point, as if the apocalypse was near. Boom! A rumble was heard, and the black turtle broke. At the very next moment, the kueis roared at the heavens, and the previously suppressed, devastating lightning storm was thicker than an ancient tree, shooting skywards. In that one instant, that space seemed to be on the verge of total collapse. Terrifying rumbles continued to be heard. The god of light and the mountain god were both torn to shreds right there and then. The golden phoenix was destroyed as well. However, the terrifying light of the lightning seemed to be out to destroy everything like a calamity of the great path, heading straight for the battle matrices of the 6 holy lands, forcing the mighty ones to get into formation and activating defenses. "Carry on," St. Ji said coldly. Since the Holy Ji Palace had matrices laid in place, then all they had to do was simply to bring their armies to bear, destroying the matrices. The mighty ones continued descending as they focused their attacks, launching devastating might in the Holy Ji Palace's direction. Terrifying light of devastation appeared above the Holy Ji Palace in an instant. The matrix of the kuei was still at work when the weather changed. Everyone in the Holy Ji Palace shivered before a sheet of frost appeared in the air. Their surroundings turned pale white and extremely cold, as if everything was soon to be frozen. Many felt as if the blood in their veins were about to stop flowing in the cold. Their bodies were hardly able to move. What was worse was that even during the cold, lightning and firestorms came nonetheless. "Press on," Saint Chihua said, ordering his men. While there had been many who were injured from attacks, but neither Saint Ji nor Saint Chihua seemed to hesitate. They ordered their men to simply press on with attacks. If they were to be held back by the matrices, they would have only suffered greater losses. They did not expect the chess saint's eldest student to survive in the Nether Sword Mound all those years ago and came back to bite them. Those matrices were definitely his work, which had enough weight to steer the direction of the war. But then again, it would have only been so when both sides were of comparable powers. The stifling pressure in the Holy Ji Palace grew increasingly powerful. Their eyes turned towards one direction, and Yi Futian was seen standing quietly, totally unfettered, as he simply looked up at the battlefield in the air. He came to resemble a statue. Seeing mighty ones coming at them, Yi Futian stepped up and expanded his spiritual powers. A huge matrix diagram lit up within that spot of the Holy Ji Palace, getting increasingly bright. heaven-splitting sword will emerge from beneath the diagram in an instant. One sword aura after another shot through the ground and headed for the clouds. The entire Holy Ji Palace was completely lit up at that moment. The swords rang, and one sword after another shot through the diagram from underneath the Holy Ji Palace, before hovering above the diagram. Retreat! Retreat! Saint Ji and Saint Shihua and many other mighty ones said at the same time. They all knew about the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State borrowing swords, and they speculated it was for laying out sword matrices. What they had no idea about was how powerful the matrix would have been. However, at that very moment, they felt a sword aura that was so intense that it could have killed everything in its path. At the very least, for anyone below St. Plain, they would have definitely died if they were to be caught at the scent of that storm. The mighty ones retreated to the sky. However, at that very instant, countless swords of the Holy Ji Palace circled around the diagram, turning into terrifying vortex of the sword. The immense sword aura shot to the sky. If one were to view from afar, it would have looked as if countless swords were fighting upwards against the current, with full intentions of tearing the sky to shreds. At the same time, boundless sword will gathered at the same place. A giant sword capable of cleaving everything in its path appeared there. Go! A cold word was uttered by Yi Futian. The sword flew straight to meet its target as soon as he finished. Blood splattered wherever the sword flew, as no one had been able to fight it. Everyone retreated in a frenzy. The surroundings of the giant sword was filled with untold numbers of swords borrowed from all over the Barren State. Every single blade was filled with the power of the sword matrix, making them invincible. A rain of blood began to fall above the Holy Ji Palace at that moment. Many were pierced, and eerie shrieks were heard everywhere. Regardless of plane, even if one were to be at the pinnacle of St. Plain, there was only one slash from the swords required if one were to find themselves at the center of the storm. Yi Futian slowly took to the air. The halberd of space and time appeared in his hand, emitting terrifying, killing light. "Kill!" Yi Futian said as he turned into a beam of light, heading straight for the heavens. He was seemingly honoring his promise in a literal manner, always at the forefront at any given moment. "Kill!" Thunderous noises were heard as the mighty ones of the Holy Ji Palace took the sky. Their enemies' formations were in shambles, and it was a chance as good as any other to launch attacks. The sacred war involving 10 holy lands had finally and thoroughly commenced at full force.